Okay. Yo.
You're wearing your Winnie the Pooh outfit.
Oh yeah. Dude, the bush, man, like the freaking bush.
Winnie the Pooh.
Right now. I'm gonna do this. Hey, Skitter. What am I doing? Oh. Hello, Ajaxon. Hello, resident dashing young lad. I don't need your patronization, buddy row. Leo, Elijah, Itixum, hello. Oh man, I did eat too much too fast. Oh.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's not your fault. Okay. I think that's good right there. Hey, Poke. I need to do this here. Explosions. Can I check your DM really fast? Maybe. I've had a lot of DMs since it came back. I'll check. I'll check it if I can give you a quick answer. Give me a sec. I gotta ping my Discord though. Just use a thumbnail for this one. Hi, Graham. Poke. Oh yeah, I saw that, Poke. I saw one video that I showed up my timeline. Interesting. Got it. Yeah, I can do that. Will it show up in my? Will it? Okay. I mean, we can try it. Sure. Accept. I think Poke. It should be good. I'm clicking accept. It's loading. I clicked accept again. Did it work? Let me know if it worked, Poke. I think I clicked accept.
I'm so sorry about your tummy.
That's fine.
But I brought you Mr. Pumpkin.
Thanks, man. Thank you very much.
Should I bring Grimby over to say hi?
If you want, sure. I gotta get the... I'm getting my sycophantic... simpage... shill. Sycophantic simp shill simp rewards. AKA battle pass stuff here. Which I didn't have.
Look how good he is.
Good boy, Graham. The tail twitches nervously.
He's not twitching nervously.
Mm-hmm.
He's happy.
Mm-hmm. Every time I click, I hope for a mechanics discussion, you get nothing. I still have the notes. Is that the gate to heaven behind you? Shut up.
You know what this looks like?
What?
You're about to get higher.
You're about to get higher. Yeah, frick. Hi, Daddy. Hi, son.
They were talking to Grimby.
If I miss any crucial messages, let me know. I'm getting everything sorted out here. You guys need to start a stream. I'm always clunked up the cheeks. So, thank you very much. This is my marijuana tea. Hi, hello. I think we're basically good here. How are you? Is everyone doing well? Hello, hello, Yoshiki. How much HP do I have? 275. So please tell me the picture on your YouTube post isn't the first of it I haven't sent to no. You mean a Spylo too? Okay, guys, like, come on. If somebody sends you a picture like this, wait, what the frick? Why is it not? Hello? somebody sends you a picture like this, do you not just like immediately fall head over heels? No? Like, I feel like that kind of goes without saying, no? Immediately. It's obvious, right? So much charisma in one picture. Look at that. We hit 20K. We hit 20K on a YouTube, or 22 on Spylo 2. So we hit 80K with Spylo 1, and then we hit 20K in Spylo 2, and then we had 1,000 on Spylo 3. All in the same week. It's great. And on a scale of like, you know, nutso posts to non-nutso posts, we always go crazy on Spylo 2. I sent you my new hog perks, please respond. That was definitely the vibe I was getting. I blocked that person, yeah. Thank you very much for that. So yeah, we have a good time with it. Ah! Why is it being so loud? Okay, hi, is everyone good? Spylo Clips? Yeah, I guess I should probably promo that. Spylo Clips has been up for a while, but it's like actually like proper up and running now. It was basically, so it used to be the stream dump land, but then I started duo streaming in YouTube. And so now it's just the etc. content thing, which we've been using off and on for a while. And we're going to be starting the consistent uploads here occasionally. Like I'd say probably once a week here, maybe more often. I did up my thoughts on the season 19 updated perks, which I did off of stream yesterday. It's here. So if you guys wanted to know my like official updated recommendations for season 19, this is the place to go. We have the discussion with Captain Planet coming on up here. We have a Sekiro discussion, the little mini video essay that I'm having edited right now. We have the game tier list, which you did on stream, edited down, coming up here in a little bit. So, yeah. And there's a couple of other things, funny things here, like some Elden Ring stuff, a couple of goofy games with Peak, some Night Rain stuff, like I said, some just random crap. So, yeah. So, yeah. So, yeah. Time to listen to finish drafts for my story. Nice. Okay, good to know, Poke. Thank you. All right. I guess I can get my notes for the 225 discussion here. I don't have a ton of notes. This is going to be much more unstructured than most of my other stuff, but I had some thoughts. Version. Major. With CDs similarly. Yeah, so I think this discussion will be pretty interesting. I stand by that Elden Ring is the best game ever made. Yeah, I mean it's a phenomenal game. It's definitely an S tier game for sure. Saw a bunch of articles and some YouTubes mentioned it's a DPS. What are you guys talking about? The new hero? I need to catch up on Twitch chat. Let me just go back to chat here. Hello, Sync, Kevster. Do you think season 9 was successful? I guess some of that's going to be discussed a little bit later, potentially. Hello, Elijah. Looking forward to Infekted. I'm just going to go back to the beginning. I missed a lot of stuff. The start of the stream is where the vibes always are? Yeah. Have Blizzard unnerfed Lifeweaver yet? Not really, no. Is that my Halloween costume? Comedy Gold. Some Brig bug discussion. Hello, Skirmian. Another Norwegian issue? Yeah. Been enjoying Silksong? Yeah, I mean, it's potentially on the list. I don't know if it's the type of game that I'd love to play, but I'm not a huge platformer guy. And I know people are like, it's not a platformer. But, yeah, we'll see. Maybe. Does Lifeweaver need nerfs? No. Lifeweaver needs more cohesiveness with his vision. And I think that that's going to be really what we're talking about today. let's we can get started here. We can get started. Skyrim's the best. Yeah, I haven't played Skyrim, but I've heard a lot of obviously amazing things about it. Heroes, let's pull up. Let's pull up heroes here and then we can get started. There's been a lot of bugs this update for sure. Okay. Let's talk about health. And not exercise and diet. I mean, the amount of health that certain characters have. And I think that there's been a real discrepancy between some of the changes that have been made to health and the changes that should have been actually made to the characters. And so I'm going to have 3 arguments that are going to kind of break down my problem conceptually with many of the health changes. But crucially, I want to paraphrase and say that I think the ability to go to 225, 275, et cetera, is by far the best change for Season 9. Is the fact that we actually have a little bit more flexibility with more health adjustments is really, really good. And there are a lot of characters that need 275, that need 225. It feels amazing to have that a little bit of flexibility in there. And that's been by far the best part of Season 9. I think almost objectively the one good thing that Season 9, I think most people would agree is probably pretty good. Whether you agree about the time to kill or the hitbox changes or the DPS passive or whatever else, it's nice to have a little bit more flexibility. Great stuff. The question has been, has that tool always been used effectively? If so, why so? And if not, well, why not? And I think the irony that we're kind of leaning into here is that many times it feels like we're leaning away from what the purpose of Season 9 was, which was to reduce the time to kill or increase the time to kill to allow for more consistent and sustained pressure and to discourage burstiness. And so we're going to talk about what I mean by all that once we actually kind of get into my 3 points here. So we're going to start off with any one character. I don't know. Let's start off with, well, we just recently had... I don't know, let's do Cassidy. Why not Cassidy? That's a pretty controversial character, no? So we're going to talk about, well, should we do Cassidy? What do you guys think? What would be a good character to discuss these health nerfs for? Freya, Echo? Let's do Echo. Let's do Echo. Let's do Echo. Sojourn could be a good one as well. Lifeweaver. Lifeweaver might be a good one too, but okay. So let's talk about Echo, and I'm going to use Echo as an analogy for all 3 of my points. The first one is going to be dissonance, as in things don't feel or sound right. They don't feel logical. So what we're talking about with health pools, the health pool of a character needs to mirror what the character's gameplay loop and kit encourages. At times when I didn't put as much thought into it, I used to say that, mobility should be inversely proportionate to the amount of health that they have, but that's really a lazy way of thinking about it. And the more I thought about it, that's not really a good explanation. You need to look at the entire kit. You need to look at the cooldowns. You need to look at the ultimate. You need to look at the primary fire. You need to look at everything. Alex, thank you for the sub, dude.
Big kiss.
Big kiss. Big kiss for you too, well, mate. And so when you look at Echo, and I think this is why I'm maybe uniquely qualified to talk about this compared to most folks, I'm sure there's other people that are also qualified, is because I coach every character, and I've coached every character many times. Dozens, tens, hundreds, and some characters even a couple thousand times over the years. You could probably guess which one falls in that category. And when you do that enough, you start to really realize the way that the characters need to get valued, the way that they're played at a high level, the way that they're played at a low level, and what is logical with what the character's kit does. I've been coaching Echo since literal release, right? And I've been coaching Echo through all of the things here. And the dissonance with Echo right now, especially with her 225 and especially is that you have aspects of her kit that make you want to reach within a 10 to 15 meter range. Stickies, her primary fire, her beam, even sometimes things like her ultimate and the fact that her mobility is relatively, I wouldn't say limited, but it is not at the same level of a Genji Tracer. It makes you feel as if I want to kind of operate in that hybrid short to medium range position. But then something says no. It's like, what does that mean with that guy? That guy that just says, like, holds the guy back, like, oh, and you just like what's the meme there? The editor will insert that later. But it's like everything about your body wants you to be a little bit more, not Genji Tracer level of proximity, because you have a little bit more range, but you do want to be a little bit more proactive with how you position in comparison to most, we'll say, poke characters. and then she's got 225 HP. And what ends up happening is it discourages you from playing at the range that it feels like the character should play. Now, I know they've made some adjustments, things like the Mega Sticky perk, which allows you to hit, even if at longer ranges, at least a couple of sticky bombs. Your beam range, your primary fire having a tighter spread as of, 2 patches ago or something like that? Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. But it seems like we're kind of retroactively reinventing what Echo is supposed to be, instead of a character that can kind of operate as a somewhat poke, short range, medium range hybrid. She's becoming more and more of the character that sits back and pokes and doesn't really engage the enemy team. Now, we can critique about whether that's a good decision or not, but at the same time, it's like it's definitely taken a lot of major adjustments to fix her being 225. Think about what happened when she first was 225. She was terrible. She was terrible. She was awful. And since then, we've had to have one perk with more range, more flexibility with stickies. We've had to have a beam range perk. We've had to give her shields. We've had to tighten her spread and her primary fire. We've had to have like at least 3, maybe 4 different changes to the character to function in this medium range format. And she's still not really all that amazing. She's okay, but she's not amazing. So we've had to reinvent with perks, with her health, shields, with everything to make her fit into the mold of 225. It was a dissonance with how she felt like she should play and how she played historically and how 225 feels. It's too fragile. It doesn't make cohesive sense of their kit. Now, you can argue it makes more sense now since they've made a lot of these adjustments. For a long time, there was a serious dissonance between how she felt like she should play and how you actually played. And it was illogical. It was frustrating. It didn't make sense. We're going to keep going here. Now, the point was to balance high burst characters. We're going to get to that point right now. So the argument that I see a lot of people make, the number one argument for lower health pools, is that the important thing with health pools is that they might be really strong, they might be really dangerous, but at least they're punishable. They make a mistake, they die. Things in Overwatch, gosh darn it, need to die, right? Everybody says that, right? The problem is that if you talk about a character like Echo, if you are full stickied and you get a primary fire, then at least maybe I can kill her. Is that what really people are complaining about? Was Echo's problem, if we're talking about burst damage, was burst damage ever addressed? If that's what people didn't like about Echo, and to be fair, nowadays very rarely do you hear people complaining about Echo, was that problem addressed? No. Thank you for the sub. So what happens with a lot of these changes, and we're kind of stretching it with Echo a little bit because she's not really complained about character as much, but wait until we pick to a couple different characters that have 225 HP. The original problem with the people playing versus them, usually often burst damage, as you guys said, is just not addressed at all. It's the same freaking problem that they had initially, but they're more fragile now. And so we're not actually addressing the root problem that people have with the character. The frustrating points are still intact. It just feels a little bit more clunky to play. Now, you might be saying, well, why are you using the term clunky? Because the thing that we have to be careful of, and this is the same reason why it's exactly the same reason why I don't like overly long support cooldowns, is you need to be very careful of risk aversion that doesn't fit the character's design. If people have problems with nade, by introducing a longer cooldown on nade, all you're doing is saying, now you're scared of misusing nade or making that inconsistent, but you're not addressing the fact that a lot of characters, when they are naded, feel helpless. You get what I'm saying? We've not addressed the root issue here. Nade still is obnoxious to play into in those certain circumstances. It just feels globally worse for the Ana. And we have a similar problem with Echo, where if you have a problem with the burst damage, maybe Echo is still more punishing, but that output of obnoxious pressure is still there. Now, again, I'm not criticizing Echo's burst necessarily. I'm using it more as a stand-in. We're going to pivot characters in just a moment. So there's a dissonance with how she feels like she's supposed to play with her kit, and then we're also not addressing the root issue that a lot of people get frustrated at. And there's one other reason why this is bad before we start to go down the list, because what we're going to do is we're going to go down through each character and we're going to go into more depth. You're going to understand this issue a lot better. And the last one is that 25 HP nerfs, without exception, are sledgehammer nerfs. They're sledgehammer nerfs. In other words, they are generally the most damaging buff or nerf, right? That goes opposite, right? If they buff 25 HP, it's a huge buff that a character can receive. So when you have characters that need nuance, need some granular thought put into how you actually buff them or nerf them, 25 HP is like chopping the legs off at the knee. A great example is what's happened to Cassidy and Sojourn this season, who are in not good positions win rate on any rank, are in the bottom third or in the bottom 2 or 3 at basically all ranks, despite having high pick rates. They're very popular to play, but they're terrible, both Cassidy and Sojourn. And what happened to them? Well, they just lost 25 HP. That's basically it, but they're terrible. And that's the problem that we have, is that it is not just, is it the wrong buff or the wrong nerf?
If my CDs weren't 4 or 5 seconds.
Sure.
If I play Ana, I let nade/sleep sit their way more
Right.
versus Brig CDs relative to
Right,
their
because
CD
Brig is much more of a resource management economical game. I look at Brigitte a lot of the ways as like, how does Brig win a 1v1? How does Tracer win a 1v1? It's like an extended trade, an extended duel, right? And I like that. I like, not every character has to be like that, but a lot of these characters still have those sharp bursts, but can also be bursted. And it feels like we're moving more and more characters in that direction. And when you chop off 25 health, that is the most punishing nerf that you can generally do to a character in a vacuum. So let's talk about what needs to be done. We really have to cohesively look at each character's kit. We have to look at their burstiness. We need to go down the list. So let's talk about this. We'll skip the tanks for obvious reasons. We'll move into the characters that have actively received HP buffs or nerfs at any point that I can remember in the past. When you guys look at Cassidy's kit right now, and I mean his hinder, I mean his roll, I mean his ultimate, and I mean his perks, what do you feel like should be his niche? What feels unique about Cassidy right now compared to other characters? What do you guys think? How would you describe it to a noob? Like, the best way to describe it is, how would you describe it to a bronze player? Dive counter, 1v1 duels, brawler, anti-dive, brawly, is able to maintain movement while shooting, mid-range, anti-dive, right? Mid-range, right. And see, this is the problem right here. You have 2 cooldowns that dramatically spike in value. In fact, their only value basically is in these short to medium ranges. And then look at what we have here. And you guys know where I'm going with this, right?
Get along now.
What? Now, there is some nuance here, right? I think there's been a lot of discussion I was reading about, like, where should Cassidy's fall off ceiling be, and then where should the gradient be? But you have a character that competes with Soldier 76 and Hanzo in these mid-range. What? Why? Why is this character allowed to do this? Look at this. This is almost 30 meters. You know what I'm saying? Why is he allowed to do this? And guess what, guys? This hasn't changed. If anything, with Silver Bullet, which I think is kind of a cool perk, it's actually doubled down. Because Silver Bullet, you add the DOT with no fall off, it now means that you can do even more damage at range. And so what happens is people go, Cassidy is really annoying, he's really strong, he's 275 HP, roll, and hinder, and he's basically a better snipe than Soldier 76 and Hanzo and Sojourn half the time. Being a little bit facetious, but he's competing, and he has oftentimes competed with those characters at that range. So what's the solution, guys? Well, let's nerf him down. No. What makes... Okay, see, this is what I get for talking trash versus Blizz, you know? What the solution is not to go... Okay, what makes Cassidy unique? He's got more presence in these short to medium ranges. It's not to take that away. Now, I understand that there's some nuance here. A lot of the hinder stuff, people don't like hinder. I understand. But if anything, if Cassidy needs a nerf at anything, it's not to his output. It's to his fall off. It's to how easily and how consistently he can apply pressure at range while also being a character's kit that doesn't feel like it belongs there. It's why does that character have that range? And so, to me, the way that I look at a kit, and maybe that's my opinion, is that I don't think Cassidy deserves to beat a Reaper or a Junkrat up close. But I also don't think a Cassie should be beating a Widowmaker or Ashe or Hanzo or Soldier at medium range. Right now, that's again being a little bit facetious, but you guys understand the spirit of what I'm saying. And they recently, what was it, 4, 5, 6 months ago, off to check the wiki, buffed Cassie's fall off range back to being at a range that doesn't make sense for the character. So the way that feels intuitively right with Cassidy, even from like a hero design perspective, the high noon, the pistol, why does he have the range that he does? You understand what I'm saying? And so not only did we gimp Cassidy, whose Cassidy's win rate is in the toilet right now and has been since the patch, the things that are still annoying about Cassidy, which oftentimes is his ability to contest DPS from ranges that don't feel fair, is still intact. We have a dissonance with how it's played. The frustration is still intact. And because he got sledgehammers, he's trash. Right? It's terrible. It's the wrong change. And if that was the only example of this, then we wouldn't have it. We'd have a very short conversation. Overwatch is just not loading in. I've had a couple of issues with this, so we're going to go to here instead. But this is not the only example here. This is not the only example. And we're going to keep moving on. We already talked about Echo here, so I won't beat a dead horse with that one. My argument is I think Echo probably deserves 250, and if anything, you kind of need to revert to her being a flyer, more mobile, cyclical, more medium-range DPS. I think that shields helped a little bit, but she still feels way too fragile, and unfortunately now it feels like her damage output at range is kind of here to stay. They've done a lot of work to make her much more of a range DPS. I do agree that when I look at Echo, I'm not looking at a hero that necessarily needs to get her hands dirty, right? Like, come on. Like, if she feels like she fits better in 225, they've made some changes to make that work better. I understand there's some nuance there. I'm gonna do this. So this one is like, I get it, okay? But I think the problem that we have to kind of be very careful with is that we often see with these 225 HP characters, or with characters that receive nerfs to their health, you'll notice that a lot of the people's problems with them is their raw burst damage. And there's a reason why I'm timing this conversation right now, because you can see who's next on our list here. The problem is that one of the initial goals of Season 9, you can actually go back and read this. One of the initial goals of Season 9 was like burst damage, sustain, making, and so on, right? And the irony is that the characters that needed Season 9 more than others were people like Freya, who basically needed to be not completely reliant off of hitting the shots and then blowing somebody else or getting blown up, right? It kind of feels like one of the big purposes, what we know, was to avoid the value of one-shots and big bursts. The irony here is that instead of addressing the characters that have had a lot of problems with heavy burst, we've actually taken away the thing that Season 9 gave us, which was the opportunity to let people have beefier health pools but just nerf their burst, and leaned more back into burst. So we're actually going back, we're reverting the Season 9 things about burst for more burst, and it doesn't make any sense. And now you could say, well, it's not really a revert if we're talking about Freya. Freya's kind of always been that way, but let's talk about that really quick, okay? Freya feels like a venture, no pun intended, I guess it doesn't make any sense, into something of a more dive hit scan. When I say hit scan, I mean range, okay? It's like what Hanzo was if Hanzo was doing crack cocaine, okay? Or took gymnastics, okay? The problem with Freya is that the frequency of how her bolts come out as a result of her dash means that it is not a one-shot, but it can feel like a one-shot at some point. You get two shots here. Well, I've got the bush going on here. I'm going to try and open up Overwatch again. I think we're successful. One of my first questions when I was giving feedback for Freya, and I'm going to be fully honest with this one, is I asked if they had ever tried her at 250 HP. And they said, without the 2-tap. Can Freya function without the 2-tap? And I was told, no, I don't think they can work. I don't think she can work. And I think that's kind of my hill to die on, is that if Freya cannot work without a 2-tap, then this character is going to continue to be very frustrating to play. Basically. I would love to see a version of Freya that has 250 HP, that can dash during her ultimate, that has updraft on 10 seconds, etc. etc. We could brainstorm even more things, like dash distance, the whole 9 yards. Something that allows you to use less burst damage, but way more options with how you can move in position to shave off the frustration, but to not make the character feast or famine. Because what we've had here is we had a character that was very, very powerful with burst damage, that was very bad in lower ranks for a while, that got better as you went up in the ranks. Bye, love you.
Sorry. Love you.
But the second that they took away her burst damage, her win rate went down the toilet in all ranks. Didn't even take it away, just reduced it. Because she doesn't have another leg to stand on. She doesn't have the health, utility, consistent pressure, or dueling capability for more flexible ranges despite her mobility to function. I look at Freya, I said, I want to see her at 250 HP, I want to see what happens. And the problem is, Freya is the perfect example. I see so many people complaining about Freya. So many people complaining about Freya. Freya was garbage last season. Garbage at all ranks. Garbage. Unplayable? No. Decent in Korea. We saw some people getting some value out of it in Korea. She's pretty solid. But there's this massive disconnect between playing versus Freya versus playing as Freya about like how actually strong is this character and how objectively strong she is. And it's because the fact she still has the 2-tap that she always had, it just feels way more inconsistent now and not as consistently available. And because she started at 225 and has stayed at 225, she can't compensate by taking risks and being more proactive in other ways. She's all coffee, no beef. And so if you make a character all coffee, that's what you get. Let's keep going. A lot of questions. People asking me, Genji, could he be 225 HP? The answer, absolutely not. Absolutely not. If Genji is too strong, nerfing his uptime, his ability to be proactive and take risks is the last thing that you want to do. If anything, you need to, it's the same reason why I did not like his deflect cooldown increase. If anything, slightly decrease his lethality or his consistency or whatever else. But we want Genji to be involved more. His kit makes sense. He's in your face. He doesn't have the evasiveness of Tracer in the same exact aspect. He needs the HP. We want him to be that. Now, he doesn't need Reaper or Cassidy HP, but I don't want Cyborg Ninja on Ozempic. Right? I want the character that is consistently engaged and encouraged to take risks and maybe not always rewarded with killing 12 people, but encouraged with risks. Now, Hanzo's an interesting example because he was 25 HP for a while, which seems to make sense, right? Like Hanzo doesn't have near the kit that demands proximity, but Hanzo's kind of a funny one because I think Hanzo just sucked. So Hanzo needed 25 HP. So Hanzo's a weird one. Hanzo's dissonance is that he plays exactly as you like, but he just was so bad that they just couldn't do anything with him, you know? And that's more of a hero design issue. Here's a hot take. You ready for a hot take, guys? If Mei's utility kit, so on, fill in the blank here, was a little bit stronger, I actually think in Overwatch 2, she's not really great right now. I actually think she could be 275 HP in Overwatch right now. In Overwatch 1, I think she probably deserved the 300 HP. But in Overwatch 2, I don't think she necessarily needs to have it. I think she has to have it right now just from a win rate perspective because she doesn't have enough going on with her kit right now. But I actually think that the way the range and the proximity, I think that she deserves more beef, but I don't know if she needs 300. I think she needs it right now. It's the same thing as Hanzo. She doesn't have enough going on for her right now, but it makes cohesive sense for her to have 275, I think. I wonder if we'll ever get there. Pharah's like Echo if she had 3 defensive cooldowns. So Pharah feels, pretty fragile for sure, but there is more mobility options so that she can make 225 HP work, and her range operation has been more consistently more of the medium range, less so getting up close with, like, for example, we don't have the beam abilities, right, that mean that I have to move closer. So Pharah seems to kind of make sense for 225. Reaper has a lot of mobility, but he requires a lot of risks, so he deserves the 300. Here we go again. You guys ready for this one? Sojourn.
We shine together, all of us.
Yeah. I've been arguing with the developers about Sojourn for 3.5 years. What's the Green Mile? What's the Green Mile meme? Boss, I'm tired. I'm tired, boss. I'm tired, boss. I'm tired, boss. I'm so tired of this character. This character. We talked about the hero fantasy. I'm not going to go into it with the rail. There's ways that they could do it. I'm not going to go into it today. But all we need to know for this discussion is that this character cannot function at 225 HP effectively. She is designed to be more proactive and more aggressive as a hit scan. That is what makes her unique. That was what makes her fun. And it makes sense with her kit, whether it's her disruptor shot, her projectile primary fire, or her shift, double shift, and so on. The problem with Sojourn has always been the railgun. It has always been the railgun. And when you make a character that is now immediately punished if she makes a mistake, the railgun is intact. People still hate playing into Sojourn right now. And yet, she is one of the worst performing DPS in the entire game right now, even in Grandmaster. I remember jumping in Commander X's chat, a couple of weeks ago, and I think, who was it? Quartz was playing on Sojourn, and of course it's Quartz, he's insane. And they were like, oh, see, they said that Sojourn was bad, and I'm pulling up the stats. Grandmaster to champion, and she's the second lowest, or was like the second lowest win rate DPS out of the entire roster. Symmetra Bastion had higher win rates than Sojourn right now. She sucks. She still feels horrific to play into, but she sucks. She just dies. She needs her 250. But until you deal with rail, I get it. So it's like you either get 225 with a broken rail and she sucks and everybody hates her because she's so much worse to play with, but she still sucks to play into, or you have the character that can actually move and take risks, but doesn't have the rail that just blows everyone's head off. There isn't any, it just isn't anything to do with it. Soldier probably feels like an appropriate HP. Let's keep moving on to Sombra. Now, what do you guys think about Sombra? I had to think about Sombra. So Sombra was nerfed from 250 to 225. In her current implementation, I think it makes a lot of sense because she has things like Control Alt Escape, which is her self-heal. She has a Translocator that's frequently available. She has Stealth. She has a lot of tools to complement the 225. I would argue that I would love to see a world where Sombra isn't so bursty around her virus. I think a lot of Sombra mains agree with me. Questarn certainly. In which case, maybe she could get 250 and play more for uptime. But I think, if anything, Sombra is a great example of, with 225 HP, you physically cannot nerf her burst right now through her hack bonus or her virus, because if you do, she's trash. Immediately trash. Immediately trash. Sem, 275 HP.
From imperfection, we build a new world.
Sim and Brigitte, I look at similar as characters that I want to win resource/economic duels. I like, we had a submission from Aerothal, Symmetra, Master Symmetra, I think. And it was a really cool 5K because it took like 30 seconds. It was take an angle, use a turret, hit an orb, teleport, hit another orb, melee finish, block a shot with the turret, out, build up your beam charge, this and that. It was really engaging, pretty interesting to watch. It's similarly if you've ever seen a Brigitte highlight reel, right? It wasn't like bah, 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 right? So for me, I think Sim deserves 275 HP. Now, are there other aspects of Symmetra that maybe we need to change? Sure. But I look at Symmetra as being the character that I don't want Symmetra to have burst. I actually think the more that we've moved away from 2-tap with orb, I actually think that I like her without the 2-tap on orb. I like her to win slow, careful, strategic, thoughtful duels. So I think she deserves 275 HP. You know? Let's keep going. Torb, he's a weird one. He's got a hero design problem, right? It's where it's like he feels more of that short to medium range, like pokey hybrid. But yeah, he's got a shotgun. He's got a hammer. He's just a hero design problem. I don't think you could nerf his HP. Tracer seems totally fine. She's very, very low effective HP, but she has very high survivability through her mobility. It's not, she's allowed to avoid damage a lot more than a lot of the other characters are. Venture. 250 seems low for character until you use your abilities and you get more. I think whether your problems with Venture are as a hero, I think that it actually kind of makes sense to have a lower HP character that relies on developing HP through actually using combos. Whatever. We're going to move on. Widow. Do you guys remember... was it Overwatch 2? It must have been Overwatch 2. There was a period of time where Widow had 175 HP. Do you guys remember that? Who remembers 175 HP Widow? I remember 175 HP. You know what? Widow was still played. Widow was still played. Because you know what Widow didn't have? Widow didn't have... Widow had 2 tanks holding space for her, first off. But Widow also had no fall-off, if I remember correctly. No fall-off, basically. No fall-off. One of the biggest things that they did to Widow, very quietly, that has helped playing into Widow a decent amount, has been introducing fall off with her weapon. That actually makes you think a little bit. Situations like this, that's a fully charged shot. And if I don't fully charge shot, it's not going to get the kill. Just little changes like that. So Widow's still a huge problem. Like let's not lie here. But what we've done is they've improved her primary fire. They've introduced a little bit of fall off. They've buffed her HP up a little bit. And what they've done is Widow's still a horrendous character in Overwatch 2, but they're trying to make it so that, like, okay, yeah, she falls over. She literally fell over, you sneezed at her. Like, think about it this way. If you virused a Widow, she's basically dead, which was crazy. But at least she can do things. She doesn't fold immediately. Helps tanks a lot too. Right, let's keep going here. On a Bat Brig, all are fine. Brigitte falls into the Venture category where I think you could see 275 HP here, but she's able to heal herself through action. She also has a shield and she has armor. I think it works. I think it makes sense. Juno, lots of mobility options and a hero kit that very clearly doesn't want to get her hands dirty. Yeah, it's fine with me. A lot of people are complaining about Juno. Lack of defensive cooldown, falls over immediately. Skill issue. I think the Kyros kit allows for a lot of options to get utility, to get offensive pressure, defensive pressure, and so on. You just got to move. You got to move. You don't want to engage. You don't want to get your hands dirty, like I said. So with Juno as hero, I think 225 is perfect. Makes total sense. Shields as well. It really works for her. Really works for her. Here's another, I think, ice cold take. Kiriko. I think 225 works for her too. I think that she was 250 for a while, in which case you saw a lot of people getting their brawly Kirikos in people's faces. That doesn't make any sense with the character's design. She's wall climb, she's Fox Girl, she's got a ranged utility, ranged heal, ranged DPS, no fall off, headshot multiplier, and a really slender hitbox. Why is this character getting in people's faces? Not saying you never get in anybody's faces, Kiriko, but 225 makes sense. It doesn't change your gameplay loop. It doesn't really discourage you from taking angles. You just got to manage your range a little bit better. Yeah, makes sense. So I think Kiriko, Juno, yeah, it's a good change. I think both of them look good with 225. Again, you guys are talking about what makes Kiriko OP. Don't do that. Don't do that, because that's a balance issue. From a design perspective, this character's kit makes sense from not getting her face in people. And so therefore, she doesn't need the HP. It makes sense. Now you could say, oh, but burst is still a problem. Well, maybe. I don't think so as much with Kiriko. Thankfully, that's gone, right? Let's keep going here. Oh, this is a big one. This is a big one. Spend every moment growing into who you know, they did something really interesting with Weaver. There's an analogy here somewhere. Okay, I'm gonna cook a little bit. It's like a band that accidentally like releases a banger hit on TikTok or Instagram and it blows up. I don't listen to that kind of stuff, but whatever. And then they're like, oh my gosh, wow, what did we do that? And it's just complete accident. And then they're trying to capitalize off of the fame, but they completely miss the point of why people liked it in the first place. We went from having a character that was so bad, I believe his win rate was like in the 30s on his release. And what do? We buffed damage. We buffed HP. We gave him a perk that allowed him to heal himself, probably broken. We gave him some beef to his damage. We gave him some auto heal that allowed him to do damage. What happened as of 2 seasons ago is when I was coaching Lifeweaver, I was coached up anywhere from I was coaching Silver Lifeweavers all the way up to Masters Lifeweavers. We were having real conversations about, are you taking an aggressive enough angle with this character? Can you bait more attention and more heat onto yourself? No, I remember I used to coach Lifeweaver way back in the day. Intergalactic Emperor. Don't take any risks or gambles. You'll fold like anything. You do no damage. So just hold space, poke from afar with this, and then just heal. And then all of a sudden, 3 or 4 months ago, 4 or 5 months ago, we started to ask, wait a second, walk forward, get dirty, take an aggressive angle, bait that Genji onto you, dash. Oh wait, they're playing full snipers? Maybe you should be trying to absorb some heat there. And then 275, and then we get more damage, and then we get the self heal, and then all of a sudden we've got a character that has pedal and has a little bit of damage and range on his heal, right? But all of a sudden, Weaver's kind of a hybrid. Weaver's getting his hands dirty. He's probably too survivable, maybe a little bit too tanky, and probably does too much for a character that has that much tankiness. Maybe does too much ranged healing for a character. And then they're like, whoosh, back to the AFK, sit in the back, spectate playstyle because we're going to take away the 10 healing per second perk, we're going to take it away 25 healing, and we're going to give you a perk as a compensate that's going to encourage you sitting AFK in your pedal even more. No! You are the chosen one! Now, I know some people are going to say, like, well, look at his kit. Doesn't it make sense for you to sit in the back and do things? And I would say, no, it doesn't. At best, you can make an argument that I can see both sides of the equation, but one play style for the character is infinitely more interesting to play versus and play as. One is infinitely worse and is the core issue of why people hate playing with and against Lifeweaver. You had an opportunity, and team, you blew it. You blew it. You blew it. They could have leaned into it further. In the same way where they took Echo into their archetype that they wanted her to fit, they could have done the same thing with Weaver. We've talked about changing the way that grip functions, changing the way that pedal functions, dealing with weapon swaps, giving him more health, and so on, allowing him to be more dynamically invested, and they just blew it. I mean, even looking at the character design, does this guy look like a puny weakling to you? No, not really. Is he Brig? No, but come on, use it. We were almost so close to greatness, you know? And they blew it. And since then, because they removed the 25 HP, his win rate is garbage. It's the worst support in the game by a large margin at basically all ranks. Bro wants every support to be a DPS. Why? Welcome to Overwatch 2. Supports need to be proactive and involved. If you don't want to, you're not playing support in Overwatch 2. My argument here is that we've had more heroes in Overwatch go back to burst, go back to range, go back to less involvement with the battlefield, more risk averse, despite aspects or even just entire hero designs being completely against that, to the point where we have a lot of dissonance with hero designs. I'm not just asking for more supports and heroes to be more actively involved. I don't have any problem with ranged characters necessarily, but when you're trying to fit square pegs into round holes, Cassie does not work with 250 HP. Freya is awkward. Lifeweaver, awkward. We'll talk more about some of the other ones. Wuyong, Sojourn, certainly not, right? We have characters that they don't fit the mold. Stop trying to make it happen. It doesn't work. It's not my design work I'm criticizing. You designed Cassidy this way. So stop trying to make him what he's not. If you're going to do it, you got to fundamentally rework how the character works. And to be honest with you, I don't think we need another medium range hit skin or a long range hit skin. So why are we taking away I'm sounding more like Relf with this or Greed with this conversation of like, no, go back to what you had. You know what I'm saying? Go back to what you had. You had a design that was cohesive, if problematic. So work with that, but stay true to the character, and it just doesn't work. And now we keep going. So Lucio is an interesting one. Lucio, I thought would not work with 225. I think I've been proven wrong. I was very skeptical of this change, but I think he has enough survivability, whether it's his boop or amp or movement, where he's able to make it work. But you guys kind of see, like, this is what we got to look at. It's like, I don't feel like 225 works because he wants to be more involved. Oh, wait, maybe if you're good enough, like Tracer, to be able to survive, maybe it can work. Who knows? But if they increase Lucio's projectile speed and tighten his damage and increase his boop range, I'd lose my mind. You know what I'm saying? Oh, gosh. Okay. I don't say it started with Mercy, but Mercy was definitely one of the first ones. I remember, dude, I felt like I was the only sane person in the room when they made this change. I don't remember when they made this change. Maybe you guys can check the wiki, but it must have been at least a year ago when they nerfed Mercy from 250 to 225. I was so freaking tilted. I was like, no. Everyone's like, yeah, finally can kill the Mercy. No, you can't. Because you know what? The Mercy that you hate is a Mercy that's hiding behind a wall. And last I checked, the wall still has infinite HP. So your problem with Mercy is the AFK Mercy in the back. Your problem with Mercy is the person that's holding the buttons, dribbling at the mouth, watching TikTok on their phone. The Mercy that was fun to play, and the Mercy that is intuitive. This is the hot take. I don't think this is even an argument with this. I've coached enough Mercy. Frick you guys. Mercy's movement intuitively wants you to reposition and enable different positions around the map. Mercy is designed to play aggressively, to do things, to be places that other supports can't be safely. Whether it's using verticality, whether it's using her slingshot, whether it's using her tech, whether if it's even using her passive, which I believe that you heal yourself. Yes, healing sympathetic recovery. You can't do that very effectively as you ought to be. Never seen low rank Mercy in the shows? Of course. I've coached dozens of low rank Mercies just in the past couple of years. But that's not my point. My point being is like, this is how the character is designed to be played. If we're looking for how bronze players play any character, you're going to be disappointed. The problem here is that you took the most interesting aspect of Mercy with her movement and her ability to manage and manipulate risk and attention, and you said you can't do that very much anymore. You can't do that very much anymore. Because if you take any risks, you're going to get punished. This is the dissonance that I was talking about. I just coached Mercy a couple weeks ago, and it was a real challenge to, I know it doesn't feel good with 225, but you do have to take calculated risks. And when you coach a character, as I said, you're really confronted with the dissonance of the character's design. Because you realize what you're supposed to do as a high-level player and how it doesn't work very well. Then Toxic, thank you for the raid. And that's why Mercy has really struggled in higher ranks since this nerf. I mean, she's always struggled, but even more so since this nerf, because it is how you need to play to get better at Mercy. But you can't do what you're supposed to do anymore. You just can't do what you're supposed to do anymore. At least not as effectively. The character, it's a similar problem of like, you don't want the 225 Mercy playstyle. And the character's design doesn't really seem, I'd argue that Mercy's clearly more proactive design by her kit than even Lifeweaver, which I think was borderline, but I would argue that Mercy's even more. What sort of movement techs are needed when you're sitting AFK in the backline, moving from one beam to the next target when you're not taking any risks at all? It's a problem. It's a problem. You don't want a Mercy that's more punishable. Unless you want a Mercy that's able to take more risks. So if people had a problem with Mercy, we needed to nerf damage booster. We needed to force Mercy or introduce some sort of concept of decay. I mean, we're not going to sit here about like what's going to fix Mercy, but we've talked about it when we did our fixing Mercy. We need to reintroduce reward for risk and forcing people to take risks with this character. And this was the real problem. And this is why I don't say it's just a developer thing. It's also a community thing. People don't understand. They're like, I don't like this character. They need to nerf their health pool. But you don't want that. If it's not going to break, people still cry about the exact same things with Mercy because the health wasn't the problem. The health wasn't the problem. The health actually brings out the worst aspects of Mercy even more. Moira's a tricky one. I think she can work with 225. One of my patrons made a really good point and said, like, what if Moira had 250, but you reduced her self-heal so that she's able to take a little bit more aggressive positions? Because it kind of feels like that's what the character should do. But she has less self-heal so that she's still a little bit more punishable. I do agree that's a really great point. I don't know how I feel about 225 Moira. She feels like she wants to get her hands a little bit dirtier than a lot of the other supports, and yet she feels a lot harder to do so. I wouldn't mind 250 Moira and then nerfing some other aspect of her kit. Maybe her self-sustain, like letting her health pool be more regenerative so you're able to withstand burst better, but sustain pressure you have to respect more. See, the problem with Moira is that her sustain pressure is insanely good, but she's very vulnerable to burst. Maybe we can kind of equalize that a little bit. Yeah, something to consider. We'll jump ahead. We'll go back to Wuyong because I think it's a good fitting one to end on. Zen is the one where they tried 275 HP. They said, Zen's too fragile. Let's give him 25 HP. I don't think it was an unreasonable decision by any means, but he was immediately broken. I guess Zen is a good example of like, it was a good intentions to give him 25 more HP because it did directly address his weak point. But it's my example of why 25 HP is such a dangerous tool, because he was insanely strong. He was insanely strong. So it's a good example of even when it's the quote-unquote right change, 25 HP up or down is an insane buff or nerf to a character. And it's the sledgehammer problem of 25 HP. Doesn't mean that's always a bad change. It's just one that you have to be very careful with. If we gave Moira back 250, we would absolutely have to make some significant changes to the character. Otherwise, we'd have a problem. Now, to wrap things up here, as my stream is red barring here, I think we're back. Wuyong. Now, really this change kind of provoked this entire topic because I don't think it's something that I've seen talked about in my little circle as much as I'd like to. It's certainly not something that I've put enough thought into myself. I understand looking at Wu Yang's kit and saying the large portion of his value comes through primary fire. You can even look at the charge time with his primary fire and say, hey, this is a character that is supposed to operate at range. And I would agree within some sort of nuance, that's probably true. But then I also looked at the character with both his ultimate, with his wave, crucially, and even his movement. And I said, yeah, this is a character, even the sustain of his movement, and said, this is a character, we've even had perk ideas where wave could do a little bit of damage when you run through somebody with your shifting current, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, yeah, this character feels like if anything is a problem with Wu Yang, it's maybe the raw amount of heal sustain or maybe how forgiving the splash damage is at range. Playing into Wu Yang when he's just hitting you orbs from across the map, it's not necessarily the shots themselves that's an impressive. If you're able to hit the shot, sure, but if he misses the shot, the splash is too forgiving, and it wasn't necessarily that the guy was unkillable, with the exception of the wave rebounds, right, which they did address. It's like they looked at it and they're like, well, let's just cut him off of the knees. I think this character has a kind of a hybrid. He's not a Juno. He's not a Kiriko. I think he deserves 250. Booing's problem is the instant movement from the dash. That's actually, yeah, I mean, it's a question to consider. Is that where his survivability comes from too much, from the instant movement with the dash? Maybe so. Going Wooing to 250 to 225, it feels, I won't say heavy-handed from like a win rate standpoint. Like, we need to not get distracted by Wooing is OP, deserves a nerf. Yeah, okay, sure. Of course he deserves a nerf. But I don't know. This character seems way more middle of the road for me. He's way more involved than a lot of the other more ranged supports. Even some of his cooldowns and kit complements that. And I just don't feel like 225 fits the character. What it's going to do is it's going to discourage Wu Yangs from taking as aggressive angles, which was the most interesting aspect of the kit, sit in the back, dump heal resource, and hit shots, burst damage across the map. All these things which are already frustrating to play versus if you didn't like the character, and that's it. I don't think it's as egregious as some of the other characters, but it is another example of, I think, the developers missing the mark. I think he deserves the HP. I think he deserves the HP. I think we should tune down the damage a little bit, encourage the more thought-provoking, interesting rotation, risk-taking playstyle, hitting waves. I mean, even the fact that his wave damage scales off of proximity, right? This is not a cooldown to be used at range most of the time. And yet, I have no motivation to get close to you anymore because there's no reward for it. I would much rather if they left him at 250, nerfed other aspects of his primary fire, maybe increase the charge speed so that he's able to develop charge maybe 3 or 4 meters closer so you can more consistently duel in those ranges, or reduce wave cooldown, reduce heal resource. There's like so many granular little things that they could do with this character's kit to lean into something that's, frankly, just a little bit different. And I guess that's my final point here, is the reason why I've been leaning towards this is because it's not just that I, as a developer, as a content creator or coach, disagree with the developer's vision with a lot of these characters. My point is that, one, I think that their HP changes are directly opposite to how the character's clearly designed, and you can see because the changes that they do don't work. Like, putting Cassie at 250 just doesn't work, and it obviously doesn't work when you see how the character is still frustrating to play versus. You look at something like Sojourn, 225 doesn't work, and it obviously doesn't work. But beyond that, I think that it is concerning to me that we have reverted Season 9 by the bias being overwhelmingly in the direction of subtracting HP and keeping the burst or even tuning up the burst and range as a whole. Freya has remained relatively burst focused. Cassidy has kept his range. Farah has maintained her high damage output at ranges. Sojourn's kept her rail. Sombra has retained her burst. You can go down the list here, guys. Like every single character has retained, in some point, Wu Yang to an extent as well, has retained a lot of their burst, and it feels like more often than not that we keep leaning into, let's keep the characters as glass cannons, as characters that poke, or are not as engaging, and just dial it back, keep maintaining the burst. And to me, it's like, are we sure? Like, why do we keep doing this? So maybe it's just luck of the draw. Maybe it's just my perspective or my bias, but it really seems to me that we're more willing to take away HP and maintain the burst than the other way around. And that has led to a host of huge problems and things. So my point is that there's nothing wrong with 225 HP. It's by far the best aspect of Season 9. My point being is that you need to look carefully at the character's design as a whole and decide whether 225 makes sense or whether there are other aspects of the character that are pain points. And that I think I would challenge the Blizzard developers to be aware of a pretty clear bias towards maintaining burst and poke at the expense of mobility and short-range potential. I'm not a brawl slop enjoyer by any means. But when I look at the most fun aspects of characters like Wu Yang, like Lucio, like Genji, like even Freya, I'm not satisfied by hitting 2 taps from across the map. That's not the highlight of my career, you know? Same thing with Sojourn, right? Popping ult and sniping from 55 meters across with my ult, right? That's by far the most frustrating aspect of playing versus the character. So it's risk, it's finding health to do that, and it's also consistent with Season 9. Where the goal was to make a game more economic and more resource trade focused and less just about burst. And I think they've kind of failed at that mark since then. So. Mobility creep leads to HP nerf. I would say the opposite. I'd say it's been burst creep or lack of addressing the burst creep. Hanzo's one-shot, Widow's one-shot. I mean, you look back to, like, basically they've either reverted the vast majority of one-shots or left them relatively intact. By one-shot, I'm being very liberal with the term. Hack virus and so on, you know? I just find the game a lot more interesting when there are characters that are allowing... Not everybody has to play it my way, of course. I think we need our Anas and our Zens and our Ashes. But I like characters that, if by design, have some way of getting their hands dirty, that they're allowed to do so. And then from like a professional player perspective, to me, it's really boring that we only really consistently have Brigitte Lucio as our short-range control supports. Like when you nerf Wu Yang to 225, you're actively discouraging those double flex comps. Because you have a character that is just too fragile 225 HP characters. And there's just going to be a lot of maps where that's just not good enough, right? And there's not an accident that we're not seeing Life Weaver anymore since they nerfed his HP. You can't freaking play 250 HP Weaver without the 10 health passive and pro play. You just can't do it. He's gone. The one time that we saw Weaver, now, I'm not a huge Weaver fan myself, but he was in a much better spot, you know? So, anyway, that's my take. I wish that they'd make those adjustments. I wish that they'd consider that here. Because the problem is, it's not just the fact that I don't agree with the HP changes. It's the fact that every single frustrating aspect of playing into Mercy, playing into Weaver, playing into Wu Yang, playing into Sojourn, playing into Cassidy, playing into Freya, these things are all still intact. Basically completely intact. And instead, we just have characters that are frustrating to play versus and are 43% win rate. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitten. Come on up. Here you go. Is Wu Yang not a main support? No. Not in the traditional sense, no. He's being played by people that play Lucio. But a main support's definition is a character that can control more short-range space. When you don't see Lucio Brigitte being played, it's because those characters are not strong enough to be justified, or the other characters are so strong. Okay. I would argue that damage mitigation, healing creep, and mortality spin power creep way more. I completely disagree. We've had, if anything, more nerfs to things like Suzu and Lamp, and more nerf to sustain as a whole. So I don't understand the argument that when you have characters like Sojourn, who has had her one shot restored through her perk, Freya as a design, Echo with her sticky perks and her primary fire tightened, Ashe with her major perks, Sombra getting her opportunist hack damage boost reinstated, May's breakpoints changing back to 2-tap, Pharah's rocket perk damage boost for 2-tapping. I think Junkrat's received a couple. I think Junkrat was not able to 2-tap with primary fire in 250. I might be wrong with that. Might correct me if I'm wrong with that. Characters like Wu Yong and so on. I think pretty clearly, like, at the very least, it's been 50-50 here. So, I mean, we could have this conversation about burst damage versus sustain. I'm sure both have gone up. Who cares? Soldier with 275 would be interesting, but I don't think it really addresses his main problem. I don't think he really needs it. I think he operates more in that medium range, and he's more of a rotational character, wants to kind of keep you at arm's length, so I don't think he needs it. I would much rather see his healing station without the perk function a lot better, and even stuff like being able to reload while running. Tracer 6 damage, yeah. Vinther, I've thought about that, but I find that because doing patch analysis like this are not my full-time job, that I would have a really hard time doing a good, fully high-quality patch without that taking all of my time. Like, I would need to be a developer for like 2 or 3 weeks in my, kind of in my brain, right? So what I try to do is I selectively prepare and think about specific points that I like or don't like to provide arguments. It's like the Roadhog debate. Like, I put a lot of time that week thinking and debating and bringing up discussions about Roadhog, because that's all I had time for. It's like one specific topic, one specific facet, because I have so many other things that I have to do. Whereas if I were to do like a full patch, I would need to devote, a couple of weeks like a real developer to actually think all the things through, So, but it's it's something maybe we'll do one day. Isn't part of Soldier's issues that other hits can just be in range wise? Yes. Mm-hmm. You could argue that Soldier's in some ways like Reinhardt, where some of the context around Soldier makes him frustrating. He has really bad matchups versus a lot of characters that overly contest him at medium range. Sojourn, Hanzo's to an extent because of Storm Arrow, Cassidy, stuff like that, yeah. If you nerfed Cassidy's fall-off range, reintroduced 275 HP, nerfed or dealt with Sojourn's rail a little bit, a couple of quality of life changes, I think Soldier would be fine. Mm-hmm. Because I think what they've done with Soldier in terms of perks, maybe there's a... Jeez, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole again today, but am I the only one that's kind of concerned about the tendency to just like, we've been burying a lot of changes behind perks instead of like base kits? And that was one of our initial criticisms of perks early on. And I think for the most part, it was okay. But then as of this past patch isn't really doing us a lot of favors with that. It's like, I think the worst one for me was the Reaper change. Why are we nerfing his Wraith form to compensate for another perk? That's kind of concerning, no? Like, does that not, like... And the funny thing about it is it's a perk that is a must pick anyway, because the other perk is so horrendously bad. Ban serving as balance crutch. True. I agree with that as well, but I have less problems with that because it actively... I get what you're saying. Like, you have to look within the ban system as a solution for sure. I mean, I guess I have criticisms of both. I like perks, but perks cannot be used as compensation. I like bans, but bans cannot be compensation. You know what I'm saying? Like, both are fine. Let's make sure that we're addressing root issues here. They are not crutches, and recently there's been some crutching going on here. Maybe not intentionally, but that's definitely the perception that I'm getting, which is a little bit concerning. I don't think Zarya's win rate rivaled Wu Yong's, did it? I screenshot it before, and I think she was kind of middling. Let me pull it up here to make doubly sure. Yeah, she's middling. I mean, she's quite strong in the right hands. I don't think a lot of players know how to leverage that, but it did in GM. Well, I mean, I think the GM matters, but it's hard to argue with that. That's a difficult decision to make for sure. 57% in GM right now. Right now, you guys got to let numbers cook. We're not looking at stats. You should not be looking at stats right now. Are you saying before it was? Okay, last patch, yeah. Then that is ridiculous. Yes. Okay, then I agree with you there. I agree with you there. Got it. How much of mobility strength recently has been due to map picks? Definitely map voting for sure in higher ranks. Because people just like more mobility focused maps in higher ranks. But I also think it's just because a lot of hit scans are just like really bad. Like 225 HP Sojourn, 250 HP Cassidy, etc. Like those characters have like decent pick rates even in lower ranks. And so if they're not good, that's a huge, huge buff to any other DPS. Venture, Tracer, Torb, Sem, Reaper, Genji, freaking Ashe was like a top, 6 or 7 DPS. You know what I'm saying? Like the basically the floor was voided and anything that could fill the gap was there, you know? Yeah, I want more active changes to base kits that, especially if there's a vision. And that's always been my criticism of Overwatch for like the last 3 years. It's like they've done well with so many things. But the thing that I want to see more reworks, minor or major. I want to see tweaks here and there that make characters more fundamentally interesting and more healthy to play versus and as. And I feel like these new systems have really put a damper on that. Like we have ground to a halt. When's the last decent attempt at a rework that we've had? Pharah, that was a pretty involved rework, and I think that one was mostly successful. I know not everyone loves Pharah, but I think she's way better than she was before. Like, way better than she was before. I'm looking through the list right now of heroes here. I mean, it's nobody, right? Like, am I crazy? Maybe Malga? Malga. I think Malga. You're like, oh, but Malga didn't get reworked. Malga has basically been reworked. Malga or Lifeweaver? Although Lifeweaver, they freaking reverted some of the things that they made him good, which sucks. But Malga's gotten a lot better. I think that's it, though, no? Weaver was partial, lost a lot of it. Malga is good. I think that's it, no? Yeah, I think that's it. Ball, yep, true. Ball, a little bit of ball stuff. More like quality of life stuff, but yeah. But yeah, really light. Like we had early on, going into Overwatch 2, we had a Doomfist rework. We had an Orisa rework. We had some significant Ryan adjustments going into Overwatch 2. I mean, we're going into a new game, so it's a little bit unfair. But some pretty significant changes to Winston. We had Bastion rework. We had, I guess, Pharah rework. Some pretty significant tweaks, a bunch of these characters. Sombra, a bunch of Sombra reworks. Symmetra rework. Tor, not a rework, no. Symmetra rework, I think, was relatively good. Brigitte rework, which was great. Yeah. So I think Malga, Lifeweaver were probably the most two recent, and the last official rework was Pharah back in season 9, I think. So, yeah. Do you think the burst damage dueling special support's getting too close to the capability? I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, Hog rework was just a big fat failure, but that was before Malga and Lifeweaver stuff. Secro analysis, yep, it's in the process of being editing. Yeah, I think the successful reworks in terms of maybe they're not your favorite characters, but are definitely a much better state. Weaver overall was as sad as I am recently. He's definitely in a much better state. Brig was a very good rework, I think. Bastion's in a much better state. Pharah's in a much better state. I do think Doomfist is in a better state. I think he has some major issues, but it's better than DPS Doomfist. Malga's much better. Yeah. Most of their attempts have been successful. Most of their attempts have been very successful, even if partially. Which is kind of why I'm like, dude, like, Malga's a great example of them. They never did an official rework of Malga. They just patched him to death. And the same thing with Weaver. That's why I'm so tilted. I'm like, guys, you did this with Malga. You did this kind of with Weaver. Can we not do this with other characters too? You looked at what made Malga fun to play and frustrating to play versus and did a lot of pretty decent work to make it better. And it's like, dude, like, where are those efforts of the other characters? I feel like there's so many patches that are just, I hate to use the term wasted because obviously those resources are going elsewhere. But personally, I would love way more resources to go into, I don't know, man, like doing those partial adjustments and changes, you know? I just realized that like basically every support player has, or hero has brown eyes. I don't know what color EDRA's eyes are. We'll call them like hazel, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 12. And the other one doesn't even have eyes. I guess it makes sense. Isn't that like the most common eye color by far? Have they ever moved a perk into a hero kit? I don't know. But that's my point. Like, when I did the whole problem with perks video a while back, and that will get posted at some point. My problem with perks is I want transformative perks to be perks, but I want everything else to not be perks. Like, I want us to nerf perks so that we can buff heroes. I want power crept heroes, not power crept perks. I want all the things that are really good on perks to be base kit, or at least some of them, you know? I don't know, but we're getting off the goop here. It's like, I want Soldier to reload on the move. And then if you got to nerf other aspects of the character, okay. You know? Why am I talking Italian? I don't know. No, I look at, like, I'm trying to think what are some other ones. Like, Zarya's alt fire perk, the verticality, I think would be, well, maybe that one's more transformative. Maybe we don't need that one as much. But there's a lot of things in there that I think would love to see, you know? Just make the characters more interesting to play. Especially perks that, like, it feels like the character really relies off of, you know? Yeah. Anyway. What are we doing? We were gonna do you guys want, let's do the pro analysis. Let's do the pro analysis. I've been wanting to do this for a while. I guess we could just wrap up any last discussion before we do the fun review stuff. Where is the Infekted? There isn't. Where's the link there? I'm honestly tempted to look at this Marvel Rivals video. Should I do it, chat? How long is it? Because oh, maybe we should look at it. Okay, it's got a ton of views for 1K subscribers. We should definitely look at it. We should look at it. I'm going to hate watch a Marvel Rivals video for the first time in like 6 months. Thank you, Fayetteville. My hair is kind of bushy. I shampooed this morning and it turned out to be a choice of all time. Let me change the stream title. How do I compete multiple contrasting goals in my life? Like how to organize? But one of the biggest things that I can tell you to do is use periodization. So like, don't try to work on all of your skills at the same time, unless those skills are like brainless. So for example, basically every day, I take walks and I watch video essays and I do like some physical therapy stuff for knees and ankle isometrics, and I read fun books and I stretch and I red light therapy and I, check Spilo 2 comments once a week to make sure there's nothing inappropriate or insulting the students. There's a lot of brainless work once per week. You know what I'm saying? Those things I can do every week without exception. But then there's certain things like every day or every week that really require more attention than others. And so I make sure that I don't do too many of those things at once. Like this week has been very much a leave open space for season 19, whatever may happen. And then whatever does change, thanks Ludes, I'm like able to give it my full attention. For example, this week, there was like a lot of goof ups with coaching. Like there were a lot of no-shows and people messed up rescheduling. And then I accidentally forgot to block out a time slot. And then I had to do some preparation for some projects earlier and later in the week. And so there just ended up being a lot more coaching and like et cetera content work this week. But then there's weeks where I'm like less busy so I can spend more time preparing new things. But yeah, periodization is really important. Like whatever you want to put emphasis on for like 2, 3, 4 weeks, try to do that and then change as necessary, you know? So, but yeah, okay. Something that was like really important for lifting and so on, and I think it applies to mental energy as well. Let's ADHD this at 1.1. Let's Hatewatch. Ow, my freaking hand. Okay, let's take a look. Marvel Rivals has a hero design problem. This thing has an insane amount of views, 207,000, which I think is more views than anything. No, I think I have. Do I have more than that? I don't know. But yeah, Blue Zerg, what do you got for me, my friend?
I am ready to put on a show. I am ready to put on a show.
Oh no! It's like I was literally thinking of this meme right here. This is literally the meme I was thinking of.
Disappear. I am ready to put on a show. We are undefeatable.
All right. What's the joke that Flats always says? I told you so. I was right. I was always right. They hated me for months, for years. I'd freaking you could suck. You're all wrong. I told you. Like within a week, I was like, the tank and support design are problematic. No, shut the frick up. I was in the alpha, gave them feedback, ignored. I was in the beta, gave them feedback, ignored. I reached out to the community manager, ghosted. Frick you. Mobile game, mumble watch, poop cheeks. Listen, I will gladly admit, I've been wrong about a lot of things, but Rivals, no.
Marvel Rivals, everyone's new favorite game to hate. Let me preface that I don't hate Rivals. I've been playing it since it came out, and I have no plans to stop. But the more I've played, the more I've noticed small issues with its hero design that have slowly been rippling into larger problems.
The thing is you can't fix this. Like, I'm sorry. We're not just gonna sit there and watch the video and like go, yeah, I agree with that. Like, you can't fix this. The game is designed to literally Candy Crush your way for hours of your life, accomplishing nothing. You're not designed to engage. The neutrals are by design irrelevant. It is designed for dopamine, engagement, button mashing, clickety-clackety clunkety. You are not expected to be punished for your errors. You're just expected to, like people are like, nerf support ults. Why? That's what you're playing it for. More clickety-clackety clunkety. That's why you play the game. Dude, I remember freaking people were like, yeah, well, I really like Psylocke's ultimate, but I think it would be a little bit better if she had like, the Genji style. I'm like, no, you're not expected to think. Shut up and press Q. Shut up and press Q. It's what the game is designed to do. Maximum dopamine. Listen, I don't think it's always a bad thing. We all, at the end of a tired day, sometimes just want to go in, turn off our brain, and play Call of Duty campaign. You know what I'm saying? Play freaking whatever the new one is, turn your brain off, pwn some noobs. We don't always need nuance with everything, but don't sit here and tell me this is a competitive hero design, okay? Sometimes you just want to play Bloons Tower's Defense on easy mode and make the most ridiculously powerful, goofy tower combo possible and just turn our brain off. That's what Rivals is. It was never intended to be anything but. I don't blame the game for being this way. I blame jackasses for thinking that it was anything but that when it was literally immediately obvious from day one of the alpha. Literally day one. I'm looking at these characters support, sustain without ultimates. I'm like, oh my gosh, I literally cannot punish these guys if they're not literally not paying attention. Like this is like Overwatch support ult level of single target sustain. This is how the game is designed. And if you like that because you're too busy and tired from your work and you've got other things that you want to put on, I am a brainlet. I do stupid brainless things because it's fun and relaxing. It just doesn't happen to be Rivals usually. The problem is that people are like acting like this is the chess of, no, it's nothing. It's brainless. Enjoy it for what it is. It's the Fast and Furious of movies, okay? It's like somebody watches like, oh, it's just slop. It's designed to be slop. Enjoy the slop. Everybody I know enjoys slop to an extent, but don't pretend it's not. It's slop. It's Gooner, Zoomer, Marvel fanboy soy jack slop. Okay? That's fine. But it is what it is. Okay? Holy crap.
Rivals overall game design. At the time of writing this video, it's the very
Nano for you,
beginning
think
of
of the
season
sub.
3. So some of the things I say may or may not be.
And the reason why I'm saying this is because a lot of these critiques, I understand that there's some nuance and they could dial back some things, but like you would literally have to fundamentally change the entire design of the game, which is never going to happen. Sign me up. Never going to happen to fix the actual root issue. You will not. They would, and that's why they're like the devs just don't listen, because what you're asking for isn't the design of the game. It's like asking for like freaking Candy Crush to have this complicated drafting system. It's not designed to do that, jackass. 10 seconds, 12 seconds support ult, it doesn't matter. That's what you're playing for, bro. You're not playing the nuanced, complicated strategy game. You're literally supposed to turn your brain off. So don't ask for them to change that, because they won't.
Outdated, as I don't expect this video to be finished before season 3.5 is out. Many rivals.
I mean, imagine how many things you would have to change to do that. You'd literally have to rework almost every character from scratch. Every ultimate, sustain output, map design, holy crap. The way banning works in this game, the entire rank system, the length of cooldowns, the quantity of cooldowns, the quality of cooldowns, the tank DPS support, open queue, fill in the blank.
Players are also Overwatch players, but comparing rivals to Overwatch has been done to death already, and I was never much of an Overwatch player.
Monsieur, does this mean Overwatch is back?
Please do it, please. Please, 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 please. I do find this really funny.
No.
So for the sake of this video, I'll be comparing rivals to the game that got me into hero shooters, Paladins.
That's funny.
Now Paladins is also far from perfect. It has a lot of its own issues, to say the least. Anyone even remotely familiar with this game knows that it's not exactly up to modern, or even old quality standards for that matter. Frankly, I'm amazed it lasted as long as it did before they pulled it off life support. That said, when it comes to a strictly hero design standpoint, I firmly believe that Paladins is, with a few exceptions, far better than Rivals. If there's anything in this video that everybody will probably agree on, it's that support ults are terrible. It's become a meme in the community about how half of the rival support ults are all just a big circle of invincibility with very little counterplay. But my concern isn't just that these ults are too strong or even...
Hint, it's not just because of the frequency of the heroes that they have to release, although that is a contributing factor.
Boring. It's that every single strategist ult heals your team, or at the very least is capable of directly keeping them alive, with Jeff being the only real exception, even though he does technically heal. The problem...
Yeah, I love that they added that for Jeff. That just brings me so much glee. It's just you can't make it up.
The problem with this is that it hurts the identity of each strategist. Of the 13 supports...
They don't have identities! They're Caucasian females with giant sustain globes! Their identity is the color of their naked butt cheeks on the screen! Congrats! You played yourself, jackass! All my dive characters have... No! They're all the same!
And Paladins, only 4 do significant healing with their ultimates, with 7 doing no healing at all. In Paladins, the purpose of a support ult isn't to keep your team alive, it's to set up your team for success. Exhibit A is Furia, whose ult gives her entire team 30% increased damage and movement speed. Or Maldamba, who throws a bomb that causes enemies to run away in fear. The point I'm trying to make is that these ults provide value outside of raw healing output. Their purpose is to give their team an opportunity to either get eliminations or to get out of danger, rather than just doing it for them. These ults have potential for massive team plays, but it's also easy to whiff most of them. Maybe your team doesn't attack with you when you pop Furia's ult, Maybe you just miss with your Damba Bomb. There's a level of risk and reward that just isn't there in
Sounds
Rivals.
familiar,
At
right?
most, you might get hit by a Magneto or Iron Man counter ult, but that's about it. The majority of the Rivals roster can't do anything but just wait until they're allowed to do something again. It isn't fun to play, and it especially isn't fun to play against. Something else that just kinda irks me about how ults work in this game is how inconsistent their windups are. Some characters have long windups and others fire instantly, and it feels almost random between heroes. Obviously, team wiping abilities
Dude,
like
every single
Wanda-
time I open Reddit on my phone, literally every time, I'm greeted with, oh, coincidentally, the first frame of a female character's butt on a Marvel Rivals ad.
or Iron Man are gonna have long
Every
windups.
single time. Every single time. It's not fan service. Well, gee, what a coincidence. Every single ad I've seen. Who would have thought?
So then why does Hawkeye have almost the same time as Iron Man? Why does Groot fire instantly? Why does Spider-Man fire instantly? Why does Hulk have a long windup despite arguably having the worst ult since launch? Sure, it's a negligible issue, but it still just doesn't make any sense. As a Paladins player going into Rivals, something I had to get used to was counterpicking. In Paladins, you lock your hero at the start, and that's who you've got until the game is over. I've seen people describe Rivals as a sort of dance of constant counterpicking. You need to understand what subclass each hero is and know how to play with your team's and the enemy team's compositions. If Rivals has dance design, then I'll say that Paladins has clash design. Since there's no swapping in Paladins, you need to make do with who you have, a large part of that being through the item shop and loadout systems. Even if a character on
counterplay.
the enemy team counters you,
Interesting.
it's still possible
I
to
don't know
get
anything about
value
Paladins. This is all
or
news to
even
me.
outperform the person who's technically supposed to counter you, but only if you play your
We
cards
like
right.
that.
The
That sounds
system is
cool.
much more reliant on player performance and strategy than it is in Rivals, where you can hard counter a hero simply by existing as another hero. I'm not going to say that one of these designs is objectively better than the other overall. They each have their own strengths and weaknesses, and much of it does come down to personal preference. But with each update, more and more of the weaknesses of Rivals design appear to me, and if NetEase doesn't course correct, then it will continue to get worse. As I was writing this
feel like I
section
kinda
on design,
front-loaded my
I remembered
discussion.
an
I'm
old
just
video I
listening right
saw
now.
years ago called An Actual Review of Overwatch and Paladins from Shammy. I went and rewatched it, and I realized that a lot of the things Shammy criticized Overwatch for all the way back in 2018 also apply to Rivals today. If you want the most detailed, go watch the original video, but for the purposes of my
heard
video,
this
the
one.
most relevant point was about how each Overwatch hero is designed around a very specific and narrow purpose.
Every character feels as though they're designed to fulfill a single specific job, which is good in the sense that it keeps heroes from being redundant, and if nothing else, you have to hand it to Blizzard for being great businessmen. Assigning every character a specific role makes the game significantly easier to get into, because the second you pick a hero, it's hard not to understand what you're supposed to be doing. But the catch there is that what you're supposed to be doing is the only thing you can do.
I mean, that's true. That's true. That's true. And up until a lot of Overwatch 2 designs, a lot of what people like myself have been pushing for is the opposite of this, right? And they hated me for it, but it's true. It's true. Doesn't mean that Overwatch was as easy as Rivals or that they share every similarity, but in that aspect, I mean, I'd argue that a lot of supports and Rivals basically operate the same, but yeah, sure, okay.
The kits given to Overwatch's heroes are generally pretty fun to play around with, but by streamlining them to this degree, Blizzard has carved out a distinct, correct way to play each of them, and I can't help but see that as a misunderstanding of what makes hero-based games interesting long-term. I love some of the playstyles they've carved out. Perfectly timing Zarya bubbles and face-tanking damage to keep your energy up so that you can melt enemies is incredibly fun and satisfying to pull off consistently, but when it's all you're doing in every game, it gets stale pretty quickly. Heroes
True.
in Overwatch are meant to be played as, not with. I don't have a playstyle with Zarya. Zarya has a playstyle. The only
True.
major benefits of streamlining to this degree is that it theoretically makes balancing easier, because you can directly nerf and buff a hero's single defining
The thing that Overwatch 2 has done better with is it's not really changed the fact that you can have different playstyles for the character, because I don't really think that that's necessarily true. I think there's a little bit more creativity with expression. I think the thing that Overwatch 2 has done better is that it feels a little bit more difficult to reach that optimal playstyle, and making those optimal decisions in the moment becomes increasingly more difficult to do. I think a good example of this is Hazard. Knowing how to angle with Hazard. How do you use block? How do you use wall? When do you slash? When do you jump? Who do you shoot? If you were to slow down the game to 0.01 speed, you could probably almost always make the optimal decision, but it comes really difficult to do that optimally. Like wall as a Hazard cooldown is an inherently dynamic ability that can be used in multiple different ways. And even if in each instance there is a probably objectively best way to use it, there's still a lot of creative freedom about which one you want to use, and you don't have to. It's so difficult to know how to optimally use it. You're not expected to optimally use it. And you can keep going with this. Wu Yang was, in theory, initially the same, right? Juno, the same, right? There's just a lot more nuance with that. And I think Perks has attempted to try to introduce more play style into it. But my vision of Perks is I still think that with most perks, they're in most situations the optimal perk choice, but good perks allow for a different way of expressing your skill. I think a good example of this one would be like, I don't know, Bastion, right? Like Bastion, in certain situations, it's probably better to always choose the other perk. But then you have way more little abilities, little buttons, little interactions that makes the execution significantly harder to reach. And so there's like that infinite skill setting that you can keep reaching for and never quite eventually hit. I don't think that every character, a hero game has to be, everything has the MOBA-esque rollout. Every game is completely different than the other one because you can completely change your character from scratch. But I do think that if you are going to have a character design that has a specific goal, it needs to be, I won't say esoteric. It needs to be challenging enough to where getting to that optimal execution is almost unattainable. It needs to be almost unattainable to be able to do the optimal thing at all times. And if it is consistently attainable, like Mercy, it is almost always optional to make the perfect play at all times, then I think you have a problem with hero design. I think it's fine to have Overwatch with stark hero designs that have very varied, in any given moment, knowing what the right thing to do is the challenge, right? Even if what ultimately there is an objectively right thing to do.
Strength rather than dealing with the intricacies of an actual kit.
But he's correct that the play style isn't necessarily something that there isn't really a play style that you just play the character optimally, but to do so is incredibly difficult. And it's not just from a mechanic standpoint either, not just, you have to hit all of your shots. Like, it's more than that.
Dance design, as it's applied in Rivals, limits players' skill expression. Heroes are designed specifically to counter and to be countered.
And I'll say one other thing as well. Your ability to outplay and express yourself through a character is a lot easier when there's a lot of different strengths and weaknesses of the character. It is not just one thing the character does. It is the hybrid of multiple different things at the same time, and you can lean into either one of those things.
I didn't say they're designed with strengths and weaknesses.
While flanking Reinhardt isn't a playstyle necessarily, it's you using the mobility of the character to try to hit people with your hammer. That's kind of how Ryan plays always. You're just choosing the more high-risk situation over the more low-risk situation. The argument that's being made here is that if you looked at each given situation, you could decide whether the high-risk or the low-risk is objectively better and probably come up with a good answer to that. But you're right to the fact that because Reinhardt has more consistent mobility than he used to, there are more options available, and it becomes more difficult to decide which one is optimal.
The reason I say this is that sometimes Rivals feels less like a hero shooter and more like an obnoxiously long game of rock, paper, scissors. In any conversation about counters, eventually someone's going to bring up Black Panther, and nobody's going to agree on a single thing. My problem with Panther isn't that he's too strong or that he has too many counters. My problem with Panther is that his kit is just stupid. His kit is not designed in a way that allows for any creative or flexible usage.
Thank you. I literally played this character for 2 days on beta, and then all of a sudden I saw the light and I realized that I'm literally doing the same combo over and over and over again. I'm not even allowed to mix up the combo that much because a combo-oriented character should be go A, B, C, B. It's just the same order over and over and over again. Is that it? And then I stopped playing Black Panther.
Plenty of creative thinking that you can do with his mobility and positioning options, but that more or less goes for every hero. With each match, you'll see the same repetitive combos out of him over and over again, with very little variation. And don't get me wrong, I'm not blaming Panther players for doing this. They have to do this if they want to get value out of their character. It's just how he works. And that's the problem. To get a kill on a full health support, you almost always need to burn through every single one of his cooldowns at once. His kit might as well not even exist outside of his cooldowns. His passive is negligible at best, his primary earned him the name Tickle Monster, and his ultimate is effectively just a third spear. Panther is unique in that nobody can agree if—
No, Overwatch 1 Doomfist, I was a very problematic character, but Overwatch 1 Doomfist had way more. You could slam engage, you could punch engage, you could uppercut engage, you could use 2 cooldowns, you could use 1, you could use 3. Doomfist, Overwatch 1 Doomfist was actually so unbelievably oppressive because it was almost impossible to predict how he was going to engage. You did not, Overwatch 1 Doomfist was the opposite of flowchart engage. Now, I think he was extremely problematic because he was very feast or famine, like to a ridiculous extent, but he was absolutely not flowchart.
If he's overpowered, or
It wasn't just tech. It was just like, do you punch engage here? Do you slam then uppercut? Do you slam then punch then uppercut? Do you punch then uppercut then slam out? Even just targeted versus non-targeted slam, reticle slam was a huge thing.
underpowered. Panther players say he does no damage and has way too many counters. Support players say he's way too fast to ever react to. But here's the thing. They're both correct.
That's good.
A good Panther is nearly impossible to track, but the aforementioned thing can theoretically shut down Panther.
My favorite part about watching those support clips is they're absolutely right that the burst damage is really ridiculous, but it's funny watching how like unbelievably, like you guys, the supports literally don't have any peripheral vision awareness at all. To be fair, Overwatch is really good with like map design and even audio design, so you can hear people approaching a lot better than rivals. But it's actually hilarious how like supports will complain about Panther, which is again deserved, but they literally do not even try to anticipate or predict. Like in Overwatch, it's like, hello, the Genji's there, the Tracer's there, even the Sombra, right? Like you, it's your job to not die to that guy. And it's like Rivals like, It's like, well, you know they're on Panther. You know what he's going to do. He's not even like Genji, Tracer, or Sombra where there technically he could be off-angling your tank. It's like he can't do anything to anybody but you. So, and he can't do it all the time either. So where do you think he is? It's like, it's just crazy. Like the players are so bad. They're so bad. But yeah, I mean, I'm not defending the hero design. But we've already talked about that. But
just by existing, like I said earlier. Panther has a lot of counters. Everyone should agree with this. But counters are not counterplay. Unlike most
True.
other dive characters, Panther requires
video
the
is
entire enemy
spicy.
team to
I'm
play
liking this
around
video.
him. Tanks, DPS, supports, they all need to be actively paying attention to where he is at all times. The thing hard counters Panther...
I don't agree with that. So from my limited experience playing versus Panther, it's been a long time, so correct me if I'm wrong. If the support is really good and or is aware, you can deny a lot of the Panther engages if you know where he is and you're tracking his position. Now, again, that may be too hard, but I don't think it needs to be a team issue to deal with Panther. I hear that argument all the time with Overwatch. It's not true in Overwatch. I don't think it's necessarily true with Rivals, but I'm not honestly too sure. So I will admit ignorance
on paper, but in order to actually do that, the thing needs to essentially babysit his supports, or else he can't get to them in time to save them, which means the thing is already losing value by not being on the front.
Well, this is the problem with Diva, right? Like you see this problem with Overwatch 2 right now, where a lot of Diva players are obsessed with peeling when they just, as a support player, it's your job to defend your own life, really.
Lines. In a perfect scenario with perfect teamwork, Panther is borderline unusable, but that just isn't the case 99% of the time. You can say skill issue all you want, but that's just ignoring the problem. A hero can't just be theoretically counterable, they need to be reasonably counterable. The difference between Panther and the other dive DPSs is that Panther is made to be countered before he attacks you. If he gets close enough to hit you, the fight might as well be over already. There's no outplaying someone with him. He either instantly kills you, or he doesn't. And either way, there's rarely counterplay involved from either side. A Panther is more likely to just miss his dash than the person being attacked is to land a stun on him. This sums up the biggest difference between dive DPS in Rivals and...
And this is what Season 9 was supposed to address a little bit with Overwatch, which we talked about earlier, but yeah.
Flanks and Paladins. Flanks have high burst damage, but it's low enough for the person being attacked to reasonably respond. If the person being attacked is skilled enough, they survive. If not, they die. It's about performance and not prediction. Now, that's not to say that prediction shouldn't be a factor when it comes to dive. It absolutely should be. It needs to be. But it shouldn't be the only factor. Prediction should give you an edge over the person attacking you. It should help you survive. It shouldn't be the singular reason you're able to survive.
It's the concept of burst and anticipation should be that being unaware as a support or a DPS or anything should put you in a hole, but not a hole that's going to immediately get you killed without anything that you can do. It's like if a Symmetra catches you off guard with a teleport or whatever, or a Brigitte, you're going to be in a hole and need to disengage the duel. But in theory, you don't die immediately. The argument here is that there's an opposite extreme where being punished by instant and painful death is, even if fair, if you just counterplay me, it's not a fun game design, right? Where you either get one shot or get completely denied. There needs to be some sort of an interest in the engagement that doesn't result in a 5-10 minute fight, but is less than 0.5 seconds, which I think is honestly 100% a true take. We've talked about this many times in other things as well. It's true.
If you're out of position or you blew your survivability cooldowns too early, you should be punished for that. But neither of these things usually matter with BP, because if you didn't see him coming, then you're dead regardless. Again, I'm not here to...
That was the thing that was consistent with DPS Doomfist over Overwatch 1. We talked about the combos were different, and it was much more nuanced with application, but Doomfist would kill you if you did not know he was there, and you would kill him if you did, most of the time. 250 HP is a nothing. Absolutely just melted.
Argue that Black Panther needs a nerf, or even that he's unbalanced in either direction. He's both severely overpowered and underpowered on a case-by-case basis,
that is a correct
which is
take.
why he never gets touched balance-wise. It's impossible to fairly balance him due to how his kit fundamentally...
And the reason why he's impossible to work is not... I'm going to go back to my rant earlier. It's not just the character's combos are formulaic and easy to do and so very easy. It's also the fact that burst damage by design is a rival's focus, because with the amount of sustain, you cannot out damage healing. So dive characters must be burst characters. There is no such thing as a Tracer or a Sustained Pressure of Genji or a Sombra Harass. There is no such thing as a non-burst dive character, not an effective one. Spider-Man, Magic, Black Panther. If you don't essentially one-shot somebody or have utility elsewhere, you cannot function with the position of sustain and earn rivals. Because forcing the support cooldowns, you're dead. You're not going to kill anybody, you're dead. And that is due to, again, the design of the entire game. Iron Fist was strong without burst. That's a fair point, but I honestly don't even know. I've heard so many mixed signals about Iron Fist, but it honestly felt like Iron Fist was, from my understanding, was almost unpunishable half the time. So it was like the opposite problem where he never killed anybody, but he never got killed. So it's like, I guess he could still be a distraction value, but boy, that just feels so unsatisfying to play. And the other thing about Iron Fist as well is that it's just like, there was like really no mechanics to it, like to be honest with you. So it was just like, it was like these cycles of pressure where you're just a tickle monster and then you're unkillable and then you just do it over and over and over again. It felt like the opposite extreme. Like, yeah, it's just like it was like some weird, I don't know. But again, it's like you couldn't kill anything because it just got healed and
functions. Without a major rework, it will continue just being a playground slap fight between...
Again, it all revolves around the design of the game is infinite sustain and long team fights. So... And then these big burst moments, either with ults or with burst characters that make you feel like a superhero. That's just kind of how the game is designed. So it's bad game design from a strategic, serious point, but it does get the dopamine going, you know?
Panther and support players. I recognize that swapping is an inherent part of dance design,
They made Iron Fist
but if the only way to
that's great.
realistically counter one hero is for multiple heroes on the opposing team to swap, then that hero is a problem. I've been ranting about Panther for a while now, but this problem isn't exclusive to him. It's just that he's the worst offender of what I'm talking about with dance design's issues. In Season 2.5, they added Ultron, yet another permanently flying character, making the total amount in Rivals 4. This is especially horrible as a tank main, because every tank in...
The flying one is the perfect one for me, because the flying one, if you guys are around, there was flying characters was one of the big things that people were going, like, absolutely simp mode over with Rivals, where like, oh, Overwatch, they're so scared, and Rivals is like, you know what, screw it, you can fly forever. I just love this brave here, how brave, how beautiful. Oh, it's like, bro, I was like, you guys just wait. It'll take about 4 or 5 months. It took longer than that, to be fair, but like immediately like, oh, flyer. It's like, well, who would have thought? It's like we broke all the game design rules, and because it's flashy and fun and fancy and new, it's cool. But let's be again, I'm not blaming Rivals for this. They knew what they were doing,
Rivals is either melee or has very short range.
They're so slow even when flying. Yeah, it feels terrible. I mean, that's why Iron Man on Alpha or Beta was horrific. He was so incredibly slow. You were like, I'm Iron Man! It was like geriatric Iron Man. I was like, it was
Magneto
hilariously
is the
awful
one
to
and
play.
only tank that can reliably deal with flyers using his primary, and even then he's only meh at doing that. 2 tanks have been added since launch, and neither of them have good range. That's 2 wasted opportunities to fix this issue that
Dude, Mr. Fantastic was so depressing. I actually remember trying him out when he was released and kind of enjoying that nuanced dynamic of the tanky support DPS, and then you're just like, well, I don't have any burst. My ult sucks. I mean, maybe it's changed since the release. This character's not worth playing. And I was like, dang it, dude. I wanted to like that character so much. I was like, and if Rivals was spiritually any other game, I would have really liked it, but this wasn't it. This wasn't it.
Since launch, and neither of them have good range. That's 2 wasted opportunities to fix this issue that NetEase chose not to take. Again, compare this to Paladins and the difference is night and day. It's not hard to have tank variety. They tried to somewhat remedy this by giving the Thing the ability to knock down flyers, but this is a band-aid solution that doesn't address the core issue. Permanently flying characters should not exist. They are a fundamental...
Sorry, but this guy is nailing it. But the biggest thing is I don't know. I mean, I guess he's just making a video discussion, so it's whatever. You're more than welcome to have your opinion. It's like me yelling at the Overwatch devs for design that they clearly disagree with me with. So I guess we're in the same footing there. But I guess my point being is that you're asking for something that is not going to happen.
Mentally
it is
bad
by design.
idea, especially for a game like Rivals, where they need to make kits based around existing characters, many of which couldn't really have a ranged primary.
We don't care. Instead, we're going to make all these characters just be absolute unkillable bruisers and make everybody else miserable. It is by design.
Primary that fits their character. My solution is to rework flyers to work more like Paladin's Drogos or the Overwatch's Pharah. Make them a kind of bouncy...
Oh, if you close your eyes,
jetpack character. If not that, then give them some kind of fuel so they can stay in the air for a limited amount of time. Or maybe the higher they go, the slower they move. Anything that stops them from perpetually being in the sky. Once again, if swapping is the one and only reasonable solution to dealing with a hero merely existing, that hero is a problem. The reason I should have to swap is because someone is playing a hero who counters me, and I'm not good enough to outperform them due to the disadvantage. I shouldn't have to swap because I have literally no other option. Swapping should be based on player performance, not hero viability. Flanderization is the process through which a fictional character's essential traits are oversimplified and exaggerated to the point where they constitute their entire personality.
Dude,
Over the course of a serial work. Does this sound familiar?
Yes.
It should, because it's already happened in Rivals. I've been a Thor main since I started.
It was Rivals. It is Rivals. It's what I've been pushing Overwatch to develop into. It was the criticism that he leveraged versus Overwatch early on.
Playing this game, and it just pains me to see how his balancing has been handled. Thor has never been particularly strong, but he did always have some place within the meta in at least the first few seasons as a solid B-tier character. His issue became that he lacked the survivability of the other tanks. The devs noticed this, and I thought all would be well. Maybe he'd get more health or the shield of some kind. Turns out their solution to this survivability problem was to nerf his survivability, in favor of letting him use Awakening Rune more often. What the fuck? No! Now, obviously, this change did far more harm than good, not just to his viability in the meta, but to Thor's identity as a hero as well. Thor was flanderized in that the rest of his kit was diminished in order to further strengthen.
Isn't Awakening Rune his like little lightning zap things? And wasn't that already like the entire gameplay loop of the character? And like a lot of his like utility, like shift and hammer throw, was like not leveraged enough. That was my impression. I was pretty noob at Thor, but people were convincing me that Thor was a great hero design, and I just hated him. Like I could not. Every time I played Thor, it was like, this character sucks. This character sucks. This character sucks. So yeah,
his already most powerful ability. He was already the highest DPS tank. He did not need a damage increase. The reason I liked Thor in the first place was because he played very similarly to my Paladin's main, Khan. They're both brawler off tanks that are great at applying pressure to off angles, denying the enemy team breathing room, and helping flanks attack the backline. But the more changes Thor gets, the less he plays like this. These changes came at the cost of what made Thor, for little to no benefit in the meta. Gonna put my tinfoil hat on for this one, but I'm beginning to genuinely think that the devs regret making Thor a tank and are now trying to slowly turn him into a duelist. I can't think of any other reason they'd be balancing him like this. All they have to do is just revert him back to how he was before Season 2.5, and maybe give some slight buffs to his HP and ultimate, but for some reason they insist on doing literally anything but that. Thor used to have a well-rounded kit, but they just keep funneling absolutely everything into Awakening Rune. His entire playstyle revolves around Rune now. I just don't get it. Editing Blizzard here. I'm just now finishing up the video, and I saw the patch notes for Season 4 come out. And yes, Season 4. It's taken me an entire season to make this video. Just don't worry about it. Anyway, they've made a lot of changes to Thor since I wrote these paragraphs. In the span of a full season, nothing they've done has really changed my opinion on this. I'm recording this now because I feel like I'm going to get some comments about it. But the first change they made after what I'm talking about was they made it so Thor's bubble knocks down flyers, which, again, it's another thing Band-Aid solution. But sure, it's a buff. It's nice. And then they gave him a Thor Force right after Rune Awakening ends, which, yes, it's technically a survivability increase, but the problem is it's directly tied to Rune. And my point is that his entire kit just revolves around Rune now, and this buff is just adding on to that problem. And then in Season 4, they're giving him a team up with Angela, which it just helps him dive better, I guess. I suppose maybe you could use it as an anchor to get out of a fight or something like that. But I was really hoping, because I was expecting this video to take forever to make. I was praying that something would change with Thor, that they would just give him some kind of actual survivability back, and they didn't. A full season, and they have yet to prove me wrong. But hey, the ult buff is nice, I guess. When it comes to actual duelists, the way some of their kits are handled is just weird to me. The discourse around Black Widow has already been particularly confusing. She's been one of the worst heroes in the game since launch, and most of the discussion around her is a back and forth of, Widow is too weak, she needs to one-shot headshot, and haven't you played Overwatch? One-shot headshots are bad. Like,
Why does Black Widow need a one-shot? She has a ton of her kit. That's actually kind of... I never played much Black Widow, but she has a lot in her kit, a lot more than Widowmaker. But why does she need one-shot, guys? Because if you don't one-shot, it doesn't die in Rivals. Black Widow in Overwatch would function fine. She'd probably be unbelievably strong. But in Rivals, that's not good enough. It's not good enough. You have to get the kill, otherwise it just doesn't matter.
how about we give her more than one actual ability before we start talking about one-shot headshots? She isn't viable because there's no room to realistically do anything outside of just sitting behind your team sniping. Shotgun Widow playstyles would maybe be viable if her batons did literally anything and she had some kind of survivability, but until then, she's just stuck in balance limbo. To me, Hawkeye falls into this category too, although Hawkeye's primary is more than strong enough to make up for his lack of a real kit, but he's still forced into an incredibly specific and limiting playstyle. His exploding arrows are useless outside of very specific cases with his ultimate.
Are they still useless? Are they actually still useless? First off, I remember seeing this and being like, I don't feel like this is going to be viable because AoE pressure, as we already said, isn't good enough because burst or nothing. But are they not still useless? Okay, that's good. Terrain destruction? Meant for terrain breaking. Crazy. Okay, good to know. Thank you.
His hypersonic arrow was lackluster at best, and his crescent slash is just for keeping dive off of him. Punisher, Hela, Phoenix, all just hit scan poke characters. Their roles are so similar that they could all essentially just be the same hero. They are almost entirely interchangeable. Then there's Squirrel Girl. I don't need to explain why she's poorly designed. I get that the game needs some easier entry-level heroes, but like, I think we went a
Better Junkrat.
little overboard here. Going back to supports, it feels like NetEase skipped the trouble and already had them flanderized before they even came out.
True.
Luna Snow,
Wow, I wonder why was that? Why would they do that, NetEase?
Cloak and Dagger, Invisible Woman, Rocket, they're all cartoonishly basic examples of a healer character. These four heroes are almost interchangeable within any given team comp, and a lot of people find them boring to play. The reason for this is very simple. Their primary source of healing all come from spamming left click. Yes, I know Rocket right clicks, but it's the same thing. They're heal bots. Supports do need to put effort into not dying to dive and to paying attention to their surroundings. I'm not saying the support role is easy, I'm saying that each individual support is easy. Their skill lies with what each support needs to do outside of healing. The problem is that healing is their primary job, and the way these heroes do that just isn't fun or difficult. If you ask someone which strategist they actually find fun, you'll probably...
The funny thing about strategist in Rivals is if healing was difficult in Rivals, you would probably go insane because of how much healing is constantly Imagine Ana in Rivals. You would probably be in tears after about 2 minutes because it would be the most stressful, multitasking, insane. Imagine if they had aim-focused healing. It would be so stressful because fights last so long and there's so much damage and so much healing necessary. It'd be insane. It's by design, man. It's by design. These engagements are supposed to be easy and long. And if they weren't, it would be miserable.
Probably hear Atom, Ultron, Mantis, or maybe Loki. What these characters all have in common is that their primary source of healing comes from...
Loki. Loki's another favorite one for me because everyone was gaslighting me into Loki's like super complicated and stealth and, you got your backstab. I'm like, shut the frick up. Shut the frick up. Stack your copies, heal bot, and use a Kiri teleport and stop talking to me about your freaking stealth and backstab, moron. Oh, and go copy the Luna Snow for me real fast. Thank you for that.
Ability usage, the same way almost every single support does.
Not a heal bot. Are you stupid? Is your brain okay? Holy crap.
Paladins. These heroes are allowed to be aggressive when the time is right. There's actual thought put into how they're going to go about healing their team. Doing things other than healing is also rewarded. However, there is a difference between those 4 rival supports and all of the paladin supports. That being, the paladin supports have enough healing to sustain their team, while the rivals heroes don't. Every support in Rivals that doesn't use left click to heal has a significantly lower or less consistent healing output than those who do. This has led to the strategist that most people actually find fun only being viable in triple support compositions, or solo tank compositions if they're double support. Don't get me wrong, I think it's good for the game to have strategists with lower healing output that provide value in other ways. I'd just like to see an actual healer character that heals in a way other than just spammy heal-botting. Healers don't have to be boring. If you main strategist, then I would highly recommend playing at least a few matches of Paladins as a support character. It cannot be overstated how much more interesting and dynamic they are. One of the initial selling points about Rivals for me was the team-up system, but after actually playing the game, I realized how lackluster and boring most of them are. Prior to playing, I thought they were...
Dude, that is a huge criticism of the team-ups. I have mixed feelings about the team-up system as a whole, but for Rivals, I think it was perfect because it doesn't really matter. It's just fun. But the problem is that so many of the team-ups were either did just free damage or free healing, which wasn't really interesting to play, or were fun for one person instead of like helping both, which I think was a huge... I feel like that one was like one of the most head-scratching mistakes by Rivals because that one actually makes sense from their perspective. Like, I just don't know if they ran out of development time or not, but dude, who gives a frick about balance? Just make teams silly and fun and cool and do like weird interactions and stuff, Like, nobody cares, dude. Just like, you have literally like, it fits your design. Who cares? Just the stupidest, goofiest, funniest team-ups for all the TikTok clips. Like, I actually feel like it was a missed opportunity for Rivals to not do more clever team-ups, or at least the ones that they had, making them a lot more interesting, because it would have been great for content.
Encourage coordinated teamwork and add another layer of depth to each hero. But unfortunately, a lot of them, well, most of them, are just flat power increases. Scarlet Witch can continue spamming, but better. Squirrel Girl can continue spamming, but better. The Thing and Mr. Fantastic are both already very durable characters. Add Invisible Woman, and now they're more durable. Normally with Namor, you need to decide when you're going to throw each turret. If they both die instantly, you're left at a big disadvantage. But you add Hulk, and now you have a third one, with more health and more damage. Most of the team-ups that actually require two...
Yeah, like the Hulk throwing Wolverine is a great example of like, okay, maybe it's dumb, maybe it's not even good, but it's freaking fun, so who cares? I feel like there was that big missed opportunity, to be honest.
Players to work together just aren't good. Fastball Special is funny and does have its moments here and there, but almost every other team-up is just so much more valuable. In my opinion, team-ups should require at least some input from both players in one way or another, and should actually reward teamwork like Fastball Special does. If they're not working directly with each other, then one player's action should affect the other somehow. Maybe Strange can give Scarlet Witch a damage boost, but then Strange can't use his shield while it's active. Team up anchors are also just
Not
confusing.
not even just kiss curse. Like just freaking give it a net buff, but make it fun to a button to use. You know?
Why are they permanently active for the whole season? For the longest time, I thought they only did something if the team up was active, but nope. Anchor bonuses are always there. If it's a season,
That's just a patch buff. What does that mean? I remember the season bonuses, dude. Just say it's a patch. Okay, what does it even mean? This is the most confusing terminology. Oh, team up anchor bonus it just means the character's stronger. I didn't know this was a thing, bro. Are you freaking kidding me?
I thought they only did something if the
It doesn't matter, but it's so why. The most confusing way to word it.
team up was active, but nope. Anchor bonuses are always there. If it's a season-wide thing, then just apply the stat
So
change to the hero
weird.
themselves and ditch the concept of an anchor altogether. Team ups are less teaming up and more you get a free reward if you happen to be using the right person. Obviously, all of this is much less of an issue than everything I've mentioned so far, but this is still a huge waste of what could be a really cool and unique gameplay mechanic. And to me, that sentiment applies to Rivals as a whole. Missed potential. I want Marvel Rivals to succeed. I'd been excited for it since I heard the rumors about a Marvel hero shooter years ago. The same way that I think Paladins is a good game despite it being held together with duct tape and string, I think Rivals is a good game despite its backwards kit design. There's always going to be people crying doom and gloom over the smallest things. Marvel Rivals is not dead, nor is it dying.
Part of the reason why
listening to people who
Hawkeye-
spout nonsense like that is
Part of the reason why Hawkeye and Hela were so yeah, and it's so strange too because Hawkeye and Hela were so dumb, so strong, but it was like, well, we can't nerf them, their hell or whatever the thing that was strong with them because it's part of the seasonal bonus. It's not just like a part of their hero kit that we can nerf as part of a patch. You'd have to be like, well, guys, actually, we're canceling this year's season or this season. Like how, like it's just like complicated for literally no reason whatsoever.
There's a lot it does right, and there's a lot it does wrong. I made this video to verbalize what I know a lot of people already have in the back of their heads. There's nothing wrong with liking something despite its flaws, but it's also important to have high standards for the games you choose to play. Rivals is good, but it can be better.
Good video. I think his critiques are really fair, and I guess I want to clarify all this hate watching by saying that, like, if you haven't played Rivals, you really should try. It is really kind of cool. It does a lot of things pretty uniquely well. Like, a lot of the interactions and abilities in the heroes are really fun. Like, legitimately, one of the most fun things that I've done in gaming was No Life Winter Soldier for like a week. It was really fun. I really liked the way his gun sounded. I liked the unique take on his weapon. I liked Off-Angling Mantis some seasons, just kind of going DPS mode. I think legitimately, for a brainless, goofy, fun game, it does a pretty nice job. For me, it wore out on me, and I think this is just more along the lines of like, the expectations from the toxicity surrounding Overwatch's failure with Overwatch 2 and all that kind of stuff. It really led people into a situation where there were so many unearned expectations on Rivals that just were never met. And so I'm irritated at Rivals in some ways, but I'm less irritated at Rivals and more irritated at the expectations and just the lies that were said about Rivals that just were obviously not even true from day one. So if you haven't played Rivals, you should try it. You might find you enjoy it. You might play it with a group of friends, screw around, don't play quick play, bot matches are cancer, don't care about your rank, and just play whatever, dude. There are just a lot of things about Rivals that are really visceral and really fun. And if you focus on those things and you're just kind of not really in it to win it, just in it to have fun and enjoy the process, then you'll probably have a good time. Might not be a game that you play repeatedly for day in, day out. I don't know how certain content creators do that. But, I mean, it does what it sets out to do for the most part, So... And I think there's a real danger for like I'm hate watching because I'm hate watching against the community, right? I'm irritated versus the community. I got a lot of death threats, I got a lot of toxicity thrown my way, and more so than normal, I think, which is kind of the way to say things, right? I had people even in my circle that were like, "Well, I'm like, bro, you're not thinking about this objectively." So I'm hate watching not because of Rivals. And I think there's one of the things we have to be careful as an Overwatch community is this bitterness towards Rivals, when really we should just be irritated at the community and making sure that we don't make the same mistake ourselves. So if people enjoy Rivals, I know rage bait aside, like if they enjoy Rivals for what it is, there's literally nothing wrong with it if you like Rivals for what it is. I enjoy Looney Tune cartoons, guys. You know, I enjoy 1950s slapstick slop. You know what I'm saying? Who gives a frick? You know, if there's nothing wrong with it, it does exactly what it sets out to do. And if you like Rivals for what it is, that's fine. Yeah. And I don't even hate the players. It's not even the Marvel Rivals community that I would hate. I'm going to clarify that. I don't hate the Marvel Rivals community. I don't hate the Overwatch community. I hate the content-brained, rotted, tribalistic morons that are on both sides of the equation here that are obsessed with this weird 21st century tribalist nonsense that basically get all their opinions spoon-fed from a content creator. So don't take just my opinion for it. Think for yourself, be respectful, be kind, be nuanced. And yeah, so it's the same people. Right, exactly. It's the same jackasses that move from game to game, and they're now hate-watching and trash-talking Rivals and making up a bunch of reasons why Rivals used to be good, but it's bad now, even though those things were literally there from day one. And then now finding a new game to go on to say it's the best thing ever, and then they will trash that game 6 months from now. So, it's the same thing. It's the same evil, the same goofballs. So, it is what it is. Yeah. And they call every game that they are playing dead. Yeah. I mean, you even see it now where, like, obviously the Rivals player base is, like, way smaller than it used to be. And so there's part of me that's like, how does it feel, jackasses? But also at the same time, it's like, bro, like, that's just how live service games go. Like, games don't maintain top of the meta relevance forever. And in fact, I think expecting games to do so is a really dangerous thing to because do you think Overwatch is content relevant right now? Kind of, not really. Even this new season, it was exciting with perks enough, but we can't. If we try to replicate the content explosion instead of just making good games with occasional fun and interesting things, I think you're doing a really stupid thing. You can't possibly maintain the same fever pitch game after game after game after game. I think Call of Duty made that mistake back in the day, and I don't want Overwatch to do that. I don't want Overwatch to do that. I want Overwatch to relax, trust the process, trust the system, make a good game, and then occasionally, like I said, with the perks in Stadium, do something crazy fun, revel in its newfound glory, and then understand that you're going to age again. And yes, you can reinvent the wheel, but you should do so at a measured and wise pace. You shouldn't force the system. And a lot of people are like, oh, Rivals is a dead game. Let Rivals focus on doing what Rivals needs to do, you know? I think people's expectations of Rivals are a little bit different because it was the content game, even kind of by design, as I said earlier. But even then, like, no game can maintain relevance to that level forever. It's just not possible. It's not possible, you know what I'm saying? So just like, I'm not going to criticize Rivals for something that I don't want Overwatch to be. That seems hypocritical to me. Because I don't want the lesson to be learned that if you're not relevant by Steam player count, I'm going to make fun of you on Twitter. Like, that just seems stupid. That's not only ignorant, but that's also hypocritical. What do we got, Hoodlum? By the way, you were in one of my students' games today, Hoodlum. You were playing Ash and Soldier in Nepal. That's your XD Braxton right there. Nice, Hoodlum. He's a Braxer right there. Nice play, mate. You Brax those guys, yeah. He's Braxed all over them. Is Brax here? What's up, a Kraken? Any Braxers in chat? Oh, no, Brax isn't here. Tragedy. What's up, Swan? All right, so I have a fun little surprise. Well, finally, let me change my stream title here for a second here. I don't know if we'll get to UV today. We will see about UV. Who is the most Brax hero? And I can answer that question. I have no idea. Analyzing the best tank in NA, surely. Is he the best tank nowadays? I don't even know. I know that changes constantly. Nobody's skill is static. It's like Steam is what it is. Miji, I'm disappointed in you. Hawk, yeah, Hawk is... Dude, I freaking love... Hawk is doing a good job. I love good old Hawk. How'd they get your gameplay? All right, so fun little story about Infekted. So for those of you guys who don't know, Infekted is a professional Overwatch player for Team Nightmare. No, Liquid. Shoot, I knew that. I'm so out of touch. He's a professional player for Team Liquid, professional tank player. He's been around for some time. He's actually been around for a long time, but he was very young. When I first heard of Infekted, I think he was like 13 or 14 years old. He was like a really high GM player, 4.5, 4.6, playing around in like low tier 3 or high tier 3, low tier 2. Nowadays, he's considered to be one of the best tanks for the last couple of years in the West. He's a phenomenally flexible tank player, the traditional main tank pool of Reinhardt, Winston, and so on. But obviously in Overwatch 2, being able to learn new characters is really good, and I think Infekted has done a really good job of that. Today we're going to be looking at a match from several weeks ago in Stage 3 in OWCS with Team Liquid versus Nightmare. And the reason why I'm choosing Infekted is not only because he is a top tank player, and I think he does a really good job, and we're going to be looking at a lot of different characters, yada yada, but also because Infekted used to watch my videos back in the day. Back when he was like 12, 13 years old, he was a little squeaker, he still is. He watched one video in particular I know he's always referenced, my review of Fearless from 4 years ago. This actually was done about 5 years ago. And was, obsessively studying the game and watching. And nowadays, so he grew up watching ye old Spylo nerd yapping in the middle of nowhere in New Hampshire about Fearless. And nowadays, I figured it'd be a fitting circle for me to review the Squeaker. So the guy that watched my reviews, we are now watching his. So we've come full circle. Congratulations to Infekted. He's a good dude. He's a great tank player, really smart guy. And he's been in the scene for a long time, really grinded his way all the way up to the top. So big shout out to Infekted, and I'm really looking forward to this. Let me change my title here. Infekted Pro Tank Review. There it is. The headline is changed. Did I change the stream title? Is the stream title okay? The student has become the teacher. Well, see, that's not what we're going to be doing today. Because if you guys have seen any of my pro play analysis, you would think that the person that I'm reviewing is bronze. I could be very heavy. Let me get my notes here. Obviously, we're going to focus very heavily on not just his particular performance, but also the team performance, the macro as a whole. And I'm going to call it like it is. One of the things that is unique to high-level Overwatch is that it is, because it is high level, very likely to not only showcase top tier performances, but also force errors, because the tempo of the game, the pacing, the punishment, the punishment for mistakes even, is so much sharper because everybody is freaking good. So you're going to see a lot of errors. They're like, wait, what is it? There's going to be a lot of criticisms here because this level of play is so incredibly high. We're going to be looking at the macro, we're going to be looking at the micro, and then crucially, I would really like to look at the things that you can actually take and apply in your own game. You guys know me. I like doing pro analysis because it's fun to talk about macro, but I also want to give you guys something that you can take away, that even if you're not playing with teammates that you can communicate with, even if you're not playing these specific compositions, even if you're not even playing these maps, you can pull away fundamentals that will apply to the characters that you play and rank. Because one of the things about Overwatch that makes it beautiful is that pro play and ranked is not all that different. The way things can look can change, but the fundamentals are the same, and so we're going to be talking about that real quick. Okay, so we're going to start with Winston here. There's going to be some Wrecking Ball and maybe some Orisa at the end. We're not going to look at this entire review. We're probably going to look at maybe a couple of points with Winston, a couple of points with Wrecking Ball, and then maybe I think there's only like a little bit of Orisa towards the end, and we'll go from there. So what makes Winston unique is the fact that he has a lot of mobility, so he can basically take a lot of different off angles, can pressure tank, can pressure DPS, can pressure support, and he can use that mobility effectively. Now, what makes Winston unique compared to other mobile tanks is bubble. And what makes bubble strong is the fact that it can allow you to do both damage and mitigate damage simultaneously, and to be able to do so in a way that preserves your HP when done effectively at the same time. In addition to that, obviously things like blocking CC, blocking burst damage, and primal rage being really strong. So when we're playing Infekted on a map like this, we're playing Winston on a map like this rather, you're using your verticality to take trades on different angles, looking to try to get to backline. But the way that it works is if you look for backline on the left side, or if you look for backline on the right side, at this level of play, you're likely to run into a flanker. Now that flanker might be a DPS, it might be a tank, it might be somebody holding the space on the angles. So what Infekted will likely do is try to connect with that big juicy backline, that Wuyong back there, that Kiriko, to force those CZs, force those TPs, force those Suzus and whatever. But along the way, he's likely to run into supported DPS, and it's going to be up to him to use his cover, his mechanics, and more importantly, his bubble timing, bubble cooldown, and so on, bubble dancing, to avoid taking damage and instead do damage. Winning these lanes is how you actually access and win space for your team. Because winning the lane isn't just access to backline, it also means that the person on that lane on the enemy team cannot access your backline. And so it's both a proactive attack and a proactive defense for your backline at the same time. Take the high ground top right, looking for space, looking for opportunities to trade. We'll turn on the volume just a teeny bit here. And right now, the big thing is just information. Before I start taking space, I need to know who's who, where people are, what space are we controlling, wooing across. Now, you might look at this situation, chat, and go, I'm going to avoid the Reaper and top right, because Reaper is a bad matchup for Winston. Well, first off, that's not necessarily correct here. But the important thing is that as Winston, that I'm actually taking a lane and applying pressure. Infekted decided to take the right lane here. Now, this is going to be the first mistake I'm going to critique here. I like taking top right, but I would have preferred for Infekted to not second guess his initial rotation, and I would prefer for him to commit his bubble and trade with his Pharah on Seeker right here. Because what this would have done is this would have forced Seeker back. Seeker will get his Wraith Forced as a part of a bubble trade. He will get Pocket from his support that's behind him. And then in his next dive bubble cycle, he now has a direct access to backline. What's essentially happening is Nightmare is applying resources on this side of the map, and then Team Liquid is applying resources on this side of the map. The reason why I don't like Infekted jumping across is because he is too inconvenient to be able to stop this from working. One of the big things that you have to learn with Winston is whatever lane or staging that you take, you can't go back to peel. You can't go back to help. You have to focus on the lane and the control on the lane that you're on. So the problem with this is, what does this bubble really accomplish? What does this really do? Now you could say, well, it cuts off healing. Well, no, it doesn't, because he didn't have an angle for it. Well, it's going to pressure that Tracer to force recall. Well, no, it doesn't. And in fact, we've also used our jump to get here instead of just clearing the lane that we were already on. If we had started on this lane, we could have bubble traded with the enemy Winston. But because we jumped across the map, this is an efficient trade. I know that could be a little bit difficult to understand. You see the Reaper end up chasing us anyway, but you guys will start to see more and more examples of this, I'm sure, as this map goes on, and you'll start to see what I'm talking about. Taking top right, looking for information. What should have happened here, chat? What's the goof up here? Is there anything wrong with trading with the Kiriko and Reaper here? Absolutely not. We should commit bubble and trade here. The problem here is that, first off, we didn't know Seeker was here. And second off, we have somebody in spawn. So we're not quite ready to take this trade off. So he's staging because he thinks it's for free, but it's not for free. We needed more patience. We needed to wait, then take the top right, commit the bubble, trade, get the Reaper Kiriko out. The thing that is unique about 5v5 Overwatch is that generally tank lanes are meant to be contested, but not won. In other words, any tank that contests a lane, unless the enemy tank also contests that lane, you usually win that lane. Doesn't mean you killed a person, but you win that lane. So a bubble committed here with any sort of support is almost always going to force these people out as opposed to anything else. So forcing those people out means that you're one step closer to committing the backline. And what happens is we're trying to greet our bubble, we overextend because we go too early, and now we've reset our timer again. It's good that he used bubble there. You don't want to die. If you make a mistake, bubble, get out, don't die. But we've kind of reset our problem all over again. Now, this is interesting. Did you guys see the mistake that Nightmare made? Watch carefully. What's the mistake that Nightmare makes here? Can you guys spot it? So, again, we're talking macro here, not just Infekted. Look carefully. So Rhino looks to zone off backline so his team can deal with Infekted, which is a really good play. You're not healing my Winston. The problem here, it's not really a huge mistake, but it's kind of funny, that Seeker drops to chase Winston because he thinks he's screwed up. But the problem is that ultimately nobody has an angle to shoot Infekted besides Seeker. And so Infekted gets out, but Reaper's dropped. So Tracer recall forced, Reaper's dropped, and for what? So they think that they can punish Infekted, but Infekted goes, nope, I made a mistake, I'm not gonna die, I'm not gonna die, I'm not gonna die. And it actually means that both of Nightmare's DPS overextend and lose their space. So if you're like, why is Infekted jumping right back where he was? Because there's nobody there anymore. There's nobody there. They had the angles. They thought that we could commit and kill. They didn't get the kill. And then now they're not controlling any space. They chased. Now, was it a bad decision from Nightmare? No. I don't really know where Rocket was before the fight started, so that might be something to kind of consider. Like, I also don't know where Squid was. Why was Squid not doing enough damage to Infekted? Maybe their mark. I honestly don't know. But this is interesting now because this is what we want as Winston, right? How many times do you guys get this in ranked? Probably all the time, right? Especially if you're a low ranked player. Just nobody on the flank at all. So guess what Infected's going to do? He's going to walk. He's going to walk. He's going to walk. He's going to walk. This entire lane is free now. So now we actually have an opportunity to connect with backline. Now you're like, well, why didn't he jump? Well, too deep of a jump, not enough HP, not enough support. But this is the end goal. The end goal is to threaten pressure to force backline back. So backline can't do anything right now. So then now my team, so basically I'm doing what Rhino was doing to my front line. The only mistake here from Infekted is I think he got surprised by the DPS on the right side and just ended up taking way too much damage. Like this right now, he just needs a drop bubble. He takes about an extra 100, 150 damage. That was really kind of unnecessary. But based off of that, now we force recall. Now my Tracer's out of the choke. Now we force their Winston out. And because we force their Winston out, now on my next bubble jump, I can actually connect with backline. So this dive here was earned. It took a consequence of multiple attempts on pushing an angle and pushing a lane, and it eventually connected with the backline. Now, I'm going to keep thinking this occasionally about Nightmare, because you're like, well, then how did they kill Luke Mino? Luke trolls this one. Where should Luke be, chat? You guys have seen my Kiriko reviews. Where should Luke be? Do you see the problem? Look carefully. Where's Luke here? Luke plus Tracer on the angle. Winston Wuyong. And then, yeah, Winston Wuyong is here. And I don't know where Seeker is, but yeah. Look what happens. We go here. Luke teleports to my Winston. No! Trust your Wuyong. Use your heal range. Do not teleport from that lane for free. So Luke teleports directly into a dive. So this is a huge error from Luke. Unfortunate. It's the same stuff as rank, boys. Hold your lanes. Hold your angles. Waiting for our resources. Disengaging so we can get healing. And there we go. We'll skip forward a little bit. So really nice job from Infekted for not dying for his mistakes. So he didn't wait for his team. He went, oh, get out. And then when he got back in, he took the rotation that he needed to force Nightmare's backline into the spawn, and then got an opportunity to finish the kill off later. What should Infekted do? Do we have an angle to do damage on backline? What should we do? You guys should know this, right? We have the space to protect, to control backline, to do damage, right? We do not give that space up. You deny Winston healing by bubbling off here, not bubbling off here. Trade backlines, correct. Mistake. Mistake. Now, let me be very clear. Infekted will need to disengage this fight. Why? Because Zero is dead. Absolutely, totally fine. But the bubble trade here is more important because it gives you space to disengage to. If you disengage, then bubble, the enemy team just runs you over. If you bubble, you keep them honest, and then disengage, you create space for a safer disengage. This is Western Monkey. There are moments of good fundamentals and then moments where they just don't have the full execution consistently enough. You bubble trade on back, and then you wait. Because the problem with going back here is that there is a Reaper on me right now. There is a Tracer on me, a Wuyong, a Kiriko shooting me in the butt cheeks right now because I didn't keep them honest before disengaging. Wherever you are, that is your job. That is the one lesson that we're learning from the day. You are on top right, you fight the Reaper on top right. You are on the choke, you fight the people on the choke. You set up your angle, you take the trade, and then you disengage when your bubble's done. And now we're just desperately trying to run away from Reaper. Because that's one of the weaknesses of running Reaper Tracer, or Reaper specifically, is that Infekted can generally avoid the damage more often if things go poorly. But this fight has gone very sloppily from both teams in that regard. Starting top, we're trying to get closer to backline. This is a great rollout. Trying to get closer to backline without committing my bubble. This is great. The problem with Reaper is demonstrated right here. Seeker has to commit his cooldown to go chase the Winston across the map. Infekted disengages it, gets healing. Now Seeker's given up that angle for free. Chat, we could draw a circle around all of Nightmare right here. They're all on the same side. They've chased the Winston, chase. No lane, no angle control whatsoever. So now Infekted could just go right to backline because this entire lane's free. He didn't even have to work for it on the right side. Just go right there. That's the reason why Reaper can be hit or miss versus a good Winston. It's so easy to bait him into you, disengage, and then just fill the space that he's not there anymore. Very lucky timing with the Wing ult. Infekted kind of messes this one up a little bit. I think he was expecting more healing, but this is actually a pretty good engage, all things considered. He should be able to live this until he gets the primal. He gets a little bit lucky with the timing, but yeah. He almost got unlucky, and then he got lucky. But that was good. White boy Winston. Nice. Nice, Infekted. Okay, we'll skip. Now, where is my Winston's lane now? Obviously, left side. Left. We don't want to go deeper because my backline's too far back, so we'll just plant our bubble, hold a little bit of space, and wait. Killer Monk looking for the sub. Again, farming a little bit of ult, looking for some damage here. We don't have support ults. We don't have primals, so that we're more than welcome to do a little bit of damage here. We're going to disengage soon because, again, this is not where we're holding. Now we're fighting where we're holding. We have resources here on right side, so our job is to hold left side. Now, it doesn't mean that Winston can never cross lanes. That can be okay if there's a good reason for it. But I would not want Infekted to jump here because if he does, he's going to give up this lane to the enemy DPS and supports. So he's already here, so you might as well just commit. So he's still holding the lane. You guys notice that? He started to get poke out because his team doesn't have good angles. But what does he do? He stays on the lane, just backs it up a little bit. Wait for resources, wait for heal, wait for resources, wait for heal. And now a bubble on Winston makes sense. Why? What's the difference between this bubble on Winston and the last bubble on Winston on the very first fight? You guys remember? This one makes a lot of sense. Now I would prefer him that I think he's going to turn his attention away from Winston to somebody else instead. But this is really good. Preventing healing. The other bubble did that too. But why? What lane was he on at the start? What lane is he on now? He's started left. He's stayed left. He's bubbled it off. He started right. He crossed across using his jump and going across in the open. That's the difference. So now I can just hold my space, hold my jump, bubble and trade. There's immediately forces Primal Rage, and look at my health. Pretty good still. So I'm not saying that I want to go in necessarily right now, but I'm good. You see the difference there? And see, ironically here, if we're coaching Rhino here, I think Rhino would have been better served to get more support from his team. Like I don't know where Nightmare supports. I see somebody over here. That's a problem. I think Nightmare needed to do a better job supporting Rhino here with Pocket and DPS. Clear this lane and then go from Primal this way. That would have probably killed RuPaul. But yeah, really well played by Infekted here. Very patient, avoiding taking unnecessary damage. Just bubbles off, fights whatever's close. Probably should have been aware of Reaper there. He was a little bit unaware of that, but that's fine. And then he's able to commit his engage even though he doesn't have his bubble there. Now, should he have done that? Probably not. That Tracer had recall, so that was certainly a choice of all time. But at least he had the opportunity to do that if he wants to. Just don't do that. What lane are we taking, Infekted? Taking right. Good. Somebody else will get touch. Again, free lane. Free lane. This is why teams run Pharah Echo here, because these DPS can control this lane really well. There's nobody here. There's nobody here. Free staging for backline. Look at this. Reaper chases, Infekted jumps. Do you see the problem with the Reaper here? It's not that Reaper's bad. I think Reaper's fine here, but this is the downside of Reaper. Too deep? No. It's only too deep if you're being contested. Nobody's here. This is the problem when you watch pro level Winston and you try to replicate this in ranked. You're like, in ranked, especially in low ranks, there just isn't going to be anybody on the lane at all. So you're going to go for deeper angles because there's just nobody here. You're just going to walk in the lane, keep walking. So it's a good attempt by Seeker here, but this is the downside of Seeker. He tries to mark the lane, but it's too late. Seeker should have been here to start. He should have been here at the start. Then this would have worked. But now we're not only avoiding the Reaper, but we're using the lane to go kill a backline now. You see how inconvenient this is? Massive resource trade there. Massive resource trade there. So that's actually really unfortunate with the Wuyong stun. Because you could tell that they were communicating. I think it was a miscommunication is there with Vega because he was expecting bubble. So that's a huge miscommunication between the teams, because that should have been a bubble and Infekted, I think, or maybe, I'm not really sure. But it was 2 ults, honestly. That was well played by Infekted, just poorly played by the team. I'm not really sure about team ups made. I haven't put enough thought to have an opinion, to be honest. Winston's hard in this map. Much more narrow, not a lot of verticality. How's Infekted going to do this here? So it's the support's fault? Kind of, sort of, no. I don't, it's hard to say. He probably could have just waited a second before his bubble, but... All right, we're going to go right lane. Right lane. Okay, Reaper's across. Reaper's across. Poke what's in front of us. Take what's a trade what's in front of us. Yeah, see, this is the problem with the Reaper, right? Like, if Reaper ended up running... Who did Reaper run into? I think he ran into a Kiriko or somebody, or Tracer. Yeah, he's just getting annihilated, so he has to leave. So now... Liquid is literally all on this side of the map. They have the entire space. So their DPS are going to do more damage. Their supports are going to do more damage. It's really bad. Now, Infekted from here, where could Infekted deepen his lane, chat? Create more space without committing all the way in. Where would you go? Right, so you've won this lane for free. Just jump to here. Then you can walk and drop and bubble. If they try to contest you, they contest you right in front of your team, and you have plenty of time to disengage if you need to. Yep, keep going, keep going, keep going. You go straight down, then wrap around. Straight down, wrap around. That's kind of the way to look at it, right? So Infekted here probably could have deepened safely. The lane was free. So he's giving time for them to restabilize and repush this lane, which one of the strengths of Reaper is that if he can get here versus Winston, he's going to do a pretty good job. If he's already there. So I think Infekted was honestly being a little bit too greedy with his bubble and not good enough with this rotation. Yeah, this is too deep. This is way too... He's trying to cross lanes all the way deep without full HP. He gets smoked. Right to right. Right to right. Right angle to right angle. Look at that. Totally worth it. There it is. We won the lane. Now what? What do we do next? Well, we keep rotating. Keep poking. Avoid damage. Next rotation. We're going to go deep. It's awfully deep, but it is right to right, so maybe... No, yeah, it's too deep. It's too deep. What should our next jump been to create space, guys? Something with cover on the lane. What do you guys think? Yeah, he's cheating, right? He's trying to... He hasn't finished clearing space here. He's got to win this trade here first. Yeah, he needs to jump here. We need to jump here, control the space, bubble off the tracers, zap, zap, get support LOS, poke, 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 poke. Hopefully... And this is... People are like, well, then if both teams are doing it, how do you win? Mechanics. It's just mechanics. And by mechanics, I mean, how much damage are you taking? How good is your bubble dancing? Could you steal Mega? All the little details. But you have to try to do the right thing positionally first. Otherwise, the mechanics don't matter that much. So we're trying to skip right to backline. No. This is too far. Too far. Trade here. Force Rocket out. Get your Tracer in this better position. Get your Reaper in here, right? So that he can poke out a Rhino and then go from there. Right. One step at a time. Right to right. Right to right. Right to right. We try to skip the backline. It's not good enough. See, this is the problem when you overthink about compositional matchups, is you look at that and you might go, Infekted did that because he saw Ana Wuyong and he's like, oh, I can kill the Ana. When you get the trap closed, Ana is going to die. Kiriko may not. But that's when you get the trap closed. We had not finished our job. We had not finished our work yet. You get what I'm saying? You have to do your homework first, then get the kill. Are we going to clear the Reaper, or are we going to find a different lane? We're going to clear the Reaper. Okay. Now what? We gotta go right to right. There are exceptions to the rule, of course. Like if Ana has no CDs and we have Primal, we can cheat. Like this is high level stuff. So these guys are not wasting cooldowns or woefully out of position. But there are nuances here. So we're gonna use our bubble. Notice that we're being a lot more conservative with our jump, right to right, right to right. And guess what? It works. You see it? It works. Look what happens. Bubble dance, bubble isolation, fighting, dancing, dodge pulse bomb, dodge nano reaper, disengage, dodge blossom. Holy crap. Grab the mega, and that's how we win the fight. We should win this fight. You see it? It's good. He's not more passive or more aggressive. He's just simply using his lane, and if there's people there, he fights them, and if there's nobody there, he deepens. That's it. That's how you play Winston in Ranked. That's how you play Winston in Pro Play. The only difference is that Winston in Ranked, more often those lanes are going to be entirely free. Or you're going to run into things like Roadhogs. And so you have to try to find a different lane. White boy Winston, white boy Winston, white boy Winston. Ah, it's close. Okay. Could he try to steal the Mega from Reaper there? He could. Sure could. We're choosing right lane again, which is fine. Left lane is a little awkward for us. Should he peel? I think, again, the answer is no here. Now, he's taken a lot of damage, and he could bubble the Reaper, and that's a decent trade here. But again, I really don't think he should peel. He needs some information here, but I would like to see him try to control the Lucio Tracer wing a little bit here. So at least we're getting connect on Reaper a little bit. But do you see again what did we really accomplish out of that bubble? We got what? A little chip damage. Like we got like 5 damage on Reaper and like 30 on Winston. Our bubble doesn't do anything. And the argument here is that, oh, it's a heal bubble. It's more value for your team. And I agree that there's probably some nuance in there that is yet to be explored. But it is not an accident if you can see through all the pixels on our screen that if you look at Luke and Squid, look at the space that these guys have now. Now, could Infekted have done that by himself? No, but he could have contested this and slowed this down while also maintaining his space and saving his jump. Yes, this is from last patch. So the problem keeps going that Infekted is misreading when he has space. He's trying to give up space to avoid getting picked off. But when you have bubble, HP, and your jump, you're allowed to hold space cautiously and then disengage when you need to. That will also be of more use to your backline most of the time than peeling off. The one good thing about this is at least we didn't just bubble off Winston. We did connect with Reaper, which is, it's okay. You really need to avoid doing this whenever you can, and that is applicable to ranked as well. That's an unfortunate flip. That's going to give them OT. As I said, at this level of play, little tiny details like this, things like this are really, really important, but also really hard to execute on. And also these guys are really hard calming things like fight plans, rotations, and scouting, so micro stuff tends to fall off a little bit. Holding this lane, holding the angle. Trade with Winston, Tracer, or Reaper here. You can commit your bubble here, yeah. Do not let these guys walk for free. Do not take too much damage. It's a perfect bubble. But we're going to go deeper here? I think he's expecting bubble. Interesting. So they're bubbling Tracer, and then he goes in without bubble, almost to bait a little bit. Yeah, okay, that was fine. It was a really good bubble trade in the corner. This was a pretty good fight from Infekted, I think. This was nice. Okay, we'll skip forward a little bit more. Right to right. Again, we need to be willing to bubble trade. Okay, what are we doing? I think what happens here is that Infekted is not confident that he's going to get his primal, so he wants to give up a little bit of space by like 4 or 5 more %, give them some of the map first, and then... But I'm wondering if he could have just been a little bit faster with his bubble here and then taken the trade for his primal here. I would not have minded a bubble trade right here. I would not have minded a bubble trade right here. I think this would have probably been the better play because I don't think you want to give these guys more space. I think, again, unless you absolutely have to, you're trying to bait an ultimate, I don't think you want to give up space for free. Because this jump means that he's still taking damage, and now we're in this serious trouble. Yeah, I don't love that. I don't love that from him. I would have loved for him to continue to hold the space with bubble. And we've seen that a couple of times. White boy, white boy, white boy. Yeah, that's a really unfortunate cooldown and ult trade for them. We're going to go for a deep dive there. It's pretty deep, to be fair. But he did have a more uncontested lane, and they just are looking for a clutch here. Ah, so unfortunate. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Okay. Big things. When you are setting up your dives, you need to stage on left or right usually. Try to wrap around the enemy team. When you are contested on those rotations by tank, DPS, or support, do not hesitate to use your bubble on whatever that person is and dance, trade effectively. Pulling people out of position to chase you is fine. That's how Winston creates space. If you, however, are not contested, keep rotating all the way to backline and get a deeper angle onto whatever you can. For Infekted specifically, my feedback would be I want to see him being more willing to hold these lanes or angles with his bubble and then disengaging after the bubble trade or when his bubble starts to break. Peel bubble allows you to do that. Good cover usage allows you to do that. Good bubble dancing allows you to do that. And that gives you space to disengage more safely and allows you to hold more space before you disengage. The reason why that's so important is if you look at this here, was it this one here? Yeah, it's this one here. When you disengage this much space, it makes it incredibly difficult for RuPaul to get off a good Kitsune rush because by doing this, we've allowed the cavalry to walk forward on top of my Kiriko. You see what I'm saying? The fact that we get pulse bombed is because we jumped back instead of holding space. This rotation is because we backed up instead of holding space. And so it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy where we create our own problems because we gave up space that we could have just bubbled and then disengaged afterwards. Yeah, so lane theory, holding space theory, but obviously he's phenomenal with a lot of the other stuff. And this is just more being nitpicky, as I said I would be. I did the same thing with the Fearless VOD as well. Yeah, this is from last patch. Okay, any questions with Winston before we move on to some Wrecking Ball? This makes you want to watch Gushui. I'll be plot twist. I don't think Gushui is perfect with it either. Gushui is phenomenal. Gushui is definitely going to do a better job, but This stuff, it is hard to play a perfect game of Overwatch. Unless you're me. I make no mistakes. Ow. That was karma right there. I'm going to get some water. Whatever questions you may have. Exclamation mark racist. Who the best Rhine was? I don't know who the best Rhine is. Probably Cloudy nowadays. I don't think it's... When is peeling for supports worth it? If there was a situation where Infekted took like a really bad HP trade, took way too much damage, and needed to disengage anyway, you might as well disengage and bubble off at anyway at that point, because you're not going to be able to hold that front line. But almost never do you peel back. Almost never. If you end up fighting for your supports when you're fighting on that lane, that's great. Derpy? Derpy's pretty good. I haven't watched a lot of Derpy, but I know he's really, really good. Okay. Wrecking Ball. Now, you guys are going to love this. We're going to take that principle of lane theory and apply it a little bit here. Wrecking Ball has a lot more flexibility with how he moves. The key thing with Wrecking Ball is frequency. Think of Wrecking Ball, the simplest way of thinking about Wrecking Ball is your value as Wrecking Ball is multiplicative. What's better? 2 times 10 or 6 times 6? Or 3 times 9? It's do you want only a couple of really big engages? Or do you want frequent good engages? Or do you want very frequent crappy engages? Usually with Wrecking Ball, you want, it's the same thing as mathematics. The closer you are to 6 times 6, as opposed to 1 times 12, or 1 times 11, I suppose, the better it's going to be. You want to have quality engages and frequent engages. And one of the challenges with Wrecking Ball is to have the mechanics to have a good enough quality engage. I mean, good damage, good aim, good slam, good roll. but having the game sense, the strategic understanding to know how long you can stay or how greedy you can go without taking too much damage. Not just not dying, but not taking too much damage. Because every time that you take a significant amount of damage as Wrecking Ball, you are significantly delaying the time before you can engage again. So it's about knowing how much can I do before I start to get attention, leave, and then come back again. Because the sooner you leave, the sooner that you can come back. And the way that Wrecking Ball cooldowns work, especially with grapple, is that you can disengage, and then by the time you've regenerated a little bit of your health back, you now have your cooldowns again. So you got to go in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. And the ability to do that effectively is game sense. The ability to do that with a lot of lethality is mechanics. So the only hero with hero priority, I would not say target priority is as important with Wrecking Ball. It's more about the quality of the rollout. So if you get a good angle for a 3-man slam, if the map allows you to do that, then you're going to take that. If the map allows you for a big boop, you're going to do that. If the map has a really cool rollout to wrap around and harass and isolate a squishy, you're going to do that. So a lot of the thing is more dependent on what you see with where the enemies are and what the map allows you to do on that spot. You get what I'm saying? So when I'm playing Wrecking Ball and the map has a great slam spot and they are currently on that slam spot, that is my priority. You get what I'm saying? If there's an isolated target on a flank, that becomes my priority, right? So you look at this kind of a matchup and you're like, how is he going to kill anything? And he's not expected to kill anything in first roll. Everything has a defensive cooldown. He's going to milk them dry. He's going to slam and force a bubble. He's going to roll through and force a distraction. It is a team game. He's going to get value and pressure and support from his team. And so he's going to go in and in and in and in. So we're going to see how well he does that. The challenge with the Wrecking Ball is, I think, more so than almost any other character, probably more so than any character in Overwatch, he is a tech character. A lot of not just cool things that you can do, but important things that you can do are tech focused, which is why he's so mechanically difficult. Your ability to do certain basic, even more medium techs with Wrecking Ball are going to consistently amplify the amount of damage that you do. Isn't Overwatch all about spiking and stacking pressure, so less engages but more prepared? Yes and no. With Wrecking Ball, the design of Wrecking Ball is that you're trying to align your pressure with your team, but the way Wrecking Ball works is that his engages are so much more often and so much more important for the Wrecking Ball to set up that you are more focusing on calling your engages every single time, but you might not always have the perfect dive with Winston Bubble. Winston is a character that has a huge spike of tempo that everyone needs to be doing something, even if it's just shooting the tank in, whereas Wrecking Ball is much higher uptime. So it's not as important to get that timing perfectly done every single time. Yeah, exactly, Matt. Grapple is so important. So this is what I'm talking about, right? When Infekted goes for a grapple slam here, he is not really thinking about, is this the optimal thing for target priority? He's not thinking about, is this the optimal way to play versus this comp? He's saying, I see many blue bodies here, or red, and I get lots of damage here. Now, we can criticize this rollout. The problem with Wrecking Ball is there's infinite number of rollouts that you could do. Right now, it looks like Infekted is trying to avoid getting marked by a Tracer on the right angle. He doesn't want to play patty cake with Tracer. He just wants to skip right to backline, which is the luxury of having the ability to engage from any angle. But yeah, okay, so Grapple Attract has helped us out so much. Big slam. And notice that we immediately leave. Could we do damage there? Yes, we could. Would it be a good effective use of our HP? No, it wouldn't. Because what we need to do now is we need to get in position for a grapple roll through slam, or a grapple roll through, because that's going to do more damage, more effective damage, than sitting there and popping your little minigun, water squirt gun. And for you to do this effectively, you need to be able to have your HP. And then if Infekted had shot here, we would be 450 HP and be unable to do a grapple roll through. You get what I'm saying? We could have gotten 25, 30, 40 more damage and lost 250, which then meant our next engage wouldn't have happened. Grapple Retract is insanely strong. Now, you look at that. He's about to go, but they've all backed off, so he stops. He's going to hold the angle, hold the lane for the next fight, but he's not going to fully commit. And right here, we'll do a little bit of tickle damage because I'm not really taking any damage. So now, where are they going to go? What's the most valuable engage that I can get? And Grapple Retract is so important because it allows you to stage for slams so much easier, but it also, if you use it effectively, if you don't enter Fireball, it means you don't lose your grapple cooldown. So you can stage with grapple, slam, and then grapple out if you need to. Insanely, insanely important. Like Matt said, grapple usage, whether it's retract or getting the angle right, is literally 50, 60, 70, 80% of Wrecking Ball. It is so much more important than any other mechanic. Notice again, this is not about a target priority thing. This is all about this angle feels good for Wrecking Ball. I'm going to like this engage. Completely blind, but he knows that something's behind that Zarya. He's going to shoot because he sees a low target. He's going to adaptive shield early, which is fine as long as he uses those resources, which he should. What should he do right now, chat? To be honest with you guys, the same freaking thing that he did last time. He should go back and roll through. So he's committing to the shots because he sees an opportunity, but that kind of highlights the problem with using your weapon. It is such an unfavorable HP trade most of the time. And I don't think he was expecting that. Now, I don't think this was a huge error because in another world here, we hit a couple more shots, we get a little bit more follow-up, and then Y dies. This is a really, really tough call here, but worth considering. We were also down one at the very start of the fight. Forcing point, forcing point. Now the Tracer goes for me. So now I swing. Hit the slam. And there's the mechanics, right? We almost missed our timing there. Grapple, find the target, knock, grapple, slam, adaptive shields, shoot to finish the kill. Grab the health back, go back and set it up again, and because we disengaged quickly, we're able to preserve some of our HP. Now, we still can't go full out here. We're still missing a lot of cooldowns here. So we're gonna shoot a little bit here, but we're not gonna go hard in. Now we have our slam. Blind slam, shoot. Adaptive shields, probably don't even need our shields here. That was a really good fight from Infekted. Really well done. Good slam, good grapple, good shots, good patience. And notice if you count the number of things that we did 1, 2, 3. That's what makes Wrecking Ball strong, is the frequency with which he can remain relevant in the team fight without demanding a lot of resources. But obviously being able to do relevant things during those engages is mechanics. Looks like we're going to fight early. Looks like we're going to try and fight out on the choke here. So this is only because of his team's positioning right now. Again, all about that grapple and grapple retract. Immediately disengaging. Immediately. I know they're all going to look at me. This is probably, you guys can relate with this, right? They're all going to look at me. So just shields out. And what happens is they're going to stop being able to keep up with me. And then I'm just going to go right back in again. Okay, we can all relate with that as well. I probably would have preferred a disengage towards the backline angle here. Like, I wouldn't have minded us to actually roll to the backline here, away from the Zarya. That way we can actually roll through this way. Because rolling back towards the front line means that, as you can kind of see, our vision's really limited. There's really nothing we can boop or shoot here besides Zarya, which obviously doesn't feel good. And then obviously we screw it up. So it was a decent first engage, but obviously a really, really bad afterwards engage, in terms of the disengage and the mechanics as well. Is it legal for him to stay on top of the roof? No. As far as I know, no. So you do this in game as well. Again, slam. Now notice how he behaves this time. Bubble, shoot. There's no period in which we disengage this time. You guys notice that? So we're so used to bubbling or slamming or grappling and rolling and then disengaging immediately afterwards, but this time we don't. Because this time, we're not the tank. It's the Bubble Reaper. So if you are being ignored, it is not your responsibility to disengage and play like you are being ignored. You need to keep going. You need to keep going. So we're just going to keep shooting and then try to go for a grapple roll through. We'll play ball 76. We'll keep shooting. We're still being ignored. We'll keep shooting. And so part of the reasons that a lot of ranked Wrecking Ball players struggle is not just the mechanics. It's recognizing, am I public enemy number one? And immediately disengaging. Or am I just being completely ignored, so I'm just going to shoot and then set up my next engage? Most of the time, if you're playing Wrecking Ball and you're playing tank in general, you are going to be given a lot of resources. You're going to be given attention. So it's very important for you to go in, go out, go in, go out, go in, go out. Most players just don't recognize that. And then they get frustrated when they overstay their welcome. If you win HP tree, can you just ball 76? Yes and no, as long as it's not compromising your ability to grapple or slam. Right there wasn't really, he'd already used his slam. There wasn't really good grapple opportunity, so you might as well just shoot. But winning the HP trade isn't as simple as You are a 250 HP character. I am a 700 HP character, because healing on a 225 HP character is a lot easier than a much larger character, because your fat hitbox is so freaking big that if I'm sitting there shooting a Cassidy, let's put it this way. If it's a Cassidy versus a Wrecking Ball, who wins? Well, Wrecking Ball. He's going to win that HP trade. And this is why 5v5 it's important to understand the nuance here. The tanks always win the 1v1, almost always. However, what wins? A Cassidy with a Mercy Beam or a Wrecking Ball with a Mercy Beam? Do you see what I'm saying? As soon as you introduce support into the 1v1 trade game with really any tank, immediately it overwhelmingly shifts in the favor of the DPS because of the effective health that provides and just the size of the hitbox. And that applies to all tanks. So when you talk about, like, am I winning the HP trade? Should I keep shooting? Well, is that target being supported? If the answer is no, like if I'm spawn camping a Cassidy and he gets me to 200 HP, I don't care. I don't care if I took 500, 600 damage. He's dead. But if he's being supported, I might go in for a cooldown cycle and then disengage. You understand what I'm saying? Very important concept to understand. Again, staging. Notice we're really not thinking too much about target priority. We're thinking about map priority and what is given to us for a cool slam. I don't like this at all. He should have been way more patient here. This is really, really impatient from him. Did he mess up his grapple? And did he just burn it? I'm confused. I think he might have messed it up. I don't know. That was very strange. He should have let them come in more. One little note on the perk choice here. So I think that this perk choice is situational. I think the tank perk choice is decent if you are playing versus a tank that doesn't have a consistent way of mitigating you, and or if you are on a map or a location that allows you to get multiple grapple hits. I actually think that this is probably not the most optimal choice given the situation. I will say that Kiriko Wuyang is a lot of healing, and there's probably a lot of opportunity for them to give infected healing, but this is a situation where you're probably not going to be spending a lot of time playing with tank, and even the occasional boop on tank is probably not worth the extra health here. So I think this one is more 50-50. Your mileage may vary. If this was like a Ryan, though, or a map where I can easily harass their tank, then it is really strong. So really, really bad engage from Infekted overall, though. Like, we needed to let them in more. The fact that we even forced recall is incredibly unfortunate. It's not even really our responsibility. This is just sucky. This is just suck city here. This is Infekted's played so well, and this is just trash. No offense. We don't mince words here. Let them in. Hit the slam. He screws up. I don't even like the shots there. As soon as he screws up the slam, he needs to get out. Don't even use... If you have to use adaptive shields, it's fine, but you're not winning this trade. Get out. So we waste our shields, we waste our slam, we disengage to an angle, which is good. We probably should just stay here, to be honest, and hold the space and kind of wait. But instead, we're really, really itchy to get mine value right now. And so we just kind of grapple and just kind of throw mines in the middle of nowhere. Now, we're using these mines to cap point, to guarantee cap on point. But the problem is the enemy team has plenty of time to break these mines. They have this isn't really valuable space for them right now. It doesn't even fully deny the cap. They're already disengaging as it is, and it's just not well set up. This is probably the first engage from Infekted that I really don't like. It's too early, it's not well set up, and it feels forced. And really, we need to be very careful about how much damage we're taking right now. See, this has given Nightmare so much time to just stabilize and reset up. And see, you notice, by the way, in the panic, we have forgotten to reset up. We've focused on capping, but we have not thought about our setup here. We could have been grapple retracting again. We could have been thinking about an engage from behind. This engage here isn't too bad. Obviously, maybe holding grapple for Brigitte whip shot would have been useful, because maintaining that momentum. But yeah, we've essentially lost the script. And I think the reason why I'm happy to see this is because we can all relate. So Infekted is either the superhero, but occasionally the superhero, the kryptonite comes in, and as predicted, Nightmare just completely runs him over. So, is it correct to use mines when the enemy team has to force their angles? I'm not sure I fully understand what you're saying. Can you rephrase that question? A little bit of damage. We're waiting. We're taking our angle for free. And you can just see how fast that lane theory from Winston kicks in here. Like, we can go right in. And then now, because that lane is uncontested, I mean, really, Nightmare's just not really controlling any space at all right now. This is just the freest engage in the history of the world. We can get a grapple here. We can get a slam here. They're all in a giant clump. And strangely enough, Wrecking Ball is not really a amazing tank on isolated targets if the map is bad for him. Like, he's okay versus isolated targets, but it's the same dichotomy of Doomfist where in general the AoE value is actually, people talk about like Doomfist and Wrecking Ball really good versus isolated. It's actually better versus AoE. I think in many ways I would prefer a Winston versus isolated targets in many ways. And for this situation, this is going to be one of those situations where it's like you get so much AoE value. What are we doing here? I don't like this. Take the brig. I don't know if you just didn't see the brig, but we set up this big engage on their backline. They leave the backline, and we go back to help with Wuyong. Feels a little bit too much like chasing here. Missed opportunity there. Missed opportunity. And again, you notice we don't stop the end result of RuPaul dying. But we could have punished brig. We could have punished Tracer. But we didn't. The paperwork is hard, yes, exactly. It's mind-numbing, corporate, it's just awful. All right, we take a deep backline angle. Wuyong, we are now easily, see, now we're staged for Wuyong. So now we can go for Wuyong. We're not chasing Wuyong. See, what we're gonna do here, see, this is the intention. This is sometimes a good thing to do. A target with mobility that is unsupported, you can shoot this target a little bit. Because what do you think is going to happen, guys? It's going to get wave. He's going to use his shift, his little glide boost thing. And armor pack would suck here, to be honest with you. But maybe we can force this guy to use a cooldown, and then we can chase him down. Let's see. See, he's in trouble. There's the bubble. So now it's like, I didn't really lose much HP for that. Just use my gun. And now I'm going to go in. And now Luke is really freaking vulnerable. And not only is that, but I'm actually going to hold. He almost hit it there, so he missed it. But he hits the grapple and doesn't just hit the grapple, he holds the grapple to pursue after Luke uses the cooldown. Isn't that crazy? That's so good. He doesn't quite get the angle right here, but you can see what I'm saying, right? He forces a cooldown with his guns because it's just a strict 1v1 with no help. Then he goes in with a grapple to force another cooldown, and he holds the grapple to pursue afterwards. Wouldn't mind him going up top to go for a slam. That probably would have been better here. So once he fails this here, don't shoot. Roll up the stairs, slam. If you have slam, it should be your priority if you have an angle for it. And he absolutely has an angle for it. This is a little bit sloppiness. But that overall was a decent engage, decent idea, and eventually that results in a kill. See, that's what Overwatch 2 is all about. You have supports and DPS and tanks using their defensive cooldowns, using their offensive cooldowns, looking for opportunities. People end up making a bad, like that engage from Infekted didn't kill the Wuyong, but it did. You understand what I'm saying? It did. It created an advantage to where it was nothing Luke could do at that point. And I think people get frustrated at that sometimes, but I think that's what makes Overwatch beautiful. Is that not everything is immediate. It's an investment, right? Now for this, I would have preferred a little bit less shooting there, maybe. The mines are honestly fine, and then obviously stopping the shoot was a calculated risk. He knew he'd probably die, but he wanted to go for the kill, and I don't think it was a mistake. And this time, the mines and point actually matter because the fight is actually happening. And so you want to put mines on space that's actually currently significant, and it was. When would slam Spider-Man the choke not be priority? It's always good if the map lets you. If the map doesn't have a good angle for it or the enemies aren't... Like, you notice that Infekted hasn't done the slam Spider-Man on choke anymore. Why? Because that's not where the enemies have been. Because they've been controlling the map. They've not been there anymore. They're all over the map, right? So it's not good anymore. So that's always good if that's where the enemies are. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's why I said we don't talk about target priority as much with Wrecking Ball. You're looking at where enemies are and then trying to find what's a good engage for that, you know? And if you know they're going to walk through a choke, Spider-Man slamming is like basically almost always good, you know? Again, notice that how conservative we are with their HP. Get a grapple, get a couple of shots. In terms of perk choice, I think maybe the bubble would have been okay here, given since the recent patch changed. Now that you have the extra HP that you can gain now, that would have been really useful versus the Brigitte. But I think the additional slam damage is also really good. So tough to know. See, like right now we're grappling again because we know that I can get a good engage here. But then unfortunately we didn't realize that the enemy team is here. So this one doesn't work because we didn't scout in time. Big slam. Don't stay. Don't stay. Now we can go in. Oh, no, we mess up our retract. Okay, do you see that? Because we didn't shoot here, which we shouldn't have because nobody's low. We're able to disengage long enough to preserve our HP so that we can actually go back in here. But the problem is that we don't retract in time, so we don't get the roll through that we wanted. And then we get grabbed. And then we get pulsed. That's unfortunate. We should have lived that 100%. Roll through, grab a health pack, go back in. The bubble would be mate. Fair enough. Touches point. Adaptive shields. Can we get a slam? Not really. I will say Nightmare has done a much better job in these last couple of fights. We're trying to get the spin to win on the tank here. You notice he's trying to spin a little bit above them for the stall. Now you're like, he's missing all his, he's not intending to hit anybody. He's trying to stall without being shootable. Because if Brig will bash him if he gets the floor. But yeah, do you notice that Nightmare has done a much better job here of kind of spreading and controlling space? And so it feels like every infected ability has only hit one target, if anybody. And that's where it can be really challenging to play Wrecking Ball. And that's where he's trying to use the perk. Oh, I didn't quite get it. Didn't quite get it. You see what I'm saying? It's not as easy as you think. To just, oh, spin to win, just murder the tank, right? Like, that was the intention, and it just didn't quite work. Ooh, hold that. That's it. Huge. So it's not always guaranteed, but it can be helpful versus certain boops to hold grapple. Hold grapple. It just gets bash canceled. So my criticism here is with where our team is from right, I would much rather prefer a backline angle instead of going directly at the enemy team. Choke slamming right where they're coming out is really good, but you really want to avoid directly rolling into threats if you can. It makes it really easy for them to punish you as you're rolling in. It ruins the element of surprise. It makes your boop less valuable because you boop them where your team can't see them anymore. And it also means that it's harder to outplay CC. So he's doing a good job outplaying the CC, but he's not doing a good job outplaying the CC with how he's simply positioning correctly. You see what I'm saying? I would have preferred him to come from the more surprise angle and with his tracer from the side. Tries to get the roll through, tries to get the slam, almost dies for it because of that bad engage. But we get enough. Big grapple, big slam. He's going to greed his gun right now because there's no reason not to right now. Doesn't quite get the Wuyong. Wuyong grabs the Mega, and now we're out. Now are we going to Spider-Man or are we going to go for the flank? Are we going to Spider-Man or are we going to go for the flank? It looks like Spider-Man. I actually don't like Spider-Man as much here, and if we had done Spider-Man, I would have preferred further on these chokes here. And you can kind of see it, why, like where it's just not enough verticality, and there's a lot of open space behind these points. So I would have preferred either a hard flank here, knock them in and go for the grapple, or I would have preferred to go for the grapple up top here. This ends up showcasing maybe a little bit of map experience for Infekted. It's just way too congested of a spot, and so we kind of make the same mistake if we roll directly at the enemy team. And so it just doesn't do anything. We're shooting because we're not taking any damage. But yeah, not a very efficient engage for Infekted. Now we come from an angle. And now... yeah, this is well done. That's a really... you could see the difference in the quality of the engage. Untouched, full HP, from the angle, huge slam, huge damage, 1 HP, gets the kill, forces the rally, and takes basically no damage. The only reason we even use mines is because this fight is just complete chaos and that everyone's popping ults. We need to be careful about the shots there. Yeah, no. So here, this is where you have to fight the voices. You are too close to be shooting this Brigitte. You need to ball form and roll away and then set up your next grapple. You're coming up in your grapple. Your adaptive shields are about halfway through. This is not free damage. You are going to get stunned. You're going to get whipped. And it's just... you just shouldn't die for that. We shouldn't die for that. That's just agony. This was such a still winnable fight if we had played that one a little better. So a little bit too much gun greed. Very common problem. It's a very difficult skill. And now we're just stalling. We're just playing to try and stall, and we're going to die anyway. Now, the reason why he didn't mine this, chat, I think he didn't mine this earlier because the team was calling to... the team was calling to use Wuyong into Reaper ult, I think. Which means that we're using Pulse, Wuyong, and Reaper at the same time. I think mines here would have been, okay, we're blue 4 ults and they just insta-wipe. It would have been bad ult economy. It is a little bit unfortunate though, because in hindsight, this is a perfect engage for mines. Like you mines up high, which remember the higher you mines, the more they spread. We're talking about a team fight win right here. Like easy big value mines. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. They even whiffed the grab here, which is funny. All right, setting up on the lane that we talked about, retaking from a flank, which is really important. He's going to pull attention towards himself. He might even touch point. A little bit of damage. A little too much damage there. He's got to respect the Tracer. I wouldn't even use my gun there. Grapple roll through. Holds the grapple. Another one, and there's that crit value right there. Oh, he almost hits it. He gets it. He gets again. Huge value. There's both your frequency and quality of engage right there. So much damage done right there. Doesn't hit the slam, but does get the grapple. Ooh, no, oh no, that's a mistake. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. I don't really know what the plan was here. I don't know why we stopped rolling. That was strange. Because that kind of kills any attempt to disengage, and so it forces us into a situation where we're probably going to die. Oh, forces Suzu. That's really bad. A really good start, really poor finish there towards the end. Big slam. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. So we started to shoot because we saw Brig. As soon as Brig dies, though, we need to go right back into ball form and just roll. Yes. Now we shoot. Now we hide. Now we slam. Now we shoot. Now we grapple. Beautiful. Beautiful. That was very nice. He was dumb and he hit the bricks. Yeah, the problem is you can't really stop a grapple like that. Once you've already hit fireball, you just have to commit to it and roll through. I'm surprised we're shooting there. I would have preferred a slam. And I would have preferred a roll into the room and then grapple roll through. You're not really going to be able to get a first hit slam kill on a Symmetra there. Mine's on point because it's obviously valuable space. Grapple. Slam. Zarya's dead. Nicely done. No shooting with ball a lot for HP management like with Winston. Much more nuanced because ball does actually pretty decent damage with this weapon. But you never want to use your weapon at the compromise of setting up your next engage and or if you're losing that HP trade. It is a very, very important skill with ball. Very important skill. Because you could always be setting up for a better engage or you could always be saving your gun for later on. We're Batmaning, we're Spider-Manning. Big slam. Now, don't shoot, would be my prediction here. Unless they're using something else here, I would not want us to shoot. There it is. You see it? You see it? There's Wraith instantly forced. Look at her health. Good. Now, grapple. Now, grapple. Now, shoot. You see it? And because we have 800 HP, because we used our cooldowns correctly and did not shoot unnecessarily, we are now in a situation where very soon, as soon as we get that grapple back, we can go back in again, even though we don't have adaptive shields. You see it? So now we're not 400 HP. We're 650 HP. So this is risky, but not uncomfortably so. You guys see how that engagement traded out differently because of how we played that? That was a really nice fight from Infekted. Wasn't this a bit early? I thought that as well, but I think there was... Yeah, you are kind of right. It does look like they weren't really set up to fight this in time. So, yeah, you might be right. There was probably a miscommunication here. I would never do this in ranked without checking my teammates' positions first, but I assume this must have been communicated and it just... I don't know. But yeah, you're right. Beautiful. He's always had enough HP to do what he wants. Now he's so far away he can shoot for free. But now he needs to start thinking about, I got my adaptive shields, what's my next engage? So probably going to do a grapple roll through, maybe look for a wall bounce slam. Nope, he gets whip shotted. Don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot. I mean, it's fine, I guess. You kind of get your engage denied. But overall, that was a really, really, really nice fight from Infekted. Roll, just spin to win here. Oh, it gets grabbed. That sucks. Roll, 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 live. Nice. Good stuff. Still a really good engagement there from Liquid. because that forced basically a rally for free on the rotation of point, just from a really good engagement Infected. Like, Infected just forces rally by himself. Spider-Man, because we know where they're coming from. Again, that AoE value is coming in clutch here. So they're trying to spread. You see it? They're trying to spread. They're trying to bait it. Should we shoot? Yes or no? This might seem like a hot take for you guys, but I think no. I think no. I think no. Now, maybe, because he's kind of being ignored, but he has to be very quick. It really is more reactive in many ways. You do have to predict initially whether you're going to be focused or not, but you are supposed to adjust. So, like here, I think this was good. But then I think he realizes that nobody's really shooting at me besides the Brig, so he starts to shoot. Okay. Then goes, oh no. And then goes, oh no, Reaper on me. I gotta get out of here. Or no, Reaper wasn't on me. That was an audio bug. Weird. But you gotta be quick. Roll through, mines, slam. Nice. But yeah, he was responsible enough there to be able to get out, and maybe we can live? Yeah. Okay. Little shaky, but not bad. Brig has packs equals no shoot. I mean, yeah, for the most part, but I do think there's some nuance there. Like, we force some packs there for not free, but for relatively cheaply. Now, will it work again? What's your prediction, chat? Not what will be the reality, because you can always change depending on what you see. But what's your prediction? Shooting? Yes, no? No shoot. Exactly. No shoot. No shoot. Grapple even if you need to. Probably grapple. Mistake. Mistake. Huge mistake. The reason why he shoots here, and I'm going to tell you why he shoots here, is because of the objective time, where he's thinking they're not going to have the time to stop and shoot me. My problem with shooting here, though, isn't just an HP management thing, though. What's the other downside of shooting in this situation? What should we be thinking about instead? Grapple. We have grapple here. What kind of a spin to win nonsense? What kind of a big boop can we do here? We have a cooldown to play with here. And we're shooting a full HP Wuyong. And we've got 3 people on us. Stage it for something. Back off here. And then instead of this garbo, grapple right through the Wuyong. Right down the lane. You see what I'm saying? So this is one of those situations where this was very clearly a mistake. And what happens is a gross inefficiency on our actual damage output. We don't get that punished for it. We did lose more HP than we needed to, for sure. But it's more about we just didn't do enough damage. And that's going to probably or potentially cost us. Might not. No, it looks like it doesn't. But you can see it. It just, nothing dies. Even that slam was weird. That was very strange. That's crazy. Probably touch point here first. Oh, I guess we're just going to go Kitsune Rush. Wow, that's a huge Kitsune Rush. Yeah, and that's it. So yeah, I mean, obviously, really solid Wrecking Ball. I mean, this is good stuff. There's a reason that they're even able to play it. We will skip Gibraltar just to focus on some of the Orisa. But yeah, any questions? I'd like to see a little bit more decision-making, a little bit higher quality decision-making with when we're stopping to shoot. And it did look like there were certain times as Nightmares started to spread where Infected looked a little bit lost with how to set up his engage. But for the most part, like really, really high quality stuff. All this armchair analysis makes you feel like I play ball better than Infected. That's how we're supposed to do it. Infected knows how that goes. I'm sure he watched my analysis and said, yeah, I can do it. It's hard, man. It's freaking hard. Don't skip that for Orisa. Well, I'm looking at Orisa, so frick you. It's a variety, guys. Variety, guys. All right. Any questions? What makes him swap Ball to Orisa here? I mean, look at the comp. Ball's, this is one of Ball's weakest maps, first off, because of how narrow it is. There's just not a lot of staging ground. And then you have a relatively favorable matchup versus Junker Queen, a very favorable matchup versus Reaper. And Orissa's pretty good for this map as well. So it's map, and then the entirety of their composition, Orissa's pretty good versus. I actually think that the only other character that you would even consider here is if Zarya was even... Well, they banned Zarya, never mind. So that answers that question. So, yeah. If Ram was good here, if Ram was really good, we could see Ram potentially here as well. How close is Infekted jump into Donghang? I'd say, I don't know. I actually don't know. I honestly don't watch enough pro and POVs to give you opinions about player quality in a vacuum. I can tell you how the hero is supposed to be played. I can coach the character. I can do the gameplay analysis. I know how the game works at the highest level, but I don't know the players well enough to give an opinion. Okay, so Orisa is all about cooldown cycles. Cooldown cycles on short to medium ranges. And crucially, being able to hold space and hit your javelins. Javelin is Orisa. Your ability to hit javelins is what gives you small advantages. Think of javelin as the equivalent of like a good bubble trade with Winston or a good grapple roll through mechanically with Ball, where it may not immediately get you the dopamine of securing elimination, but it will force a cooldown, clear an angle, force a resource that's going to allow you to hold and take space appropriately. So let's take a look here. The Orisa swap is great. Let's see what we do. How can we avoid taking unnecessary pressure? Playing the left angle, shooting what's available to you, javelin spinning to the next corner. Corner to corner to corner to corner to corner to corner to corner gameplay. In the same way that where Winston was the lanes, Wrecking Ball is the lanes, Orisa is the lanes too, but those lanes are very compressed generally. She's going to be playing corner to corner to corner to corner to corner to corner to corner, very methodically and decisively moving forward. She doesn't have the mobility to go, we're going to go from here to here to here. It's more along the lines of here to here to here, right? You're running it straight down, but you're playing very decisively, very deliberately along those lanes. So right now, the number one priority for Infekted is to put pressure on this lane Seeker without getting shot from the side. One target, one lane. Orisa cannot get surrounded. I am only one person or only one lane can see me. So this, frankly, is a mistake. We peek here without spin, without even attention to where people are, because we're looking at Reaper. We should sit in the room, poke at the Reaper, and then either hold the lane until we have Javelin Spin, because we need our Javelin Spin to win this frontline trade, or we don't wait for them to walk into us. Because without Javelin Spin, this is what happens. It's a good Javelin, but an immediate fortification because we're already in the back foot. I think the reason why we rush this peak, I guarantee you, and this is why it's not so simple as just play perfectly Infekted forehead. Can you guys tell me why Infekted just runs it down here? Why? Thank you, Immunojam. What is lane theory in a nutshell? It just basically means whatever whatever angle you choose, whether it's left or right, you stick with, unless there's a really good reason to swap. So if you're on right, you commit to deeper right or shallower right, depending on the situation. Yeah, it's a Kitsune call, right? I'm not sure if this is a purposeful bait from Liquid. I would say it's probably not. It doesn't look like a purposeful bait, but it definitely is like, let's push with Kitsune Rush, so Infekted just kind of goes in. Yeah. Probably will be okay here, but I think the thing is like we're okay, but we could have gotten a kill there. Like we could have forced a much worse cooldown trade for the enemy team if we'd been better with our timing on that. I'm not sure. I would have much rather preferred. Well, no, okay. Let me ask you guys a question. Where's the next corner for Infekted to take? Yeah, the spin was a little bit suspect. I think maybe that they're trying to prevent the pushback. Where's the next corner? Right, Mega. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Should Infekted rotate to the next corner on Mega? This is really important. This is again, this is the difference between pro and ranked. Let me just clarify. If I were to choose any one difference between pro and ranked, it'd be this thing right here. Correct. No, you should not. No, you should not. Why not? Now, you're saying not without CDs, but we could use our Javelin Spin to get there. We could have used our Javelin Spin to get there instead of whatever nonsense is happening here. We'd have Fortify, we'd have Javelin, we'd have full HP, we'd have Mega, and so on. But that still probably would not be the right play. Why? It's beat. It's beat. Queen is free, then you're free too. You're both free. You just have started to progress space. The difference is beat. Now, in a moment, maybe on next Javelin Spin, I would like that because we will have beat as well. But this is the difference between pro and ranked play. The difference between pro and ranked play is that the ult layering game becomes much more important. So you need to be, you can do the right thing on a neutral game by walking forward to the next corner. That would be the correct play here if you could. But because they have beat and you do not, you would get your team, or you would be run over and killed. No, he would not be surrounded. Not if he Javelin spins to here. No. The very opposite of surrounded. All of the threats come into one room, directly into his maw, while they turn their back on the entirety of his team. He creates an angle. You guys see it? He creates an angle by moving here. But queen loses tank trade, but she's an advantage if you go for other backline, right? Well, you've already pushed the queen back. You see what I'm saying? Don't look at things as simply as like who wins this tank trade. Queen is better than Orisa in the tank trade. No. Queen can even win the tank trade by forcing your cooldowns with knife. It's generally easier to force out cooldowns with knife than it is for Orisa to force cooldowns with javelin. Think of it this way. Orisa's stronger than queen right now, but if queen can fish and fish and fish and fish, she can bleed you, drive your cooldowns and of your advantages. You get what I'm saying? So we need to go into here when we have beat. So right now, it honestly, I don't even understand the fortify there, frankly. I really don't understand the fortify. I really do not understand the fortify. We're not actively, aggressively peeking this, and we probably shouldn't here because we're not in a position to where we can deal with their beat engage just yet. So now we're kind of stuck at a really awkward moment right here where we don't have any CDs, and Vega gets the beat off at like less than half HP. Not the best layering there from Infekted there. He is knifed. Oh, is he knifed? You're correct. You're correct. You're correct. Which kind of begs the question again, what was this wide swing with... No, well, he fortifies before he even gets knifed. No, he very purposefully wide swings this. Maybe they're trying to break the corner. That might be it. They're trying to force them back and force the beat. That might be okay. They're trying to wide swing. All right, we'll keep going. It's a mess. Yeah, and you can see that because we wide swing and then javelin spin and then fortify, we lose. Because then that forces our beat first. We don't have any CDs. Because after this beat, if we had fortified, this fight is still winnable. But we just don't. So, not great. I'm glad that he got punished for that because that was a real head scratcher from layering perspective. You can't use, like, this is the thing. Like, this is the ranked application here. When you're playing Orisa, you do not use cooldowns for no reason. You can use them aggressively, you can use them defensively, you can rotate forward, you can rotate backward, you can use your fortify to do a lot of damage, but you do not use your cooldowns for no reason. It's the same thing with Zarya, right? Like a lot of these ground tanks, same thing with Ram, Shield, and Vortex. You must do something with your cooldown. It must either deny a significant amount of damage, allow you to rotate, allow you to take space, allow you to do damage. It's not always defensively either. But when you see this, which is like, well, what did that really do? And then you see this, and you go, what did that really do? What did we do with that damage? Not a lot. Then you're going to get punished. Because even without the Reaper ult, doesn't matter. We lose. Because just them simply walking forward around that corner would have killed us there. Could she have crossed the Mega with Fortify once he pressed it? No, because then he's definitely going to get isolated and killed with that bead. So, yeah. At that point, you just have to disengage and hope that the NDP overextends. Maybe duck into the bookstore further, Felt like he was too peel-oriented when he was actually target number one, He mismanaged his cooldowns, and then he's thinking about worrying about his backline when, actually, no, you're dead. Remember we said about that with the Wrecking Ball, right? When Wu Yang eventually died because Infekted played really well on him. It was like, it's only a matter of time now. Infekted misplays his cooldown. It's only a matter of time before he's dead. What should he have done instead? Well, hold the corner. Wait for your beat. Shoot. If you're going to aggressively wide swing for beat, then do it when you have beat. And then I do think at this, if we waited 5, 6, 7 seconds, then we absolutely should have javelin spin to this angle here on the right. You guys can't see it, but it's off to the right here, that little room. Then javelin spin there, shoot, use the Mega. If they rush into you, fortify. But that's so much more painful and inconvenient and awkward for them, which means they're probably going to have to beat on top of you. And then you're beat to respond. We didn't gain space. We didn't force resources. We didn't even do any damage for the cooldowns. The javelin, no follow-up. Well, it doesn't matter. If we hit the javelin here, it's not about the follow-up. It's about denying this person from doing damage or forcing a cooldown. Not every javelin needs to get follow-up. It can be an inconvenience alone. How many seconds? I hate you guys. No, actually, I don't hate you guys. I hate you individually. Stops. Alright, that's crazy javelin. A lot of these javelins at this range are more predictive. You can't obviously aim the hit scan there. It's just more about where do I think they're going to peak, you know? And then as we move closer, it becomes more mechanical. But then Reaper kills everything? No, no. We did nothing to stop the Reaper there. Like, I want you to highlight, like, the Reaper, we did nothing to stop the Reaper. We did nothing. We can do nothing. We don't even have our javelin anymore. Or our spin. It was all the beat. It was the team spreading out. By the time we got to the Reaper, the ult was already over. We did nothing to stop the Reaper here. You see what I'm saying? So, you see what I'm saying? So, we could have held the corner and saved our cooldowns and then denied the engage, maybe. Or used our cooldowns aggressively to bait the attention onto us and then we'll live aggressively. But nothing that we did had anything to do with the Reaper at all. Should you still spin and run to a new angle for your team or do it selfishly? Either one. If you're not planning on moving, you can use it selflessly if you'd like to. But I would have preferred the more consistent thing of is using your spin to take space. Yes, when you have an opportunity to do so. Yes. What's up, THK? How are you, man? All right, next corner. So we're going to go left, and then we're going to go cart, and we're going to go right. It's going to be the same kind of rotation, hopefully. Where should we be right now, chat? Where should Infekted be? Minor adjustment, minor adjustment. Where should we be? Same corner, right? Right, get right here. Don't let this guy shoot me. Don't let this guy shoot me. Be able to shoot these angles right here. Go from there. Yeah. Don't stand in the open. You got to move corner to corner. There's way too much free damage, which is putting a lot of pressure on RuPaul. Yes, left side. Then, what happens here is we can't javelin pressure this because we're in the bookstore, but we can absolutely deny Painkiller from taking any space. This is good. That's really good. That's the backline trade that we were looking for with Winston in the previous thing. Do not let them walk forward. Arisa's really good at that. Fortify layering afterwards is fine. And now I'm trusting my team to be able to deal with that Reaper Tracer because I'm basically 4v1ing. Now, this is really important, and this is more of a micro thing. Why does Orisa ult here, besides the fact... Because Orisa, he still has a Fortify on 2 seconds, right? But why does he Fortify? Do you guys see it, or ult? Do you guys see it? You see it? This is more of a micro thing. Yoink. Yoink. You can get Lucio's off the high ground. So he's going to kill Lucio's momentum and yoink him right in. It's really annoying for Lucio players to deal with. Now, ironically here, he forgets about Suzu, which is probably the more important thing, but I don't think this is a mistake. It's still a good cooldown force because it completely kills momentum. Oh, he doesn't get it off in time. Should he have pulled it earlier? Could he have pulled it earlier? I guess he must have still had amp. Yeah, he could have got him right here. Right there. Bam. Oh, that's actually so unlucky. That's not even a bad play. It's a good try. Okay. So I was actually a pretty decent cooldown trade, all things considered. I would have liked him going towards left bookshop at the start to avoid some of the early fight pressure so that they could have put more resources into dealing with backline. But the layering of the cooldowns and the ultimate was pretty good there. Suzu is... Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry about the Suzu. Yeah, you guys are right. My bad. Corner. Corner, and then frankly, I would love just a javelin spin to here. Well, actually, no, not until, again, same problem as last time, right? We want a javelin spin to take space, but only when we have the support else to be able to hold our ground. So we need to wait, and then they use it early, and this is, I think, a lot better. Yeah, this is a lot better. That was much better. That was actually much better. I don't know who... because we get a great javelin. We're playing in tight left corner. We bait the Kitsune Reaper's attention on top of us. And then we're able to hold space, and we actually use our Fortify for mostly offensive purposes. The mistake here is not Infected. The mistake here, what's the mistake here, chat? It's not Infected. Infected plays this one perfectly. What's the mistake? Can you guys spot it? More of a team mistake. Vega partially, but it's more of a team mistake, really. We did not have Kitsune Rush, and we're walking really close. That's a huge mistake, especially in compositions like this. With Speed Boost and Amp and Shout, it's really easy. So by the time that we pop our Kitsune, they've had Kitsune Rush for like 4 seconds. So you just can't do this at this level. If you're going to walk up this far forward, you need to be ready to disengage. And they are, I mean, look at freaking RuPaul's position. What the frick? Where's my, like, this is just really poor. They walked way too close without a support ult. Really poor. But good job from Infected. If this had been any other situation where Vega and RuPaul don't immediately, like, we don't fold, then this would have been a one fight. That was really good. That was by far his best fight in terms of his layering and his use of the corners. This character is really simple, but really mechanically demanding. You have to hit your shots, you have to hit your javelins, and you cannot make mistakes with your layering. You mean the rest of the team should have gone... Yeah, they should have played back towards library, further back, to bait them, if anything, to chase, and then you could just amp speed out. Do not set foot in Eichenwalde unless you want to become a campfire story. Why is that? Good javelin, good shots. Preserve his HP. What is going on here? This is some sloppy stuff here. What is... So we're javelin spinning in... But I don't like this push. This is too soon. Are we trying to catch them before they beat? This is a team thing. This is definitely a team thing. Infected doesn't want to do this. I think they're calling for Blade here. This is really weird. I really like how he's using his javelin spin when his gun starts to overheat. So like that's one of the min-max things he can do. But it's such a weirdly time engage. Okay. So RuPaul gets picked first, but then the enemy team over ults. That's a bunch of ults. So... Alright, surely we get an honest rotation here. Left corner, left corner. Nice javelin. Next corner, next corner, next corner. We might not even need the javelin spin, just walk. We get our long javelin spin. Bam. Or our long javelin. Suzu's forced. So now we're going to see some layering. Are we going to disengage this? Yes, we're going to disengage it. See, that's the difference. They were ready for it. They were positioned for it. Now... They're going to go turn on Tracer. We hit the javelin. We get the javelin spin. We fully disengage. And then, interestingly enough here, if the enemy team keeps pushing, we can actually beat on these guys. In fact, that's what I'd expect them to happen right around this corner. Yep, they're going to walk to the next corner. Javelin spin. They might use their ult first. There's the beat. Where's the beat? Where's the beat? No! Vega! Okay. All right. There's like such a disconnect with the timing of some of these things. Like the beat should already be going off here. Oh my gosh. What a train wreck. And we don't even get a chance to use our ult to lair. That's such an unearned. All right. Javelin, waiting for it. Don't overheat your weapon. Don't overheat your weapon. Just chill. Almost gets a javelin. Javelin spin. And then just ult this for the survivability. And then, yeah, we're just being really disciplined here. And then we will hold it out. All right. I mean, it's not really a brawl meta, so I'm sure some of these teams are kind of out of practice. And I think Infekted played the last couple of fights fairly decently. We could have hit more javelins, obviously. But from a team-wide perspective, this was kind of hard to watch. I'm not going to lie. Just really, really sloppy play from both teams. But... yeah, I mean, the Infected's actual play himself was really fun for me. I don't know if you guys enjoy this kind of stuff, but I freaking love this stuff. It's honestly pretty impressive that he plays at like a pretty solid level on 3 entirely different tanks. And I think that kind of highlights the differences with Overwatch 2 nowadays, especially with these ban metas, right? Like it's been a long time, maybe the hardest time ever to be a tank player. at the professional level, because bans just mean that you're going to be playing 3, 4, whatever different characters sometimes per match. And in people like Infekted, with the hero pool flexibility that he does have and the game understanding that he does have, is just incredibly valuable, because he's played consistently solid on different characters for different maps and different modes. Now, obviously, that's not something that I'd ever expect any of you guys, and I would encourage you guys not to replicate this if you can. But hopefully, guys, you were able to learn at least a couple of things for your main, whatever one you play. Any final questions? Yeah, the Vega Ajax caught me off guard. I have not seen this game or many of these games, to be honest. What is the game you've enjoyed commenting in this pro season? I don't know. I think the obvious low-hanging fruit. I think this season of OWCS has been really, really bad. Competitively, meta's fine, strategy's fine. You know, there's just so many bad teams. I'm tired of 3-0 watch. There's been way too many 3-0s. So the high level matches obviously have been really fun when I have watched them. Does he really have a corner that he could walk through in that last pathway? No. You can go towards the old spawn, but not really. We have not looked at OWCS DPS, not yet. At the highest level, what hero coaching do you find personally fixes your sleep-wake cycles? Definitely... I don't know. Moira? You look at Hawk POV sometime? Yeah, sure. Big fan of Hawk. Hawk's a great player. The Tchaikovsky Dvorak meta? That's a classic right there. Get it? Yeah. Sugar-free Pasha is going to come back to us. Sugar-free's great too. What can you get more active on Orisa? It just feels like corner max and push pull. I mean, that's really all it is. The thing that you can get active on with Orisa is mechanics, like your shots and javelins. Which hero coaching is best for processing a funeral? Probably Hazard. What is important lesson to be taken from his gameplay? I mean, the things that we were criticizing: corner usage, cover-to-cover rotations, using your cooldown for a very specific purpose, whether offensive or defensive, and hitting your javelins. You know, being very deliberate with your javelin aim, even if you miss it, right? Which tank works everywhere? I think when I think of the two most flexible tanks, not the two strongest tanks, but the two most flexible tanks, I think of immediately Doomfist and D.Va, most likely. That would be my choice. Although you could argue Wrecking Ball is probably in that top list as well. DPS feels so uncreative at the highest level. I don't know. I haven't watched enough the last couple of weeks to know what has been consistently meta, but I think DPS is relatively okay for right now. If you're a hit scan enjoyer, it could be a little bit not as interesting. Which hero coaching prevents vitamin D deficiencies? Definitely Roadhog. Tracer's meta? Yeah. Sojin Bad Eye Sleep. Is that you, Avril? Sojin is not a terrible hero to be meta at the highest level. I think we've seen way too much of her, but it's like complaining about Lucio. You know, it's like we see a lot of Lucio, but Lucio's freaking fun to watch in the comparison to his alternatives. Yeah. Mei is fun to watch. Hitscan players are marginalized, and that's healthy for society. Ram is used a bit. Yeah, I think people overreacted to the Ram nerfs, and then he's been okay on some maps. Also, the West just loves Ramatra. They love Ramatra. They are any way that we can force Ram into the meta, they will do so. I'm tired of Kiriko Lucio, though. Well, this problem is that there's just not enough supports that have the skill ceilings that those two have. And as I already talked about with the main support problem with Wuyong, is that we have too many squishy baby powder supports, right? And Lucio and Brig are the only ones that get their hands dirty, right? So you see Lucio paired with just about everything, you know, because what else are you going to do? Kira still playing Ram too? Yeah, I mean, I think Ram could probably be okay. It is also most likely due to the fact that Ram is being seen as a solution for Zarya right now as well. Because it seems to be that Zarya is one of the more influential heroes in the meta right now. So Ram is a very, very good matchup versus Zarya. And so that's often how meta's evolved, where people aren't even playing the strongest character, but the character that beats the strongest character. Because if you go to the strongest character, they're going to go to the hero that beats the strongest character. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ram's decent versus Zarya. Vortex really gives Zarya problems. Any plans for next stream? Is there OWCS this next weekend? If so, probably that. Maybe with Hottie again. Ball is very good. I think Ball is definitely one of the tanks that is dictating the meta partly as well on maps where he is good. I think prior, as of this most recent patch, I don't really know, but prior to this patch, it was like Wuyang, Ball, Zarya, Tracer, probably the heroes that I would say were kind of dictating matches and what's being played. Were they being played every match? No, but definitely those are the characters that you have in the back of your mind if they're relevant. How does Zarya deal with Hazard jumping everywhere? I mean, if he's not good enough, you can just burn him alive. Like, when Zarya becomes meta, she has the same weaknesses that she does before. She's just too strong to ignore, basically. And things like alt fire perk help a great deal with that. Yeah, the Ana perk is something to keep an eye on. The Wuyang nerf is something to keep an eye on. The Reaper changes are also something to keep an eye on, and so on. So, yeah, it's very hard for a Zarya to disengage a bad Ramattra trade. It's like Ram versus Rein. Can Zarya beat Ram? Of course. But if Zarya takes a bad cooldown trade, it could mean that you're just dead. And the same thing goes with Rein versus Ram. Rein can absolutely outplay Ram. But if you take a bad cooldown trade, you will die. Almost certainly. Playoffs this weekend? Good to know. I'm not too fan of balancing around perks. Me and you both. Hey, Stalker. How are you, mate? Yeah, the big thing with the Tracer, or the Honest Sleep Dart, 14 Slip, one of the little things, I guess, maybe, about the crit perk is how much stronger Sleep Dart becomes. Because it's guaranteed lineup headshot in anything that you sleep. Even a tank, an extra free 150 damage, maybe even 2 shots there, that's a big deal. And anything that gets slept on, you're freaking dead. Basically, you're freaking dead. You can one-shot combo Tracers before they can recall now without even nade. Genji's die, everything dies. Keep an eye on. Yes, exactly. Keep an eye on. You're great. Nice. What heroes are balanced around perks? I mean, we've seen Reaper recently balanced around perks. I think Tracer is 100% recently balanced around perks. I think Kiriko has also been at times balanced around perks. Not as much because she's not as good in lower ranks, but I mean, a lot of people are crying for Zarya to be balanced around perks. Ramattra certainly also balanced around perks as well with Vengeful Vortex. I mean, it's not that balanced around perks is something that you should avoid at all costs, and it's not something that you really can fully avoid. They are an important part of the game. However, it is something that you should... there's nuance in there, right? Like, so sometimes we have to be very careful about that. It means changes to their base kits being considered and debated because of the state of their perks. Ram got Sledgehammer nerfed because of Vengeful Vortex and the armor bug. And his other minor perk is really good. People are crying about Zarya nerfs now because of her minor alt fire perk. Kiriko, same thing with her double step, right? The Tracer changes. Tracer's, a lot of her damage tweaks are as a result because of her minor and major perk being ridiculously strong. Wuyang, probably going to be a little bit more perk adjustments to that character as well. And Reaper, they freaking nerfed his Wraith speed because they gave him a Wraith post-Wraith buff as a replacement for one of his perks. So, yeah, you could say that on Cassidy. The double flash being available so soon, potentially. Would you ever do a video about Overwatch lanes and different characters to control them? Potentially, yeah, potentially. I try to, it's something that I've been kind of using to simplify a lot of my coaching, because it does simplify the game a great deal when you just think about what lane do I take, what angle do I take, and then don't worry about complicating the game from there. Lane theory is kind of the marriage of the off-angle theory versus the convenience theory, as in you just shoot what you can. Kind of married together, I guess. Which hero is the best to play for someone new to the game and I only have one arm? Wrecking Ball. You could probably do like a hero scope thing with your toes, you know, and do all sorts of like rolling things. I'm sure there's somebody out there that's done that with the Wrecking Ball. Heroes playing the perks to be sucked as we play crap here for 3 minutes. But yeah, and it's also really dangerous too because there's a situation like we have with Reaper where if you choose the wrong minor perk or major perk, you might be in a bad spot. How that Ryan Shutterbug even happened, I have no idea. If I speak big trouble, W. We need a skill ceiling visualization stream. That you guys saw the thing in the Discord, the little that was cool. That was cool. I see people using that even outside of Overwatch. Somebody sent me something, I don't remember what game it was, and they were using my terms for like value ceiling and the whole thing and like referencing and stuff, and it was like, I don't remember what game it was, or I was like, cool, that's nice. I just like the skill value ceiling terms so much more because it makes it so much easier to understand, because there just isn't an answer if you don't do it. Skill ceiling thing link, please. I mean, it's just a picture somebody sent me in Discord. I'll show you guys. It was like a visualization of like what the difference is between skill and value ceiling is, which is essentially just, you know, the value that you get out of mastering a character versus how hard it is to master the character. And that can be a kind of a squiggly thing to kind of explain, but the ignoring the actual examples here, Moira versus Tracer, who cares? It's basically means the longer you play Tracer, you get more and more value. With Moira, you start immediately getting value once you learn the basics, but it kind of plateaus out pretty quickly to the point where you get diminishing returns. And there are characters that have skill ceilings that are just as high as Tracer, just as far as Tracer. Like, let's say Doomfist. Doomfist, in theory, has an approachable skill ceiling to Tracer. Not near as high, but close. Like, let's say here. But his value ceiling really does not reach that height here. You see what I'm saying? A Doomfist would look like, whoop, and he'd pop out here. Not only is his skill ceiling slightly lower than Tracer, but his value is a lot lower because there's just only so much a Doomfist can do at the highest level. Whereas Tracer just scales kind of infinitely. And so that's why a lot of people have problems with Tracer, because it is annoying to play a character that feels like she can get infinite value as long as she's doing it correctly. You enjoy the beef and coffee with you, Stefano? Yeah, I'm wearing yellow and red. But yeah, we're not doing the whole logarithmic, what kind of sine curve are we talking about here? I'm so out of practice with pre-calc and calc and all that kind of nonsense. So I'm not going to try to explain it. It's mostly just conjecture and a fun thinking exercise rather than anything else. Seeing a few Zebra clip shows. Yeah, Zebra is a great example of making the most that you can with a character. But you put Zebra into any sort of OWCS meta and he gets his face kicked in. And it's not because he's not a top tier player. I think you could argue that Zebra's one of the best Doomfist players in the world. Like, he's phenomenal. He is a professional level Doomfist player. It's just the character. It's just a hard limit of what you can do. Do you think Tracer's value ceiling is infinite? I mean, no value ceiling is infinite, but in comparison to a lot of other characters, it's one of the highest ceilings in the game. There's just certain characters that have limitations hard baked into them, you know? I love detonating dynamite. I understand I'm gonna turn this on, I'm not blinding myself. The complaints of it being a crutch, but I think it actually opens up so many more ways to use dynamite and makes it way more interesting in terms of duels. I was coaching some Ashe just the other day, and we were like looking at all the situations where detonating dynamite would have been helpful. Every time I coach Ashe, it comes up, and all I can see is like, that would have been nice there. That would have been nice there. The biggest way of viewing it is not just behind corners and that kind of a thing. The biggest value from detonating dynamite is that it allows you to throw dynamite and shoot simultaneously. So you can throw dynamite at a ranged target and then start shooting them while you're detonating the dynamite without having to do this nonsense with the crosshair. That is so unbelievably powerful. It is so incredibly useful. So whether you like that or not, you know, that is an opinion. I think it changes enough about dynamite to make it, I would consider, at least a decent perk conceptually. But in terms of strength, I do think it's inarguably a solid perk. How do I better benefit from learning from my own mistakes, like drawing the line between what is exactly my fault and what isn't? Well, you just really have to focus on yourself. In terms of, you look at yourself, not just like conceptually, like literally, like you look at the VOD review and go, could have I positioned better here? If so, where? Like, what are some things that I can try next time? Was there an optimal way to use my cooldown there? If so, where? Like, you know, don't just be, oh, I made that mistake, or I died there, shouldn't have died there. But be literal. Like, literally look for things to do better, you know? Look for habits. Was Genji's skill and value ceiling similar to Tracer's? I'd say a little bit lower value ceiling wise. I'd say skill ceiling is close, not quite as high as Tracer's. I'd say, like, remember we said like Doomfist and then Tracer's better in both categories. I'd say Genji's somewhere in between Doomfist and Tracer. Is Pro Moira player a thing? No. It has occasionally been a thing. Occasionally, once or twice. I actually worked with that Moira player. In ranked, you can get to a really high rank with Moira. No, literally look at yourself. Yeah, just look at yourself in the mirror. Just stare at yourself. When should you switch heroes in a comp game? If you're getting really mad. If you're really, really, really mad, swap heroes. Now, ultimately, you should try to focus on yourself and try to look up some things and study your VODs and see what you could have done better. But if you're like completely boomed, then hitting your head against a sledge wall, like it's not exactly a sledge wall, isn't necessarily going to solve the problem. But you're not really in a good mind state to like grit your teeth and force yourself to play. So optimally you need a 1 trick or 2 trick and figure out the situations. But if you're just like in a really, really bad mood, it's probably not a good time. Hello, Loof. I could not possibly care less. Tries to force 4-hour runtime for that money. Is that a thing? That's not a thing, is it? You care? I don't care that you care. How do you think Genji's mobility is compared to the flankers? Yeah, I think he's in a fine state. I wouldn't change really anything about Genji's mobility. I think it's fine. It's not like limitless horizontally, but that gives him a little bit of a niche. Like he can function on flat maps. He's better in vertical maps. I think it's fine. That's what you want. Like that's the balance of versus like the dynamics versus the taking all the character out of the character. You know what I'm saying? Genji should never compete with Tracer on flat maps unless Genji's really good or whatever else, right? You can still beat a Tracer on a flat map, just challenging. It's in a good spot. Staying alive in coal timing? Yeah. Yeah. There are some techs with Moira. They're not as important, but yeah, they can be. Kinjichu 25 HP, shut the frick up. Who should I watch for May gameplay? I don't know. Who's playing? I know Cager released a May video recently, which probably has some good information. But I don't know who's really a high rank May player nowadays. I have some May coaching that you can watch. I do think I'm really good at coaching May. Probably going to be the best coaching that you're going to find out there because I think she's an often misunderstood character. I coached the world's best May at the start of Overwatch 2. We literally innovated the May playstyle. So I can have that on my hat. But yeah, I don't know of anyone that's really playing May at a really high level right now. But maybe somebody in chat knows. Updates in the dictionary project? No updates. It's permanently, it's in limbo. Indefinitely paused. It's not trashed. It's still there. It just, yeah. What was that VOD reviewing before of Infekted? We were looking at a Marvel Rivals video and then we were ranting about 225. Which Overwatch here would be best in Night Rain? I feel like Roadhog would just be like really freaking good. Not immediately win. There would be some really bad matchups to Roadhog. But all I can think is like going up to the Stefano. Can you imagine like, all right, end of day 2, right? No, it's an ancient dragon, and then just whole hog right up the butthole. Like, okay, that was kind of crass, but you know what I'm saying? Like that, it's just over. Yeah, you have CC immunity, permastance, this butt cheeks. You know what I'm saying? Like this guy's freaking cooked. You know? Yeah, that would be good. Do you ever take VOD reviews from viewers or ever paid coaching? Yes, ! Coaching. It is expensive, but I also have free, like thousands, of over 1,000, I think now, free VOD reviews. You can look up ! Spilo too. Ray Ray was high May on ladder. Good to know. Thank you guys. I think somebody else said that in chat and I just missed it. Who is that? Is it Ra Ra or Ray Ray? Oh, there's a May guy from Ra. It's Ra Ra. Huh? I mean, maybe. You can check it out. I haven't seen it yet, so. But yeah, I don't know, Stefano. Having such low mobility for Roadhog would be a huge downside. It depends on how much you'd spice up their kit. Like, let's say you gave Tracer, like, a vape and more... I think Tracer would be pretty... I mean, even Soldier would be all right, you know? Just run around out. Like, Night Rain's heroes are, like, really bad versus range, you know? Like, there's not a lot of really good range characters, so just having a Soldier 76 just with perma sprint and just being able to sit, like, 30 meters away and just kill everything would just be, like, really good. Like, it sounds, like, really boring, but, like, I think it would work. Up until the final bosses, maybe. Are coaching VODs uploaded in Spider Tours? No, they're all the public ones. I don't have all public VODs. I'd say like 60-70% of my sessions are public. So most of them are uploaded, but there's a large percentage that are not, but those are because they're private. I've thought about, like, is it too much quantity to upload in Spylo 2? We're having a staff meeting at some point, I think next week, and we're going to talk about it because I know I can, but there's like, is it worth posting every single one? But I don't know. It's a conversation that we're going to have from a content versus educational perspective. And yeah. Shout out to Stefano for doing the thumbnails for like the last couple of months. He's done a great job. Cheers, Wired. I think May is really fun at the pro level. Girl, it's a buff picture you got. Look, you talking about my website? Deadlock grind? Maybe. I'm waiting this. I'm finishing up Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm like 60% of the way through. There's like downtime between Night Rain DLC and other IRL projects, so I've actually had time to commit to Red Dead, and I'm trying to just finish that off because it's my last game on my list. You don't pay the YouTube server cost? Well, it's more along the lines of, like, do people just get bored of it? But I don't know. Who knows? Oh, my website? Yeah. Yeah. I'm a big boy. Medium-sized. Stop posting anything but Tracer? Yeah. Yeah, one day maybe we'll do Deadlock. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of things that are still on my list here. And so for me, I also have a hard time with competitive games because my work is a competitive game. And I also have a couple of hobbies that I take pretty competitively that take a lot of my other mental energy that isn't devoted to work. And so I'm more of a single player RPG kind of a guy, or even like Night Rain, for example. It's hard, but it's just not PvP game hard. It just isn't. It's hard, but it's just not, like, nothing FromSoft have is anywhere as close to as hard as most PvP games. It's stressful. Is that Blahaj on the background amp? That is a shark, stuffed shark. I played like 3 games of Deadlock a long time ago, and I liked it a lot, but I actually avoided it because I liked it, because I was like, this is a game I could lose myself in maybe one day. We'll see. We did a Bastion one not too long ago. Hood, let me check the playlist. On a crit perk yet? We talked about on Tuesday. You got into Saint Denis? Yeah. Or Saint Denis? Yeah. Smash your wishes she could be dormant. Yeah, I really like the class design. I think that they've done a pretty good job. I don't know how I feel about the gameplay loop of the MOBA-esque gameplay loop. That is more of a personal preference thing that I may really like or I may not really like. I don't know yet. But I do love the unique... I love asymmetry. Like, if I could pick 2 things... I mean, actually, it's competitive integrity, like skill curve, and asymmetry. I would marry asymmetry. I did marry asymmetry. It's so much fun. Like, all my favorite games, whether it's Overwatch or even like sport games or board games, freaking Spirit Island, I just love games with asymmetry. It just makes so much more replayability. It makes it so much more interesting. It's why I don't like games like chess. It's not that they're not competitive. I just don't like... I love the fact that I, as a human, can interpret and try and do different things. It just leaves an air of mystery and replayability that is so satisfying. So, how are the Braithwaites in their manner? Not great. They're not doing so well nowadays. Y'all think Victor Wembanyama gonna make the playoffs this year? Definitely. Lost in the Celtics mansion. Good luck with them. Aren't we all a bit asymmetrical on the inside? Yeah. Deadlock will pop off and released. Maybe. I think Deadlock may be a bit too. I don't know what to think about MOBAs. Like I look at, might say esoteric, but I've never played League, but I know it has an insane skill ceiling. I think Deadlock has a really high skill floor, so maybe if League does well casually, maybe Deadlock could do well casually. But it doesn't strike me as a casual game. Does coaching ever cover just one role? Like play some more DBS would only cover one of the people. It's up to you. I mean, I encourage players to stick with one role generally, at least for a period of time, like a month or two, so they can improve at that role. But I have done many sessions with multiple heroes, even across different roles. So it's whatever you want. Those darn Braithwaites, yeah. I really enjoyed Red Dead. I like it. I've already mentally prepping a little video essay on it. Just something short, something unique on it. There's something I noticed about the game after playing it for a while. I was like, why is this game so weird? Pepper kept asking me a question about the game, and I couldn't answer it. And I finally realized why I couldn't answer the question about the game. It's because something that the game does that's very unique that I might talk about at some point. I've never really played a game that does this exactly. And I don't know if it's already been discussed before. I've avoided everything about the game because I didn't want to spoil it for myself. So, white boy cannot pronounce ethnic names. Yeah, sure, man. I don't play any TCGs. I play, well, kind of. There's that old Star Wars Wizard of the Coast one from 2004, 5, 3, 2, 6. You know what I'm saying? The Star Wars one. You guys might know it. Some of you old boomers might. I played that a lot as a kid, and I got back into it last Christmas. It's kind of a mid game, to be honest with you guys, but it's so nostalgia bait, and it's really fun. And me and Pepper loved it. Like, me and Pepper played a lot of it. It's really fun. We're both old school Star Wars fans. I guess old school is in prequels and originals. As kids, we grew up with it, and so we ended up getting into that game for like a couple of months. But we put it on pause for a little bit because there were a lot of cards that we wanted, but we couldn't afford, so we're just kind of waiting it out. But yeah, I played Pokemon a little bit as a kid. I think Pokemon is still really fun. It's not an amazing game, but it's got that asymmetry, unique, fun, collect them all that's just really, really addicting. So the animations take a long time in Red Dead too. Yeah. Tahiti Arthur, yeah. Can't find the Bastion VOD? Am I crazy? Let me look up. Maybe it wasn't Bastion. I might be silly, Hoodlum. I might be silly. I might be a fool. It was a rare character. It was a gotta catch them all moment for sure. So who was it? No, it wasn't that one. No. Oh, I'm sorry. I think it was Torb. I'm stupid. The other boxy feller. It was Torb. I'm sorry, Hoodlum. It was Torb. My bad. Yeah, I had a gold Torbjorn. It was really fun. It was a really fun session. Holy Onk, yeah. Battlefront 2, yep. That's the era right there. That was like peak Star Wars. If you were a kid, I'm sure growing up in the old classic 70s, early 80s probably had a similar feel where like Star Wars was really popular, a lot of really cool, Knights of the Old Republic, Battlefront 2, Wizards of the Coast. There were like, what were the little there were like these little circles. There's so many cool toys. The lightsaber, I was really good with lightsaber fighting. That's just great. In a way, prequels and originals are already old school. I mean, kind of are. You're a millennial if you like the prequels. I don't really like the prequels all that much. I think Episode 3 is super nostalgia. As a kid, I thought it was really cool. I enjoy a lot of scenes from the prequels, but I think they're just really, really mid movies. But as a kid, they were a lot of fun. So, watch the Star Wars prequels with the friends. What? Have I watched Andor? Yes, big fan. Andor is amazing. Best Star Wars since Empire Strikes Back. In my opinion, I like from an art standpoint, I just love it. I can get that not everybody loves it, but I think it's insanely good. So, stole my Zapdos card, dude. That freaking sucks. Okay, I can one up you, Jarl of Red. You guys ready for this one? One of my friends scammed me out of a Charizard holographic from 1999, like the Charizard. I bet I could find it if I look it up. Original Charizard card. I bet I can find it. Yep, I think I found it. Yep, this is the one. Dude. This is the one right here. Wait, why is this saying $450? Wait, why is this saying $500,000? Wait, are you guys serious? Really? Are you serious? That is one of the rarest cards? Then why is this one like 650 and this one is like way more expensive? Why is this one a lot more cheap? But still $600. Is this one of the most rare cards for real? Oh no. Oh no. Dude, I had one of these and oh no. Dude, I'm not joking. I had one of these. And one of my freaking friends when I was like 10 or 11 like scammed me out of it. He gave me $1 for it or $2 for it and said that he'd give me all of his crappy cards and I just needed cards and I never saw it again. Dude, I'm not joking. I had no idea. $500,000? Dude, I had this card and it was in great shape. I loved this card. It was the first card I ever pulled because I was 5 years old on Christmas morning, 1999, and my parents got me a pack of Pokemon cards and I was so excited. Dude. Oh my gosh. No. No, there's no way. Oh my gosh. There's just no way. Like of all the cards that's going to be super rare, it's this one. Like, really, is this the rarest card? Like, what are the odds? It was, as a kid, like my favorite card. Oh my gosh. Frick, dude. Well, oh well. Which one? Dang it. Because it's Charizard? I guess, yeah. Oh, man. Pikachu Illustrator? I don't know that one. Pikachu Illustrator. I don't know this one. Is that Japanese? Yeah. Dang. Wow. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. That is a crazy thing to learn 20 years afterwards. Rats. I have a funny story about Pokemon. I never really grew up playing video games. We didn't have consoles and stuff, and I'm actually grateful for it. But my parents were cool with us playing games at friends' houses and stuff like that. So we would always go to friends' houses and we play games, and it was fun. We were staying. It's actually at this friend's house, the same friend. He was a big Pokemon fan, and he had his old crappy SP, little Nintendo Game Boy thing, whatever. And he had a Pokemon Red or Blue, I think. I don't remember which one. I think it might have been Blue. And it was a bugged cartridge because after every like 3 or 4 or 5 hours, it would like reset. And I didn't care, bro. I was like 10, 11, bro. I would play the crap out of that. I'd reset and I'd be like, crap. And I'd start all over again. Just do it whenever we visit. Oh, man. Those are the days. It was fun. It was really fun. I love the exploration and stuff like that. I love that aspect about it so much. The mystery, you know? I think it's the best part about it, you know? It's just like as a kid, there's just a complete mystery. You don't know where anything is. You don't know how to do anything. And you're just obsessed with like everything is a surprise, you know? So, But yeah. Oh well. Consoles resetting back in the early 2000s? Yeah. I remember friends would talk about that. Like they would have a GameCube or something would just reset or bug out and freak out. Yeah. I also used to like Sonic. You guys ever played Sonic Adventure 2 Battle? I love the Chow as a kid. The Chow Garden was so much fun. I love the customization. I love the grinding. Love that crap. We used to theory craft. I still have like at least a couple dozen drawings from when me and my cousin were like really young. I'm surprised they haven't gone back with Chow. I feel like with like all this customization, Animal Farm, taking care of like, I feel like that's such an untapped thing that people could get back into. Imagine with the amount of development quality they could do with it now, you know? Yeah, exactly, Stefano. Exactly. It's funny too, because in a weird way it carries over. There was this really crappy 2003, 2004 Hobbit game, just terrible, right? It had a lot of character here and there, but the graphics are just awful. I have that game and I still play it like once every like 4 or 5 years. Just run through. It's fun. It's very nostalgia based, but it's like, it's all right. Try and fail against Sonic 6 times, yeah. I wouldn't say it's a great Sonic game. From what I know, it's considered to be like decent. It's the City Escape one. There's some really, really good levels, but for me, it was more about like the City Escape, the White Jungle, the what's the Metal Harbor? You know, the soundtrack had some really good bangers, and then the Chow Garden. You know, once they remake the adventure games, makes sense. Well, if they ever do, that would be fun. I've never really been a huge Sonic fan, but I did really love that game. I don't know if I'd ever play a 3D Pokemon. I mean, I've always thought about that. Like, would I ever get back into Pokemon again just for fun? You know, just for the casual side of things, just for fun. I remember I did a little bit of Smogon stuff like 4 or 5 years ago, but I don't know. Like, it looks doesn't feel like it has quite the same personality. Maybe you can't really go home again. You know what I'm saying? But hard to say. Hard to say. Pumpkin Hill song, yep. Pumpkin Hill, Lavender Town. Consider being a professional advisor for the asymmetrical PvP game you're passionate about? Maybe. There was a conversation. I had a conversation with Alec Dawson about a year ago when they wanted me to apply for the hero design position. We negotiated some discussions about me being a consultant, but I don't think they were in a position. I don't think that's the Blizzard way. They don't. It's, you know, you're all in or, you know, nothing basically. Like Blizzard's like very much like you're full in, you're local, you're there, you know what I'm saying? So what's up, GKB? You're up late, my friend. ROM hacks? Yeah, for sure. If I do it again, I would probably, if I were to play Pokemon again, I would probably do like Gen 2 or maybe Gen 3. I would look it up. I would research it, you know? Here's the thing, Stefano. You can't go home again, but you can you can buy a new home. I realize that. Bepper and I always talk about this. We're like, we want to do things that make us nostalgic. Because you can. Like, I'm nostalgic about I'm such a nostalgia sucker, dude. But, like, I like... Yo, thanks for the raid, mate. I appreciate it. I've tried to always pursue things that make me nostalgic because I just legitimately enjoy it. And I've tried to avoid being an adult about too many things. It's good to be an adult about things that are actually adult. You know, responsibility, hard work, taking care of your family, you know. But then there's some things that people associate with adultism that just isn't. You don't have to be that way. You know, there's nothing inherently good about those things, and I've tried to avoid that as much as I can. Do Gen 3? Look up, I'm a spy, very good road. Okay, cool. Yo, what's up? The newer games are more accessible when you want to play competitive Pokemon, but this is so far from being accessible. Exploration aspect, just playing for fun is probably much better. The old one makes sense. Good luck with your collegiate match, Soren. Can't sleep. Sorry to hear that, mate. Glad to have you here, at least, though. You think you're going to try apply again? Probably not, no. I was not interested. I'm not particularly interested in a full development position. I like having my weird job with off and on computer doing millions of different things. My job is so freaking weird. I watch video essays. I exercise really hard. I read a lot of books. I coach 5-6 days a week. I yap about random games. I study, I take notes, I spend a lot of time preparing content projects and answering messages. It's weird. I wouldn't change it, you know? Can I handstand? Yeah. Not for very long. I used to be very good at holding it for a long time back when I was coaching gymnastics, but I'm kind of out of the water. But I can do a handstand. I can do a front handspring. Moving across the country, not worth. No. Exactly. Stream's fine. Thank you. Thoughts on Drifter? I don't know what that is. Do you have a note-taking routine? Yeah. I have entire documents with notes from the books that I've taken, or notes from the books that I've read. I've actually had to slow down the amount of like quote unquote workbooks that I read because I find myself just kind of going through the motions of reading them and taking notes and then not really giving myself enough time to process them. So I've had to kind of slow my cadence a little bit to more of like one workbook every 2 or 3 months and really give myself time to kind of digest and process and apply some of the stuff and think about how I'm using it for my coaching and stuff. I'm terrible at hula hooping if it makes you feel any better. If you got the job, I can blame you for every problem. No? Oh yeah, 100%. Shut up, Sarah Lee. Hello, Spala from the Overwatch team here. I am completely naked off camera. I know you guys can't see this, but me and Aaron are really excited to share with you this new nudity thing. We talk about shaking up Overwatch every year, and we've really kind of hit our head up against the wall, especially as you guys know, I'm the competitive integrity guy. So I said, if we're not going to be able to change the game to compromise the competitive integrity, could we not change just our integrity, period? And compromise that by making literally every character naked. Why not? Aaron, will you give us a demonstration of what this is going to look like in game? Spyro the Book Thief, local robber of all readable items. Yes. Literary larceny. Lunatic lambasts losers. Live on... Yeah. This is how Morales was created? That is correct. Definitely a closeted nudist. Do you guys want to see? Let's see if I can find this picture. So we did this is like 2 years ago. We did a dress up like another member in your family for Halloween. And my brother dressed up like me. And it made me so uncomfortable because like it's really hot during the summer and we don't like turn the heat on. And I was like, oh my gosh, that makes me so uncomfortable. Do I make everybody look that? Yeah, it was not. It was not good. It was not good. Let me see if I... Yeah, this is his cosplay as me. Reading a book. Yeah, this is the dude. I was like, all right, okay, I get it. I'm not gonna, maybe I'll put on more clothes with my family's around. So you're not fully wrong. You're not fully wrong. Lunatic liberal libels LARPing looter. Yeah, there you go. It's mostly just because, you know, we turned on the air down really cold overnight, so it helps for sleep, and then we just let it get up to like 75, 78, 79, 80, whatever during the day, Fahrenheit. I'm non-denominational, which is basically a denomination. I don't pick sides. If you pick a side, you're wrong. There is no truth. I said so. The Sith only speak in absolutes. You get what I'm saying? What, so you both know if I read this book, so to tied you down, made you what? I dressed my mother-in-law up as Hitler for a funeral under woke liberal family got mad. Is that a quote? That's funny. Off-angling Christianity? Yes. No, the real answer is that I don't really... I am not a fan of the institutionalization of Christianity. I am a Bible believer in that fact, and I have been kind of a home church kind of a guy growing up as a kid. But I think biblical Christianity, it's really hard because it's like, it's just a natural flow of humanity to kind of institutionalize and group up together and tribalize themselves. It's just the natural way of things, but it doesn't mean that it's good. So the way that I look at it is that it's not always a good thing. So. Talk about the passage I sent you? Yeah, where he cast the demons into the pigs and they ran off the water. Yeah. American non-denomination means Baptist light, pretty much, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sorry I didn't see the hydration thing. It wasn't even Old Testament, it was New Testament. No shirt to skin, just sticks to the leather on the couch. Well, I don't have a leather couch. Maybe that was, I don't remember if that was a picture as a leather couch, but yeah. I was reading a whole bunch of Gospels. Jesus is just so weird. He's just like Faith Healer, Cross the Street Magician, Cross of the Apocalypse, Doomsayer. Yeah. My favorite part about Jesus is how he changes how he heals people every single time. And so there's no pattern to how he heals people. And the reason why that's the case is so that any of these quote unquote, just do this and slap yourself with a holy towel. Jesus spat in people's eyes. You know, the common denominator here is Jesus. You know, there's not a method, you know. Is Jesus strong in the dark wizard? Yes. In this main versus off tank video, something you'd consider. I noticed main versus off tank is much less straightforward. I don't think off tank exists in Overwatch 2 for the most part. I think you can argue things like bubble can be used to enable a tank DPS in some way as the main initiator. But I think the reason, and this is kind of Rel's argument, is that in 5v5 you've compressed the amount of space of the type of tanks that you can't, because you can't really make tanks that aren't initiators themselves, which is fair. What is significant of John XCX? Sorry, I'm not sure, Mingleton. Can you reframe that? There's no wine at the wedding? What's up, Nautilin? Yeah, that story is brutal. That is brutal. The Elisha one. Would Jesus have been played in Juno Brig Malga meta? Maybe. Hey, Peaches. Oh, it's still there. It's still there. Here, you can see there. It's John 2:2. 1 John 2:2. Which is interesting because it's actually John after the resurrection. He himself is the where's the verse here? Tank with self-res mechanic. No. And he's the propitiation for our sins, and not our sins only, but also the sins for the whole world. Spinal sleep stream? Yeah. I played a few 6v6 games in Sigma Mal. That's really the Tursk tank combo. That tank combo feels so freaking bad, though, no? Like, how does Malga do anything without, like, a tank to engage with him or to enable him? Maybe in, like, a Route 66 or something, you got, like, a flank Malga or something? Or sorry, like, an Eichenwalde? I don't know. It feels super awkward. Not a limited atonement guy? Well, I mean, the Bible says what it says, so... There's a contention that Revelation isn't relevant and is added later as a tool to basically scare people into desirable behavior. I mean, you can say that about anything. Have you seen the Jesus Christ character reveal in Overwatch? I have not, no. Favorite piece of sacred music? I don't think there is any sacred music. But if you mean ironically or unironically, I don't know. I think there's certain music that I don't know. That's a good question. Is the instrumental opening to Dark by Invent Animate count? Like, if you guys want proof of intelligent design, just listen to this instrumental, guys. I mean, it's not Bach, but it's pretty darn good. Psalm 38:7. You will see Psalm 38:7. Oh, rebuke me not, for my loins are filled with a loathsome disease.
How did you know? I mean, just listen to the time signatures of your stuff. It's not the time signature, really. It's the cadence. Favorite Periphery track? I mean, Scarlet's always fun, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. 7/4 is indeed the most fun time signature. I agree. Pope meta where Malga is also ridiculously busted. Yeah, you could be right. Yeah, he cursed the fig tree. So do you want to understand the analogy of the curse of the fig tree? So the important thing in the Bible is to know what's analogy contextually and what's actually supposed to be literal truth. So the curse for the fig tree, and a lot of trees in the Bible are parables. And what a tree signifies in the Bible are nations, usually. So when Jesus curses the fig tree, you notice that it specifies that it wasn't time for the fig tree to grow fruit. The fig tree in this example is actually the song is "Dark" by Invent Animate. Yeah, this is just 4/4. It's more about it's more about the cadence. And the fig tree is Israel, and it was Israel rejects Jesus, but it wasn't because they weren't in a situation or a time for them to accept him. So they could have. It's only through their own unwillingness to believe. But yeah, the analogy there is that Israel is the victory here. You sent me, but no one can enter a strongman's house and plunder his goods unless he first binds the strongman, then indeed he may plunder the house. Yeah. Strongman is, there's all sorts of demonic hierarchies. That's generally, I believe, what that verse is referring to. Yeah, which verse is that one, Stefano? That one is strongman. I believe that's the one's talking about demonic presence. Yeah, Mark 3:27, maybe? I'm not honestly sure. The Cedars of Isaiah, yeah. Historical context, yeah. Well, one of the big mistakes that a lot of people, both Christians and non-Christians, make alike with the Bible is that they fail to understand the dispensations and testaments, where there are dispensations for Israel, Old Testament, and there's dispensation for Christians, New Testament. Very, very important difference, and that's the entire point of the story of the Bible. But a lot of people get confused in that one, Christians included, and a lot of really bad things have happened. Matthew and Mark. Mark 3:27. Yeah, it's Mark 3:27. It's like a Mark 3:27. James version. I believe it talks about read full chapter. Oh yeah, it talks about the kingdom can't be divided against himself. The kingdom cannot stand. I believe even Abraham Lincoln quote that, or am I crazy? If house be divided against itself, the house cannot stand. If Satan rise up against himself and be divided, he cannot stand, but hath an end. No man can enter in a strong man's house and spoil his good, except he will first bind the strong man, and then he will spoil his house. So it's honestly, it's kind of ambiguous. It could be referring to anyone, both bad or good. Nothing is self-destructive in that front. David and Goliath, because like David was not understanding what people can do with slings. yeah. Successful breaking and entering. Bind the strongman. Life hack. Smile stream tennis. Yeah. Eschatological. Eschatological. Gee willikers. That I used to sing in churches. I did. Some. Oh, I was like, no. As a choir? No. Eschatological. There you go. If I want to plunge your house, I'm not doing that without binding you. Yes, Stefano. Sorry, man. If you want my crap, you're going to have to bind me first, dude. Good luck. Oh, my days. Oh, yeah, Stefano. I forgot. I didn't see your message about the Nephilim. So the Nephilim were fallen angels that, by the way, angels have bodies. Fun fact. And they don't have wings. And you can physically bind them. They are very powerful, but the Bible even talks about the prince of Persia in Daniel 8, I think, binding an angel and hindering him from preventing him from escaping. So there has been examples of people holding angels, physically preventing them from moving or escaping. And the Bible talks about fallen angels banging human women, and that's where we had many of the giants. You've seen some of the bodies in the beds, you've seen some of the historical things, and that's where giants came from, which was an abomination. It's like they're not supposed to do that. And that a lot of that stuff is what initially led to the flood. Is this Lord of the Ring lore similar? I mean, a lot of this is very inspirational for Lord of the Ring. I think Lord of the Rings is more Nordics, but yeah. The Jinn were angels? I don't know. Well, there's different types of angels. There the normal angels, and there's the cherubim, and then that's the weird ones we see, like the life weaver skin with all the eyes and the wings and stuff. And then Ezekiel even describes UFOs. And describes them as transportation for angels. I don't keep with this in Overwatch terms. Okay, Life Weaver. Okay, no, I'm not gonna do this in Overwatch. I'm not doing that. Nope, not happening. Nope. No, there's a difference between angels and cherubim. Angels actually look like people. And the Bible even says that we've entertained angels unaware. But yeah, as long as you can create some Overwatch lore, you can CC special types of angels. Yes, you can. Like Gabriel, for example. He's very strong, but in theory. Silence Wave. I feel like EMP. Would EMP be good versus angels? Sleep Dart, maybe. I'm not sure. They went full Zeus, you're saying? Yeah. There's a UFO battle in Nuremberg in 1561. Vengeful Vortex. Yeah, maybe Vengeful Vortex or Shatter, yeah. Discord or maybe. Maybe. There's potential there, potentially. Coins again? Shatter's bugs, so maybe I had to just jump over the shatter. Dude, what I don't even, someone was saying, like, how does that shatter bug happen? I don't even know. Doesn't the book of Enoch describe angels? There's a different one. I believe it's Ezekiel. And there's even there's even conjecture that a lot of cherubs have faces that look like cattle because of the so I believe Satan has a cow-like face potentially, but I don't remember the exact context. It's like they have the face of this and that, and then the face of that. I don't remember exactly. He heals someone and says, "Don't tell anyone about this." Why does he do that? Well, because Jesus did a lot of great things, but the purpose of Jesus was not to come down with force. I mean, the reality is that this is a really important part of the Gospels, is that Jesus could have done anything that he wanted. He didn't choose to do that. He wanted to be accepted and worshiped for who he was and who he was as a person and as God. And people, if he had done all these miracles and come with a sword, I mean, that was why Satan tempted him that way, then everybody would have worshipped him and he would have been successful like that, easy peasy. But that's not the point. That's not the whole purpose of the Gospels, is not proving you have to do because then that's not done out of love. That's just done out of fear or done out of hero worship, right? So that's never has been Jesus's intention, or never was at that time. Angels with all the eyes and arms were just seen because blood consumes. So the Juno flies and talking get stuck in. Yeah, that's a good one, Stefano. That's a really good one. That is a good one. It sounds like Lord of the Rings. All right. Who should we raid? Let me see if we can raid somebody. Raid somebody now.
Nephilim. Yeah. Yeah, that's the best part, Stefano. He tells them exactly what's going to happen, and everyone's like, what? He's like, dude, I'm telling you exactly what's going to happen. Like, what? Let's raid the Roman Empire. Rip 5-hour runtime. Yep, we're cooked. Sushi still on? We raided her last time. Frick Sushi, man. Frick Sushi. We'll raid somebody else. What do you mean you're going to your dad's house? Oh. I was like, talking about me. I was like, what? You knew something I don't know? All right, chat. Goodbye. I'll see you guys later. Saturday, I don't know what the plan is. I guess maybe OWCS playoffs then. In which case we might be with Hottie. But goodbye, YouTube. Goodbye, Twitch. I'll see you guys later. Have a good rest of your week. I'll see you guys in a couple days. Bye-bye.